years as part of the Riverdale Recreation Expansion Project. That has been moved to under Public Works.
All right, thank you very much. Now may I please have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Councillor Aidan Johnson, Councillor Connolly, all in favor, please. All right, are there any declarations of interest? Yes, Councillor Ferguson, please.
Yes, item 8.1, which I guess is now 7.4. I have an interest in that.
All right, thank you, duly noted. Moving on to approval for the minutes, may I please have a motion to approve the December 7th, 2016 meeting minutes as presented? Moved by Councillor Vanderbeek, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thank you. On to delegation requests. Committee members, you have a number of delegation requests before you from 4.1 to 4.6. Is there any discussion on these items? If not, may I have a motion to approve the delegation requests as listed before you? All right, moved by Mayor Eisenberger, seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And moving on to consent items. Members of committee, you have before you consent items 5.1 to 5.3. May I please have a motion to receive item 5.1, first of all. Moved by Councillor Aidan Johnson, seconded by Councillor Jackson. All in favor? Thank you. Anyone opposed? All right. And may I please have a mover and a seconder for items 5.2 to 5.3. Councillor Skelly, if you're okay with that. Thank you. And Councillor Marula, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Anyone opposed? Moving on to public hearings and delegations. I would like to call Dr. Patrick Dean, President and Vice Chancellor of McMaster University, to the podium to speak to item 6.1. Good morning. Welcome, sir.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me. It's great to have this opportunity to be with you here today and to take this moment to thank you all for your continued support of McMaster University and of our activities. As in previous visits, I want to take this opportunity today to share some of our key priorities, especially as they relate to the daily and ongoing engagement between the university and the City of Hamilton. It has been with the help of the City and our partners in this community that we have continued over the last year to strengthen our international reputation and our national standing as an institution of excellence. McMaster, as you all know, is a student-centered, research-intensive university devoted to advancing our society's health and well-being, and that work continues to be recognized around the world, with McMaster still only one of 2 universities in this province that is ranked in the top 100 universities of the world. Now, we began 2016 with a practical collaboration with you, and this was in our joint principles of cooperation on post-secondary education. As a result of that initiative, we now have a guiding document that will ensure that all efforts at collaboration between the city's post-secondary institutions and the city itself will be in alignment on shared principles. This is a goal that has been pursued for a number of years. We've seen these principles in action as we have worked with you on a number of projects during this past year. Firstly, discussions around transit and the LRT. The latest addition at our Innovation Park, this is the Biomedical Engineering and Advanced Manufacturing Project Centre, or BEAM. We've worked together to profile the city and our research to international leaders from around the world at the America's Competitiveness Exchange Tour last October. And a very gratifying new development, our new City Lab collaboration, which will bring city staff, university faculty and students together to lead research in areas of interest and, most importantly, of need to this community. So it has been a very productive year, and I think we can all be proud of these various manifestations of our ongoing partnership. I should say that we're also working to increase our residence spaces for students, both on and off campus. This is both to support our students and in the interests of the Hamilton community. We're in the process of looking at graduate student residence spaces here in the downtown. We're also looking at the Traymore development near campus as an opportunity to increase undergrad residence spaces. And this latter effort will enhance what we're already doing for undergraduate students with the construction of the living and learning space, which will significantly increase student housing on campus. If you take the graduate residents together with the undergrad, that will be a total of 1,700 students who can be accommodated on campus. We're very grateful, I should say, to city staff for all their help on the Living Learning Centre project, as well as for their cooperation on matters related to the LRT. Community building is obviously important to all of us, and the university continues to aspire to be a part of our community's success. For that, it means, as it has over the last several years, maintaining a physical presence at several off-campus locations around the city, allowing us to serve and to support Hamiltonians in greater numbers. So one example of this, obviously, the David Braley Health Sciences Centre across the road. Its first full year of business was a very, very intense one. The McMaster family practice has gained 4,000 new patients on that site. And that centre also played an important role in looking after the initial health assessments for Syrian refugee families who came to the city last winter. We've also expanded within that building the range of commercial offerings, and this is, of course, generating some retail interest. We continue to appreciate your support on that project, as well as on all fronts, but especially the significant infrastructure investment you made across the street. In addition to that location, there is also our 1 James North facility, which houses our Division of Continuing Education and hundreds of other staff, and from that site we have been developing some interesting new projects in community engagement and education. And the Forge downtown, which is a site which supports our student entrepreneurs. It has helped to revitalize an old furniture store on James North. And the Forge houses a number of companies which it is our hope will one day be household names. In 2017, we have one particular hope, and on this I hope we will continue to work together, and that is the key principle that underpins the future good of our community, retaining local talent. The city has done a great job in creating the type of community and lifestyle that attracts young talent, and it's fair to say, I think, that as more of our students discover everything that the city has to offer, their enthusiasm to work and to live here increases. And as I believe members of council are aware, increasing that number has been a goal for the university over the last several years. We do need to keep challenging ourselves to find new ways to support the ability of young people to establish their careers and to get businesses up and running here in the city. We need to enhance the opportunities for them to both create their own economic prosperity in our community through entrepreneurial activity and also through experiential learning opportunities at businesses in the city and not-for-profits. The province, the provincial government, wants to see even more of our students benefit from work-related experiential opportunities before they graduate. This accords very much with the priorities of the university and our sense of what constitutes sound learning. I should mention, having alluded to the provincial landscape, that universities across the province, including McMaster, are leading a province-wide conversation about the future and the place of higher education in the future of Ontario, the development of Ontario's economic prospects in the future, and that, of course, echoes in communities like our own. A public call has been issued to everyone in the province to provide their comments to the universities to help guide us in making decisions that bring the resources of the university more obviously to bear on the benefits of communities within Ontario. So I hope we will hear from you. There are formal ways of providing input on this, but there is a very handy online survey which can be found at ontariouniversities.ca, where you can answer some questions about the role you think higher education ought to be playing in this and other communities. I want to thank you all for giving me this opportunity to speak to you again. It's a moment I enjoy every year. I believe that our relationship continues to grow stronger. I think we're being more and more ambitious every year about what we can accomplish together, and I think we're seeing very dramatic results from that level of cooperation. So I look forward to working with you all in the coming year, and of course to answering any questions you may have for me today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dean, and we as well quite enjoy you coming in and giving us an update, and particularly on the opportunities that are for both of us here. I have Councillor Aidan Johnson and the Mayor, and Councillor Farr, please.
Thank you very much,
Johnson.
Madam Deputy Mayor. President Dean, thank you for coming in. I too enjoy your annual visit, and Madam Deputy Mayor, I'd like to thank President Dean for always having a genuinely open spirit when it comes to conversation with the city and with the community that surrounds the university. In my 2 years as councillor, all the time, President Dean has done his clear best to smooth the way for me in my dealings with the university and with administrators at the university. And it's something I've appreciated a lot, and that has really helped me in my first 2 years. And the thanks goes to President Dean and his administrative team at the university. We do not always agree on absolutely everything in minute detail. However, nobody ever does. What I can say is that there is a spirit of cooperation, and it means a great deal to me and to Westdale and to Ainslie Wood. So thank you to President Dean and to the university. Three very local Ward 1-ish things I'd like to thank President Dean for and say out loud for the benefit of the public and GIC. McMaster has collaborated excellently on our plans for the LRT stop at McMaster, which is going to be the first or last stop for LRT, depending on how you look at it. The university has pitched in a very enthusiastic way for McMaster neighborhood LRT planning, deeply appreciated. In response to concerns about lack of good student housing in the West End, the university is investing in an on-campus, I forget the number of beds, and that's a question I'll ask President Dean at the end. I know it's several hundred beds in a building right next to the football field on campus, providing good on-campus housing for students, thereby taking pressure off of the crowded neighborhoods around the university. And also the university is now partnering with the private sector to build, hopefully build. The plan is in the works, but we're hoping to make some good progress on another development on Main Street West, which is where the community likes to see new, tall development, again for student housing. So these are very promising things in the local community that the university is working on that are giving significant encouragement to those who live around the university, and it's worth celebrating. So I thought I'd say it out loud. On a Ward 2 note, and sorry, Councillor Farr, for making a Ward 2 point in my little Ward 1 moment, the Braley Health Centre is great across from City Hall. It's become a very lively center, and I use it every day. I walk through it every day, and I'm always impressed by the effective flow between City Hall and Jackson Square. The public isn't afraid of the building, is one way of putting it. The public has embraced the building, and I see a lovely flow between City Hall and Jackson Square with all manner of citizens using the space, which is what the space was supposed to be. So it's working. And I'm pleased to see it. So those are my comments. And my one question, how many beds is it at the new dormitory on campus?
Thanks very much, Councillor, for all your comments. The combined number, if you take the Traymore development and the Living Learning Centre on campus, that'll be 1,200 students we can accommodate. So that will enable us to accommodate, I believe, the entire first-year class, at least to be able to make an offer of residence spaces to the incoming class in each year, which has been a goal for the university for a long time.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Councillor. And I do have Councillor Farr on next. Go ahead.
President Dean, I'm sorry I came in just a little late. I wanted to catch it all, but I'm sure the parts I did catch were, for the most part, important to hear, and always like these annual visits. And throughout the year, as you know, I continue to enjoy a great relationship and conversations by one great big downtown supporter in Aaron Shui, your manager of public affairs. He's doing a terrific job for you and representing McMaster University very well. Also, congratulations on maintaining our worldwide reputation and remaining among the top 100 on the planet. It's really something we should celebrate more often as citizens and not just faculty and students at McMaster University, and we're very proud. The grad student housing downtown, this is in addition, by the way, to the current project that's ongoing on James with the Leuna High Rise and the 22 stories of grad build. That's their market anyway. When will we be able to learn more from you as to where, when, and what's happening to that end? Through you, Chair, to President Dean.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. We're in the middle of the RFP process, so I imagine we should have some kind of information about the outcome of that process within, I'm not sure, a matter of weeks perhaps. It shouldn't be too long.
Great. I know I always like to rush you on these things, but I know you're doing it right, and you know that I feel strongly on behalf of the citizens of Ward 2, only good can come of it. Grad students in our downtown, with the spending power most students have today, only adds to our wonderful progress and rejuvenation, and to use Ward 4 Councillor Sam Marula's description, renaissance here in Ward 2, just as it is in Ward 4. Now, to the affordability, Minister McMeekin recently pretty much the spokesperson for the fact that OSAP essentially is back. And I'm really happy as a student who probably couldn't have done post-secondary in college or at McMaster University without the government grants and eventually loans. Actually, the grants turned to loans in my 5 years of post-secondary school, but they were still advantageous and they got me through. Does MAC play an additional role on campus during the school year to this provincial program through you, Chair?
So the new student support arrangements from the province do require a high level of cooperation on campuses. The aim is obviously that students, when they receive their offer of admission to the university, will be told whether or not they will have any fees to pay. So decisions that now typically are made after the student has received the offer and gone through the normal process of seeking financial aid, those decisions, it's hoped, will be made even before the student is in a position to accept the offer. So that does require a lot of work, clerical work at the university end. So both at MAC and at the Council of Ontario Universities, we're working with the province on exactly how that will play out. Because, as you know, applications all go through the Central Application Centre in Guelph, so that organisation will have a role to play too in calculating what level of student aid is going to be available for each student. So it is an important project administratively for the university to assist the province with. And then, of course, our own investment in student aid continues. So we continue to invest very generously in our students, and in order to facilitate the coming to university of lots of people who otherwise couldn't have come.
Yeah,
Councillor?
and of course, that's fantastic. So I say this every year when you conclude. You came in as president, what is it, 6-7 years ago now?
Yeah, 2010.
2010, and you offered us a mandate of your institution that it's about integrating with the rest of the city, becoming a partner and a bigger part of the rest of the city, to not be in a silo in Ward 1, as historic and wonderful as that is. And you've come through in spades. You continue to impress, and so thank you very much for that. And great presentation, Doctor.
Thanks, Councillor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Jackson, please. He would like to go last.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. Good to see you again, President Dean. There's a number of Mohawk College grads around this table, but I want to keep reminding you that I'm probably one of the only or one of the few of the past and current councils that's a proud grad of McMaster University. I know you've taken that under advisement. Thank you, President Dean. I want to also thank you for all the outreach you've done. When I first met you when you arrived, succeeding the great President George, that you wanted to do more outreach, and so you've been good to your commitment and your target and goal. integrating the university more and doing more partnerships where possible, and especially collaborating with the city. And so I congratulate you, President Dean. I just want to build on your referencing, Madam Deputy Mayor, of partnering with the city, continuing to partner with the city, and without being tongue-in-cheek, President Dean, whether we give $5 million of seed money about 10 years ago to the McMaster Innovation Park startup on behalf of the taxpayers of the City of Hamilton, whether we gave $20 million for the wonderful health campus across the road, if we're partnering together, and I'd like to see that more, of course, I'd also like to see, where possible, co-branding together more often, because I just think it's dynamite that an international prestigious university and a city of Hamilton now that has become a destination for so many people and discovered that was undiscovered in the past by outsiders, I'll say, even though those of us who live here know how great our city has been, but now many more from outside have discovered it and want to come here to work, play, and to invest in business. As you suggest of partnering more together, I hope we could co-brand more together and have the symbols side by side. You know where I'm going with that. I'll leave that thought with you both for now and the future. Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Whitehead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's not just your partnership with the city through City Lab that we just established, and certainly at the table facilitating the dialogue and discussions with the Blue Ribbon Task Force. You have not only talked the talk, you walk the walk. And it's very appreciative. We also established relationships with Mohawk and partnerships as well. I want to ensure that my colleagues understand that it's just not about the partnership with the city. It's a partnership with other institutions within our community that you're very involved with. So your web is cast very wide, and the legacies are being felt. So I appreciate that. And often, as I say to the residents around the Mohawk precinct, and I certainly understand the pressures and some of the quality of life issues around McMaster. I will keep reinforcing the fact we are blessed with a number of great educational institutions in our community. We'll continue working to improve on those items or issues. But having said that, there's not a community that doesn't have a post-secondary institution that would love to have one. So, and I'm certainly not giving mine up. So, thank you very much for the good work all the institutions, educational institutions, do in this community. When I first got elected, I remember meeting with Peter George, and we talked about the processes in place with McMaster, and we looked at a comparative with Waterloo. And this was with issues of development of product or whatever within the institution. You got the patent laws, but the question is, what are the processes that are in place that with some ease and with hopefully some encouragement that some of those products that could be commercialized, we ensure that Hamilton is the first place of choice for the commercialization of those particular developments. Yeah. Can you just sort of expand what is happening on that front?
President Dean, go ahead.
Thank you very much. An excellent question. The university's involvement in commercialization of its research discoveries or other innovations is an ongoing priority for the institution. Across the country, it's an issue not particularly well understood, how you move a discovery from bench to bedside or to marketplace and so on. And so institutions are challenged with taking the discovery and then first seeing the commercial potential of it and then realizing that potential in business. I would say we've come a long way. We have the McMaster Industrial Liaison Office, which looks after these issues. It identifies discoveries, and then it advises the researchers who've come up with these things on the best process towards commercialization. We're ramping up our game in this because we do regard it as a critically important aspect of the university's operations, but particularly, to your point, it has very, very powerful potential for the city of Hamilton. So both on campus and at the Innovation Park, ramping up our activities in commercialization are a priority for the university. I should point out that students play a key role in this. On almost every university campus, great success has typically been led by students on this front. So this is one reason that the Forge is important. It's one reason that the various collaborations we've got with students and the city are important. I anticipate that as students start up companies here in the city, we will begin to see more of them stay here, and the economic benefits flow from that to the city of Hamilton. So you've raised a critically important point, and I think we see it as a vital part of the university's mission in the next several years.
Appreciate it. And I guess the supplement question along that theme is, as you're moving through this process to understand, if there are barriers, what those barriers are, what other things that could be done to facilitate in the most seamless way practical from the innovation to the commercialization. And certainly, my hope as this, I'm putting my parochial hat on, obviously the commercialization in the city of Hamilton. Is there a role somewhere in that process for the city to be at the table? And I've never heard on that theme any interaction or discussion directly on how the city could help facilitate that process.
President Dean?
That, again, it's a very important question. I think we are attuned always to Hamilton's economic development priorities as well. Perhaps if there is a weakness in the ecosystem at the moment, it's that we think in terms of the individual researcher trying to turn that discovery into an economic benefit, but thinking of it outside of the broader city context, in which obviously there are supports that can help it succeed. So I take your point. I think it's one we will think about developing further.
I appreciate that. And I guess my last sort of theme is you're an international university that draws students from far and wide. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so you have strong relationships through your alumni in many countries around the world.
That's right.
The question I have is how and is there an opportunity for the City of Hamilton through the Economic Development Department and other partnerships, the ability to optimize those relationships to encourage, again, further opportunity for the City of Hamilton?
President Dean?
I think there's huge potential there. The university now has, for the first time in its history, a fully articulated international strategy. We're deliberately identifying those parts of the world where we have existing strong relationships and where we would like to have strong relationships. And we're proceeding to develop those both in terms of their research potential and the student mobility potential. It's entirely reasonable to think that those conduits to other countries could be used as a means of building economic connections between this community and the communities in which we partner. So I'm very much open to that, and I think in a modest way we've done some of that, but I think there's a great deal of potential to build on those relationships.
Great. So those are the two areas and themes that I've had a great interest in over the last number of years, because again, this is another from my perspective, a way of leveraging and optimizing great opportunity for the City of Hamilton through the post-secondary institutions. So I certainly hope to continue having the discussions and at some point look at a way of the city formally getting engaged with that process. I think we're informally engaged in it. I just don't know if we have a formal engagement, again, to enhance those potential opportunities. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Eisenberger, please.
Let me thank you, Patrick, for our ongoing, robust community-building relationship. When you first came, you said that was one of your ongoing priorities, and you've delivered in every way possible, and it continues to grow. So every time I'm somewhere out of the country or in some other part of the country and McMaster comes up, you've already been there in some measure or another. So it's really astounding, the reach and the capability of McMaster to connect with communities around the world in terms of business and research and all of the things that McMaster is really talking about. So you're doing a fantastic job, you and your entire team. My only complaint, and this is now becoming an annual tradition, is that Charlie Brown tree up at the top of the Family Health Center, which I hope you can put some fertilizer on to inspire a little bit more fulsome growth. Beyond that, the relationship and your involvement in the anchor institutions and your continued enhanced view of community building is just spectacular for our city, and I thank you for all that great effort. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good discussion, everyone. Thank you. So I need a motion now to receive the presentation. I'm actually going to go to Councillor Farr and Councillor Aidan Johnson, and all in favour. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm assuming there's no one opposed. Moving on to item 6.2. Thank you very much, President Dean. I'd like to call upon Mark Elliker with the Hamilton Brantford Building and Construction Trades Council to the podium to speak to item 6.2, please. And this is with regards to the effect of the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement and the effect it will have on the City of Hamilton. Welcome, Mark.
Madam Deputy Mayor, thank you. Good morning, Mayor Eisenberger and esteemed councillors. I am here representing 10,000 local construction workers who help to build and maintain our community's infrastructure and our local economy. Construction makes up 15% of the Canadian economy and is a major economic driver in this community, generating more than $500 million annually. I am here to talk about the importance of good trade, local business, and local employment. We all know trade is good, it helps local employment and local business, and it is fundamentally one of the most beneficial ways to grow our economy and to secure important resources and goods that our community cannot supply. However, not all trade is considered equal. Some forms of trade can eliminate local employment and reduces a region's economic stability and economic security. This type of trade is detrimental and devastating to a local economy and its community. When trade is not wisely, intelligently, and with the most honorable intentions, it becomes very harmful to the community. Balanced and sustainable trade. How does an industry compete, or how does an individual business plan succeed if a competing business model is allowed to operate outside the legally accepted standards and regulations of that industry and its best practices, or outside of what is acceptable to the community as a whole, and outside the best interests of the community's own citizens? It is the fiduciary responsibility of an elected official to work in the best interest of their constituency rather than in the best interest of a selected few, or for the private interest of a competing third party at the detriment of their own constituency. How free trade deals help Hamilton and greater community. Under NAFTA, the greater Hamilton region has seen a loss of thousands of good-paying jobs. Companies like Stelco, Procter & Gamble, Westinghouse, BP, Firestone, Hoover, Camco, Petro-Canada, Halton, John Deere, Welland, Stelwire, Welland, Stelpipe, Welland, Atlas Steel, Welland, GM, St. Catharines, Sterling Trucks, London, Caterpillar, and Heinz Almer, to name several. Race to the bottom, as it is presently written. We see similar conditions in the TPPA. These conditions will not be beneficial for local construction and manufacturing businesses in our community. This should be a concern for everyone in the room. If there is no mechanism in the TPPA to regulate and level playing field for local businesses, I ask how this community benefits in direct competition with Malaysia, Vietnam, Singapore, Brunei, Mexico, Chile, and Peru. What's at stake? Earlier I mentioned construction being 15% of the Canadian GDP. What happens when foreign companies are allowed to bring their entire labor force, allowing them to work under their own conditions and standards on local projects? How does the city collect on deficiencies when the construction firms return to Malaysia and Vietnam? How successful was Tim Hortons Field? How many deficiencies are still left to correct? How much will the total cost of Tim Hortons Field be to the city and to the taxpayers after deficiencies, litigations with the French firm Bourgeois and the Hamilton Cats has all been settled? Solutions needed to protect municipalities and balance globalization. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities lists best practices that they suggest municipalities should be developing and using to build sustainable regional economies alongside globalization. Best value tendering practices and utilizing a structured contractor pre-qualification system. Other countries like UK, Australia, Germany have also developed contractor procurement tiering systems to better gauge and rate the ability and capacity of construction firms and tendering on regional and municipal projects, and open book tendering systems to protect taxpayers. The TPPA, as written, will undermine the city's procurement policies and will eliminate good-paying, sustainable local jobs that this community desperately requires. This needs to be addressed. The TPPA is not a fair trade deal, but an unfair deal that protects only the interests of foreign corporations and investors at the expense of citizens, workers, and our environment. I urge you to support the proposed resolution as written in the joint letter. I also strongly urge this council to closely review the city's current low-cost construction procurement policy and to review and implement the procurement recommendations from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and best practices like contractor procurement tiering and open book tendering from UK and Australia. Thank you, and I appreciate having this opportunity.
Thanks very much, Mark, and we appreciate you coming in. If I could call on, I have a speaker's list of Councillor Green, Councillor Skelly, and Councillor Whitehead. Councillor Green, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Mark, thank you so much for coming in today. I know you've been doing a lot of work around educating and informing us about some of the potential pitfalls. And if I heard you correct through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, you're not against trade. You recognize trade is an important component of our economic system. But you did raise some interesting points around, particularly, the issues with municipalities. And you referenced Tim Hortons Field, of course, still a bit of a sore spot for some of us. But also, I think, acknowledging some foreign, Far East potential threats. But I think now we're hearing a change of tune even from the South. Give us some examples about how municipalities might be held, as you have here, more accountable to foreign corporations. Is that through litigation? Can you explain what that means? How would we be liable?
What will happen is, and there's other presenters that are going to be speaking, but what fundamentally can happen is the TPPA has mechanisms like no other trade document that's been signed previously, or trade agreement. And what it can do is it can actually take municipalities, provinces, and national, basically the country, to investor dispute mechanisms. They're outside of the Constitution of Canada. They're outside of any municipal bylaw or municipality that's structured here at the local level. So issues around your fair wage, there's scenarios in France where issues have happened about minimum wage standards. So these mechanisms open up the cities to become very vulnerable, and what it does is it actually applies a chilling effect for any progressive or local discussions to make sustainable business or ideas for small or mid-sized businesses to supply locally, to employ locally. It puts great pressure on them for the simple fact that the municipalities do not want to take on any investor dispute arguments, and ultimately it's heard in basically international court system, which is outside of Canada, the province, and Hamilton.
You know, it's interesting that you bring that up, and you brought up another point which I found striking, because we have a temporary foreign worker policy here, but you're talking about actual entire workforces coming, and it might sound strange. I've seen that in two countries that I visited, actually up close and in person. Once in Belize, and the other one was in Liberia. With China, where they literally brought over their entire workforce, and when they were building, even the materials, brick by brick, to build there. So you can imagine that if there was a procurement in a company like Dufferin, who has to pay their workers based on North American standards, trying to compete with a foreign interest would really don't have to pay their workers much of anything at all. with no labor rights and anything else. It creates an unlevel playing field. And so now you're suggesting that if, as a municipality, we simply acquiesce, and through you, Madam Chair, you do understand that as a municipality, this is just a letter of objection that in its current form, we can't support this, but we don't have the ultimate decision, that the effects of this, could be compounded. Anything that we saw that just recently happened, U.S. Steel, the pensions, everything else, if they come in and start playing an economic game, buying up our companies simply to buy the book of business, have you looked at what that might look like for some of our resource economies like lumber and others?
Mark?
Most of my focus has been on, obviously, construction. We're very concerned about certain articles, Article 19, 17 in the actual TPPA. We're concerned about the temporary foreign worker aspect. We're also concerned about the regulatory standards. We've had recent Ministry of Labour has increased standards in Ontario for working at heights, and there's been great amount of expense to the taxpayers of Ontario and to Hamilton to implement all of these standards. And now what happens is if they put a fence up around a construction site under the TPPA, I don't even know if simple, Ministry of Labour rules would apply to that construction site, because it's ultimately they have the opportunity to sue if you interfere with their ability to make future profits. So I can't speak for other industries, but I definitely know manufacturing will have issues and concerns. I do talk to several manufacturing companies locally based, and they have time right now great problems competing, even on Hamilton or Canadian local construction projects, supplying fabricated piping systems and boiler systems, because some governments across the world now subsidize these industries. So how does our companies at the local level, how do they compete when governments are subsidizing on a global level? Right?
But even outside of the economics, you're talking now labor. You're talking about this deal as it stands potentially superseding all of our sovereign regulations.
It'll supersede everything.
Okay.
Yes.
And so the last question I have is regarding the investor-state dispute system.
Yep.
Who has jurisdiction over that, and where would that be? Like, who would oversee those disputes?
Mark?
From how I understand, there would be arbitrators appointed through the trade deals. Those arbitrators would be held. They're paid healthy salaries. They can be held basically similar to a lawyer. You would hold them for a future hearing. And what I can also say is there are concerns in several documents that suggest they would actually be in a position to benefit from some of these hearings and the process itself. So it kind of feeds the machine itself.
But it's not a government process. It's not run by any
third party, private.
Wow. So, I mean, obviously the report is very, very, very complete, and I do appreciate the amount of research that you put in. For those that are looking, I believe it's under 6.2, if I'm not mistaken.
It's under 6.2 in your packages, yes.
Yeah, so on page 4 or 5, you have listed in your package, very comprehensive package here, the resolution I'm prepared to support at the appropriate time. I still look forward to hearing some of the other delegations as they bring forward the finer points, understanding we're not the decision-making body, but what we're doing in this resolution, as I understand it, as you've presented it, is supporting our ability to make decisions as councillors, protecting our liability, at least making a statement that values our protected liability against foreign lawsuits, and I think overall supporting our local workforce, which is integral to our economy. So I appreciate the advocacy, and to all the sisters and brothers from the unions and non-organized and unorganized labor that are here today, certainly appreciate that, and I know look forward to hearing comments around the table as this conversation proceeds. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and I think we'll probably hear other delegations and then come back to you and perhaps get an opinion from legal. But I thank you for your comments. And Councillor Skelly, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mark, for your presentation this morning. I'd like to bring the discussion to a much more of a local level and the impact on globalization, on trade, on our own workforce, and our own procurement policy. Let's start with something as simple as something I've heard over and over again, and that is that we have a real shortage of people in the trades industry. Is that the case in the city of Hamilton? Can you speak to that?
Mark?
I can, through the Madam Deputy Mayor, I can say that in the construction sector, in the manufacturing sector that I'm involved with some clients and some contractors and obviously affiliates of the building trades, we see unemployment rates sometimes and currently 3 times higher than the national average right now. So example would be the IBW 105. It wasn't too long ago. There was announcements from the city about a shortage of electricians. The example is at that time, I know local 105 was sitting with 100 first-year apprentices on their books. So when you talk about the lowest and the cheapest value out there for business is a first-year apprentice. They're paid relatively low on the scale, 40% of what a journeyman would make, and they're viable. They're available. All the building trade structures and even the non-organized have apprenticeship systems. Those systems can be leveraged and you can utilize it to pinpoint and apply better economic development at a local level. So you can engage youth locally. You can engage Aboriginal youth. There's ways you could leverage women in the trades. There's all kinds of benefits that you could build into your procurement system to make sure that it's not just a construction value, but it's a social value, and that it keeps giving value back to the city for a long time. One document that is in my package is Build with Purpose. I don't expect anybody to read it at this moment, but if you do have a chance to review it, it shows some very good examples of how you can leverage this type of local employment to benefit and still have a productive, efficient tendering process and still have a good build at the end of the day, because that's what the value is.
Councillor Scully?
If I could take from that, thank you, Madam Chair, and through the chair, there are workers available. If we had a multi-million-dollar project tomorrow, there would not be a shortage of workers. We could find the workers in the city of Hamilton. Is that correct? Is that fair to say?
Yes, as far as I understand.
One of the questions and one of the concerns I have, and I am very concerned, my priority is the taxpayer and not spending money that we don't have. But I also recognize that you get what you pay for. And I think that Tim Hortons Field, perhaps, as you alluded to, is an example of where we would probably, if we had had an opportunity, may have changed things in terms of contracting out and where we stand today in light of that. One of my concerns, and I've raised it several times, is that we should be, when we have an opportunity, when we as a city have the opportunity to spend millions of dollars on an infrastructure project, why can't we build into the process, in the procurement process, a condition that on a level playing field we hire local? I think it's important that we have to grow a workforce that can pay its bills, have benefits, contribute to its pension, and truly have a decent life. We can't also have that race to the bottom when we have $1 million infrastructure project ahead of us. I hear from staff consistently that we can't do it, we'll be sued. But are there other examples elsewhere where there is a policy in place built into their own procurement policies where they can hire local?
And thank you, Councillor. But just to clarify, the City of Hamilton did not build the stadium. Go ahead, Mark.
No problem. Examples I can give you would be the City of Calgary, Toronto, Burnaby, Vancouver, Province of Quebec, and recently Newfoundland and Labrador, as of November, have basically putting legislation forward to go to a fair value or a better value tender system. UK, Australia, Commonwealth countries very much aligned to similar mindsets of our parliament and our government structure. They do it as well. So I think there's a will, there's a way. It has to be a sophisticated system, it has to be fair, it has to be balanced. It can't just simply be one criteria, it has to be local. It has to be other factors involved, but there's ways of implementing safety concerns, safety training, there's ways of implementing local employment, there's ways of implementing apprenticeship systems, there's ways of implementing youth employment, Inner City Kids Hammerheads is an excellent program out of Toronto that they utilize, where they put inner city youth through a training system, and then those youth at the end of almost 500 applicants, they come down to approximately 20 to 30 apprentices each year, get an opportunity to have a full career in the trades, and it's an opportunity that they would never had. There's also locally the Hamilton Brantford Building Trades does the Work Ready Aboriginal People. It's a RAP program, we say shortly, just abbreviation, WRAP, and we have worked with Six Nations, which is the largest basically Aboriginal community in Canada, and we've worked with them for over 6-7 years, and we've had some excellent opportunities, and there has been great advantages benefited for the community and our companies and contractors and our members who I represent.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mark. And through the chair, one of the things that we often hear is, perhaps it's more of a perception than anything. When you take a look at what we pay the trades when we enter into a contract, it looks pretty outrageous when you're coming in from the private sector. But we've spoken about it, and is there an opportunity for the trades, for you, for your organization, for representatives to sit down with staff and say, look, we want these projects. We want to be given a real opportunity to have our members work. Would you sit down with them and say we can come up with a better arrangement that's works for both the taxpayer and the worker, so that the worker can make a decent job? Would you be willing to sit down and just have that conversation?
Thank you, Councillor. Mark, please.
I believe all the affiliates have openly committed to helping. They believe 100% that this is taxpayers' money. This is our own members' money. 10,000 members live in the Greater Hamilton region. So yeah, I believe absolutely. I've reached out to Minister McMeekin on municipal development and said we'd be very much interested in sitting down. There's no sense if we have upwards of 3 times the unemployment in certain trades. If those trades effectively can fill skill gap shortages with the city, and it can be a benefit for the city, it can help get construction trades workers off of EI. It's a win-win all the way around the circle. So I'm more interested in talking about win-win-win proposals for everybody, taxpayers, which is who I'm speaking when I talk to my 10,000 members. They have an economy that they drive, as I said, annually, 500 million locally in this community. That's a major, large paychecks, and they spend their money locally, and they buy the houses, and they help buy the cars, and yeah, they're a part of it, so I believe they would.
Councillor?
Madam Deputy Mayor, at the right appropriate time, with your permission, I'd like to move a motion just to ask that staff sit down with the Trades Council and see, in light of the fact that you're suggesting that there are other municipalities that do have policies in place to allow for local tradespeople to be hired, that we can have that dialogue and sit down and say, look, if there are $1 million, and we know, I'm thinking of the Claremont Access alone, there will be construction. We're moving forward with infrastructure projects. I'd like to see those jobs stay local, and I would like to move a motion eventually just to have the conversation. Let's sit down, let's open the dialogue, and let's see if we can keep those jobs local.
Sure, I agree, and what we're looking for is simply just a level playing field to make it fair.
Thank you.
Our pencil has to be sharp.
Madam Deputy Mayor, then afterwards, perhaps after all of the discussion.
When I come back to Councillor Green, I will also come back to you, and we can have a more thorough discussion again with our legal folks on that. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you very much, Mark. Councillor Whitehead, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I really appreciate the comprehensive presentation you're putting forward, and the fact that you're providing us and informing us and enlightening us on some of the pitfalls with these agreements, and it's organizations like you that we need to hear from.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm
going to dovetail on some of the discussions because I moved many times whether we could weight local local workers in regards to procurement process, and clearly for 2 reasons we were told we couldn't. NAFTA may have been part of it, but there's also an issue, and I know even at FCM, what's it called, interprovincial trade. meaning that, we have building trades in Ottawa that go over to Hull and so forth. And of course, there's a huge lobby that we should be able to cross borders within our own country and provide our skills. So when we talk about at the municipal level impacting sort of a regional or local, the problem is now you're interfering with that whole concept of the ability to have interprovincial trade. I know in other countries, and my brother is worked for an international mining company. Many countries he's worked in, Indonesia and the Philippines and Fiji and so forth, they actually have very strong laws in regards to the percentage of local work or patriots or that need to be working on those jobs regardless. Did or is in this agreement a proviso that there has to be a significant percentage of Canadian workers contracted with those bids?
Mark?
As far as I understand the TPPA, and it's a 6,000-page document, I've also applied you a labor review, so you can look at it at a later date. That was actually done between Alberta and Ottawa. But what I would say is, as I understand the mechanisms, if they can arbitrarily prove that a decision made under the TPPA, if signed and if it was brought forward, there would be a grave concern if the city didn't do something prior to it being brought in and prior to it being signed. I believe there is a real concern that, legislation could be looked at as interfering with construction profits for basically international conglomerate, and examples in the construction trades right now, Darlington, Bruce Power, there's several projects where they write Aboriginal language because they want to see Aboriginal youth has an unemployment rate 3-4 times higher than the average Canadian unemployment rate. I would say that even some of those issues would be a concern, and they're a concern for us, and we're worried about our local community.
So we are not aware of those provisos in the current agreement that protects Canadian workers from that erosion.
I don't know of anything that protects it, no.
Councillor?
I appreciate that. The NAFTA, as I understand it, anything you did post-NAFTA could be seen as frustrating the arrangement agreement. They can take you off to arbitration or whatever the mechanisms are in NAFTA. I'm sure that they have similar type mechanisms in this new agreement. Fair wage policy, which is I'm a huge supporter of. I support living wage for the same reason. I don't think we're a race to the bottom. And I think everyone is entitled to have a livable wage in this community, a fair wage for the skill sets and the quality work they provide. And the work that certainly your members do are second to none in regards to the quality, and I don't want to see that eroded.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead.
So the fair wage policy on this agreement, though, wouldn't necessarily be threatened because there's already a pre-existing policy within the municipality. Is that correct?
As far as I understand, once again, you'd have to get, obviously, the city's legal department involved, but if there's legislation that's been signed previous to the TPPA being entered into, there are communities south of the border as well, United States, or cities actually beginning to state that they're a free trade, free zone, TPPA, free zone. I believe they're doing that under that position, but once again, until it's actually brought in and somebody challenges under an investor dispute mechanism, I'm not at a level where I can talk about that.
Councillor?
I appreciate that. These are getting right into the details, but these are bona fide concerns in regards to the application and how it could frustrate a municipality in respect to meeting our goals and objectives within our community. We get into, we're trying to get people to buy local, and foods and the whole bit. And what does that mean in respect to the advertising and the procurement and the purchasing? Are we now going to be required to go through a different mechanism? I don't know the answer to that question, but there's still a lot of unresolved concerns. So I certainly, and I've worked very closely with FCM for a number of years, and I know the discussion with FCM started a long time ago when and before actually, probably even back in NAFTA is when those kinds of discussions took place in regards to how our municipalities best prepared to deal with these kinds of negotiations. So I will certainly be supporting at the conclusion, and maybe need some amendments, but ultimately I don't want to have a race to the bottom. I want to ensure that we protect Canadians first, and whatever we can do to certainly protect our local workforce, our regional workforce. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Now we have Councillor Jackson, Councillor Ferguson, and Councillor Marula. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. Good seeing you again, Mark, following in the fine leadership of the Joe Beatties and the Pat Dillons and others, taking over as business manager with Hamilton Building Trades, Mark, and from your previous union work as well up on Dartnell Road. Thank you, with Local 67. So, Mark, and I'm not being cute with this next remark, you realize that the irony here is that President-elect Trump has also publicly stated he wants to tear up NAFTA. He wants to tear up the TPPA as well. And I'm just wanting to make sure that we're not necessarily, for the reasons we want to, are for the reasons he may want to. Madam Deputy Mayor, through to Mark, maybe for a comment, because I got to believe philosophically there's a huge divide and difference there.
Thank you, Councillor. Mark, please.
Yeah, I can't speak for President-elect Trump, but what I can suggest is the concerns that we see over the long term, and it's not just the TPPA. There's going to be the TISA, the Trade Investment Service Agreement. There's other things coming down the pipe. I believe that they are grave concerns. I believe Trump possibly sees opportunities to leverage local steel, leverage local employment, leverage local resources, and maybe try to help rebuild, some of the manufacturing and some of the industries that under NAFTA have eroded. But who knows? We'll have to wait and see. And if anything, Trump does promise, he promises to be original, and we'll have to wait and see what he says and does.
Okay,
Mark,
thank you, Mark.
Mark, thank you. I obviously wasn't expecting you to even suggest to speak on or try to get inside of the president-elect's head, but I was just saying quite sincerely the irony that we may actually be on side where philosophically he's going by all the concerns you're raising locally here, by past NAFTA agreements and this TPPA that may not be good for our local jobs. So I'm with you on that, Mark. Yes.
If I may, Councillor Jackson, one of the other concerns are, even if Trump-elect walks away from this, there's a grave concern that Prime Minister Trudeau will still enter in, and there has been talks about entering in discussions with Japan, Malaysia, Peru, some of these other countries that we talked about. If we're talking about equal level playing field, I'm for trade. We have to be. But the concern is, if it's not a level playing field, what does that do? Basically to mid-sized business in this community, what's it do to small business in this community, right, and what does it do to private sector workers like construction trades?
Right. Thank you, Mark. Councillor?
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. And Mark, I've been a strong supporter of the fair wage policy here with the City of Hamilton. We've had for years. And just to take people back who weren't on council back in the 90s, this whole local thing of hiring local and through a local contractor, I can tell you I was one of the ones on council that was sued when we wanted to give a contracting job to Dufferin with local employment, and Wimpy from, I think, the Toronto area were the low bid. This is all public record, Madam Deputy Mayor. And the majority of regional council back then supported Dufferin. They were just, if I recall, within maybe $50,000, $100,000 of this multi-million-dollar contract. And we were sued, unfortunately for us, successfully by Wimpy, and they ended up getting quite the settlement. So I'm supporting Councillor Skelly's motion to at least maybe times may have changed, and maybe now let's at least reopen a conversation. I'm supportive of that. And it sounds like there's an FCM resolution, Madam Deputy Mayor, Mark, you've referenced, where FCM is already where you want to be. Can you just confirm that, please?
Mark?
Yep, through Madam Deputy Mayor. You'll see in your package, I didn't write it, I just took a snapshot of what Basic Federation of Canadian Municipalities has, and they have a short bullet point list there of best practices, things to do in preparation for trade agreements, because there's no way around them. They're coming. So we have to see where that goes. And example, if your only reason for deciding local employment is local on a contract is local employment versus a contractor within 50 kilometers here, I can see why you would get sued. But what I'm talking about is a more sophisticated system where you put lots of checks and balances in that basically sets the template for what you want to see as value in your local community. So it's not just about local employment, it's about safety records. It's the whole gauntlet, right? It's not something I can talk about just in 30 seconds.
No, and I appreciate all the knowledge you bring to the table, Mark. So, sounds like between the FCM resolution, Councillor Green's motion on behalf of our council, from a moral support standpoint, Councillor Skelly's motion to open up the conversation, I think everything what you brought to the table is timely, and I'll be supportive. Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. And councillors, the FCM document that's being referred to is in your package, and it's right after page 16 for those who are interested. And I have Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Marula. Councillor Ferguson, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and welcome, Mark. My first question to you is, I've read carefully through the FCM 7-point issues of procurement, and I can't find anything in those 7 that we aren't already doing. I wonder if you could explain to us where you would like to see our procurement policy change so we can refer this to the procurement subcommittee and have a full discussion on that.
Yeah, I think if you look at other Commonwealth cities or countries, if you look at even other provinces or other cities within Canada, you'll see that under a TPPA agreement where low buck is the ultimate decision, I know contractors that don't wear a building trades hat. I know contractors who don't wear a building trades hat who are completely on side with what I say because they see it as an unfair competitive advantage when you're bringing third world workers in to compete against industrialized workers and leveraging power over top of the business community locally.
Can you give me one example of where third world workers were brought in? Now, as the chairman very rightly stated, the province was a contracting authority for the stadium. I know that's everybody's poster child, but that an example where the city of Hamilton let a contract for third world workers were brought in?
Well, the TPPA is not signed yet, so no, I can't say that. I said the TPPA is not signed yet, and that type of legislation isn't in effect here, so no, I can't bring up something at this moment in time.
Okay, gentlemen, through the chair, please.
And through
Councillor.
The chair, as you know, Mark, there is a fair wage schedule in every one of our contracts, which is the AFL-CIO rate. And so I personally sat down with the building trades and other unions to discuss the fair wage schedule because you asked for it to be updated, and that was a very good point. And everybody agreed what the update should be, and we put that in place. Does that not level the playing field then for all bidders on contracts that they got to pay the fair wage schedule, which is the union rate?
Well, what I would say is it's not the union rate, it's the union base rate. It doesn't include some of the other package within the building trades, which would be benefit packages, pensions. Many of your affiliates, my affiliates in the room here, their pension plans are a lot higher than 3%. Their pension plans are as high as 15 to 18%. The other example I give you is the stadium would be an example where the fair wage agreement wasn't applied to.
Yeah, but once again,
Councillor,
through you, Madam Chairman, we were not the contracting authority. And by the way,
no, it's your property, though, through the
Mark,
chair.
please don't interrupt the councillor. Let him finish. Thank you. Councillor.
Through the chair, for the record for that, I strongly opposed, as much as I possibly could, as chair of the stadium subcommittee, that they at least shortlist one Canadian contractor. And they told me to go away.
Yeah.
He says, and you know, PCL Elliston could have built that stadium. I mean, they built Skydome. They built the only other velodrome in North America. but the IO did not shortlist them for whatever reason. However, in their defense, through Madam Chairman, as I walked through the site, every major trade was local. I found Fairway Electric doing the electrical. Bettina Mechanical was doing the mechanical. Walters, a good company here, did all the structural steel, fabricated and installed. Precon supplied and installed all the precast. These are the major subs that were all done by local contractors employing local people. Granted, but I don't think that the building trades are terribly concerned about this. They brought in international Spanish superintendent, assistant superintendent, schedulers, but they're non-union positions, they're the management positions. But can you give me an example of one trade that they brought into the stadium? I'm not talking a small trade, but a major trade that was not local that did that work?
So Mark, an example, please, for the councillor's question.
I don't have a contractor that I can say locally wasn't employed. What I could say is there was definitely concerns with some of the pre-qualification under that award, and under Infrastructure Ontario, John McKinnon, who the building trades did meet with, he also was in support of putting a fair wage agreement forward on the stadium. So I can't say that there was necessarily an out-of-town contractor that did that one particular project, but at a future date, I can definitely bring up several projects if you would like going forward that I can bring some examples.
Thank you, Mark, and I think you've answered the question now, councillor.
We do.
Yep.
We did, there's 80 million just in roads alone.
Yep.
That fair wage schedule is in, plus all the ICI work that we do where we have a fair wage schedule in there. And it is predominantly local contractors. So if I can to Mark. Mark, how do you define local? Do you mean local being Canadian? Do you mean Ontario? Do you mean Hamilton?
Mark?
Well, I think if I took the lead from the city of Hamilton wants to look at going to a distribution hub of working with local businesses, they want to connect with Burlington, they want to look at Niagara, they want to look at regional economies. That's what I would consider to be local, a regional economy, and I would look at a contractor who's employing citizens that from that region and that local community is beneficial on a lot of levels beyond just maybe where the concentration of a low buck tender looks at this moment in time.
Okay, so would you through Madam Chairman, consider Toronto local?
Toronto's within if traffic's fair, you could get there within half an hour, right?
Thank you, Mark. That is
if traffic's fair, I say.
That is the GTHA. Yes. Councillor?
I know in my previous life, I ran a large construction company, and 2/3 of our employees lived in Hamilton, most of them worked in Toronto, because that's where the work is.
Yep.
And so if you start to get parochial, and this is the problem, just Hamilton, then, well, what happens to the Hamilton people that are going to Toronto? If I agree, if you define local as Canadian, that makes perfect sense, and I was 100% on side during the stadium debate on that matter.
Yeah. And you were, councillor. Yes.
And so I guess that my last comment is there's going to be a motion to endorse the recommendation in this report. And the recommendation is that Hamilton City Council speak out about the need for affordable prescriptions for the citizens of Hamilton and call on the federal government to act in public interest by not ratifying the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement. Before I could support endorsing that, I just want to send it off to our procurement staff, come back to us and tell us what's that mean? What's prescriptions mean?
Yeah. And I think we'll have that discussion when we get to the motions.
I agree,
we still
Madam
have
Chairman.
two more speakers.
So I'm finished.
Yeah, so thank you very much. And next is Councillor Marula, Mayor Eisenberger, and Councillor Conley. Councillor Marula, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just from a frame of reference standpoint, back in 2009, I brought forward a motion with respect to this very issue. And we actually went through a process of hiring a consultant. They came back with a full report, recommendations, which is on file for your perusal. So any motion would be redundant at this point. Nothing has changed whatsoever based on this consultant that we paid good money for. And the date of this report was December 7th, 2011. And if I can have perhaps the clerk email it to all of council members. It's important to recognize that the most significant opposition I received regarding this initiative was from local contractors for the very reason that Councillor Ferguson brought up. And the conclusion of the report itself, Madam Chair, was that how do you define local? If it's Hamilton, we're shooting ourselves in the foot. If it's regional, it already is occurring. And 99%, based on this report that was completed, 99% of it was Canadian. So everything we're doing, 99% of it was actually considered to be or deemed Canadian, hence local. So I don't want to reassess something that's already been assessed. We spent good money on a consultant. We have the data. We could have staff perhaps evaluate that report and then provide an update accordingly, but it would really be nonsensical to really repeat history when we have the answers before us in a report that's archived. So at the appropriate time, perhaps what we should be doing rather than bringing forward a new motion is asking staff to report back on whether or not anything has changed from the report that was completed. So I'll move that accordingly, seconded by Councillor Collins, which then takes precedent over the other motion. Thank you.
All right, and thank you, Councillor Marula. And as I've stated, I am going to come back to the motions at the end of the next two presenters, which are also commenting on the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement. Next, I have Mayor Eisenberger, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mark, for your presentation. I'm assuming we're going to have similar presentations from the other presenters. And you know what, we could all say we support our local contractors and our local trades. I mean, that's I think that's a given for all of us. But as Councillor Ferguson pointed out, I don't know. I can't hear me either. Hang on. As Councillor Ferguson pointed out and Councillor Marula pointed out, I'm not sure I want to reinvent the wheel here in terms of the history between the fair wage policy and the trade agreements that we've worked through and our positions relative to local contracting. I think one of the bigger issues, though, is the procurement process. I think that's what FCM speaks to, and I think that's an area that we should spend some time on in terms of looking at can we have a better procurement process that isn't necessarily just focused on lowest bid, and that's often the case. And so there are a lot more parameters that we can build into this. So I'm certainly in favor of having a look at that. I mean, I quite agree with Councillor Marula. I don't want to go back and reinvent the wheel on all the other issues. Having said that, personally, I mean, I don't know that any of us are really well qualified enough to today decide whether the TTPA is of value to Hamilton or not. So I think it would be helpful for some analysis to be done if we're going to have a position on this. For some analysis to be done on what it actually means to Canada and to Hamilton locally in very specific terms. So I take that point. I think that's a separate issue than talking about whether or not trades should be working in Hamilton only, which is a motherhood issue. But you know, and all your tradespeople know, that you work in Toronto and you work in Oakville and you work in Burlington and St. Catharines and out of province potentially from time to time. So that becomes a pretty complex, thorny issue that we've dealt with on many different occasions. And I'm pretty sure that even the trades would say, let's not go down that road, but let's have a look at the impacts of the Pacific Trade Agreement and the impacts of the procurement process that has been, I think, a thorn in the side of, I think, not only municipalities, but the trades as well. So feel free to answer any of that if you choose, but I mean, I really do appreciate the input, but I'm kind of with Councillor Marula on the notion of, in terms of the trade issues and who's employed where and fair trade wage policies, I think we've looked at that in a number of different ways, and I think we've already got some answers on that, but fair that this council gets up to speed on that. But your thoughts, Mark, and then...
Yeah, and I don't want to get into a debate here because this conversation is really to do with the motions that are, coming forward. But Mark, please, comments that you may have.
So just for information purposes, I make this comment is I agree with Mayor Eisenberg, but one thing I will bring forward is all the building trades have collective agreements. And in those collective agreements, it was legislated probably 1978 about local employment, and all the trades have local content agreements. So if you take a look at any one of the trades, you open up their agreement, And a general rule would be 80% comes from local, 20% the contractor, doesn't matter, comes from Windsor, Sudbury, wherever, they can bring that 20% in. The idea of that is that could be their general foreman, that could be their superintendent, that could be their project coordinators. When we send workers to travel, if they're traveling to another city or if they're traveling to another province, it's done after and when that local union calls us and says they need more employment. So we don't just arbitrarily send people over the borders to different provinces or different cities. It's once the labor force in that local region has been utilized, they then contact their sister locals, and we supply people across North America on a travel card system. So that's how we work.
Yeah, and that's kind of standard
as a need
procedure
basis
across all unionized, apparently unionized labor organizations in terms of respecting local trade and local fair wage policies, well established, and I'm pretty sure you don't want that to change. Okay. That was my point.
No, and
I didn't think we were talking about motions. I thought we were talking about the presentation. So I do appreciate, the good work that our trades do. I think I'll be talking to you in a couple of weeks or so about what's happening in Hamilton. And you know what? These folks are the folks that build our cities. These are the folks that make it happen. So we support you fully and totally. On the trade agreements, I think there's some analysis we need to do to ensure that we're not disadvantaging ourselves and negotiate with your word on that to heart. And secondly, on the procurement side, absolutely, we need to have a hard look at how can we do this better. It's not only enormously complex, it's very expensive, and may not end up with the kind of the best result in terms of costing for municipalities today. So I'm totally with you on that issue. And if there's a motion to be had out of this, I think that's the issue that we need to focus on.
Okay,
appreciate it, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Eisenberger. And I have Councillor Connolly as the last first-time speaker, and then Councillor Skelly for the second time.
Thank you. I wasn't going to speak to this, but I'm going to. It sounds like deja vu to me, because even in Stony Creek, back in the 90s, we had huge conversations about why do we have to use Hamilton people? Why can't we use Stony Creek? I mean, that's how small it got. It's amazing, you know, how you can be so closed in. But in this economy, it has to be. I mean, I agree. We have to watch ourselves, especially internationally. You know, I think that's what your point is. It's an international thing. And I agree with that to a point. But I know I worked internationally for years and nationally. I mean, I worked in New Brunswick for a year and a half under the Union 105, in fact, 100 years ago, but they were still in effect. And I worked in Australia. I worked all over the world. And this happens all the time. When we get tradesmen, we have thousands and thousands of tradespeople or technical people go to the States and do a job, go to someplace else, Europe and get a job. So we have to protect that too. We have a lot of technology that we give to the world, not give, we sell to the world, we maintain the equipment, we calibrate it, we construct it. There's a lot going on, and this is very, very, very complicated situation. I'm glad you came, because this TTPP is something new. You know, we haven't had the experience on it, and it's good to get on top of it now rather than wait till we sign everything. They say, well, why didn't you come to us earlier? So I'm in full support of checking out the TTPP and protecting Canada. I think that's the big step to do right now. So I just want to thank you, Mark, for your presentation. And it's not a simple, let's protect Hamilton. It doesn't work. In fact, you'd get sued, like somebody did, I guess. Like Councillor Jackson said he got sued or had to go to court or whatever because he tried to do that in the 90s. That's all I got to say. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Connolly. Councillor Skelly, please, for the second time.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through Madam Chair. Mark, I just wanted, before you leave, I wanted you to comment, because we will be discussing the motions that will be coming forward. one of the concerns is that we have gone down this path before. We have been sued in the past, and that nothing has changed. In your opinion, through the chair, has anything changed that would give us any sort of reason to revisit our procurement policy that exists today?
Mark?
I think when you start to take a look at the size of transnational corporations and how big they really are, we would think an Elliston and Aecon is a big contractor. I would say they're very small in comparison to what's out there on a global level. So yeah, there is a concern. I believe if a procurement system is not sophisticated enough, and if it's only focused on lowest buck tendering, then what will happen in the future will be an opportunity for temporary foreign workers to come in. They will displace small to mid-size businesses in the local community, and that will include some of that $500 million worth of annual revenue that construction basically generates here at the local level.
Thank you, Mark. Councillor?
Thank you, Mark. Through the chair, you referenced a number of municipalities that currently have policies in place that give their local force an advantage. Are those policies new, and can that be looked upon? Do you believe that our staff could look at that and perhaps take away something from the existing, these new policies in other municipalities that we could possibly apply here that would help us in terms of hiring our local workforce?
Mark?
I believe 100% that knowledge is power, and to understand how this TPPA will affect the local community. I believe there is some real reasons to take a look and do comparisons. Take a look at, all I'm simply recommending is best practices. Take a look. If it doesn't apply, walk away. But at least through this delegation, we've had a good conversation, and we've left some thought for the councillors and Mayor Eisenberger and I think everybody for their time and their hard work. And it's a great city. We want to see it continue to grow, and we want it to be the city it can be.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. And through the chair, that is really what I'm hoping we can do, is simply engage our local unions to sit with staff to see if there is something that we can do. No promises, just open dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mark. Appreciate you coming down. May I have a motion, please, to receive the presentation? That'll be Councillor Green and Councillor Brenda Johnson. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And next up, I just want to remind everyone, all councillors, that it's 11 o'clock in the morning, and we have more than 30 items to go through. And I would say at least 3 of them are very, very heavy-duty items that are going to require a fair bit of debate and conversation. So let's please keep that in mind as we move forward. Next, I would like to call Kathy Clark from the Hamilton chapter of the Council of Canadians to the podium to speak to item 6.3, which again is concerns for the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement. Kathy? Is Kathy here?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Oh, there you are. Now, you fooled me. You were sitting down here instead of up in the podium. Welcome very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah. And good morning, Madam Deputy Mayor, councillors and staff. I appreciate the opportunity to be part of this collaborative multi-organization presentation on the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, and I'll be speaking on behalf of the Hamilton chapter of the Council of Canadians. For information about the Council, I refer you to my notes. I'm not going to take the time to go through that, but I do have it in my notes, and that's in your package. It's marked section 6.3. If there's one thing about my presentation I hope you'll remember, when you think of the TPP and other trade agreements, because this is really a thread of all current trade agreements, it's the initials ISDS. I want to begin by making it clear that the Council of Canadians also supports fair trade. We believe trade agreements should be made by and for people, not primarily corporations. We campaign to make trade deals fair and trade policy open and democratic. This and my other comments are all referenced at the back of my notes, and I do include specific page references to what I'm going to be saying next. And there are links to all of those references if you care to follow up. And some of them are really very helpful references because this is a very complex trade agreement, as most trade agreements are. Our concerns about TPP include the lack of proven economic employment benefits to Canada, and to speak to the Mayor's question, we really have not yet the evidence to support the impact of these trade agreements federally, provincially, and municipally, and that's really regrettable. The changes to intellectual property regulations and the threat of increased cost of medications. And Malcolm Buchanan from Kirk will be addressing these concerns next. What I want to specifically focus on is the investor-state dispute settlement provisions. And this is where the ISDS comes in. It gives foreign investors the right to seek compensation through lawsuits when they believe that government laws of all levels, regulations, and other decisions have interfered with their private interests, in particular, their expected future profits. Canada is party to a growing number of trade agreements containing investor-state dispute settlement mechanisms. I say in my notes that the trend began with NAFTA, but indeed the development of this approach to trade agreements dates back to much previous decades, much before NAFTA. And it continues with the Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement, CETA, and this Council did take a position similar to the one we're proposing today in opposition to CETA for many of the same reasons. And it's certainly part of the TPP. NAFTA lawsuits have challenged a broad range of laws. And I'll be speaking to NAFTA impacts because they're the only ones in effect yet. CETA has passed second reading at the federal government and is at committee. TPP, of course, has not been ratified or approved yet. So what we're really feeling to date are the effects of NAFTA Chapter 11. So these lawsuits have challenged a broad range of laws, regulations, policies, including measures related to public health, environmental protection, and resource management. And I really want to underscore environmental protection, which is another very keen and central concern of the Council of Canadians. Canada is the most sued developed country in the world. Quite a distinction. And so far, 38 NAFTA lawsuits have been filed against Canada by American corporations. The majority involve environmental rules and natural resources. And I want to cite two examples. One is Lone Pine Resources, which is seeking $250 million because the province of Quebec created a moratorium on fracking for oil and gas under the St. Lawrence River. Closer to home, a tribunal appointed under the NAFTA found that the government of Ontario treated Windstar Energy investments in Canada unfairly under NAFTA after it placed a moratorium on offshore wind farms in 2011. And the tribunal, and these tribunals are outside of our legal system, awarded Windstream damages of over $25 million and legal costs of almost $3 million. What if a lawsuit of this magnitude, and I don't know about the previous suit here in Hamilton, was filed by a foreign corporation against the City of Hamilton? What would that do to the city's budget? How would Hamilton taxpayers react to paying for such a lawsuit? I think by and large the public is unfortunately not aware of these issues, and I can't imagine that they would be happy about them and support them. So ISDS advocates argue that Canada must accept these provisions if we want free trade. However, there are countries, Brazil and Australia, who have refused to include ISDS in their free trade deals. And India, Indonesia, and South Africa are saying they will avoid these provisions in the future. They currently have them, they're reviewing them, and they are indicating that they are going to make changes. And again, some of my references speak specifically to those details. So my final points are, as you consider our motion, please remember ISDS. Please pass this proposed motion. And if the TPP, as it might well be despite all of the concerns raised and the objections put forward, if the TPP is ultimately ratified and implemented, in spite of what the President-elect down south has said, because these trade deals will continue. They may be bilateral deals. But if they do continue, please do not abandon the needs of the people in Hamilton for fear of the threat of lawsuits from foreign investors. Mark spoke very clearly to that, what is referred to as the chill effect. It's well documented that it is happening. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy. I appreciate that. And as you've noted, on page 3 of your presentation is a list of the references which council members and anyone that has a package can refer to for more information. So I thank you very much for your presentation. I have no speakers at this point, so a motion to receive. Councillor Conley, Councillor Aidan Johnson, all in favor? Thank you, Kathy. All right, now moving on to 6.4. I'd like to call Malcolm Buchanan from the Hamilton chapter of the Congress of Union Retirees of Canada to the podium. And this as well is respecting concerns regarding the Canadian Pacific Partnership Agreement. So I thank you, sir, for coming. Welcome, Malcolm.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, Mr. Mayor, members of Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today regarding the Congress of Union Retirees of Canada's concerns regarding the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement. Just a few words about what is the Congress of Union Retirees. We're an organisation that's pan-Canadian-wide. We represent approximately 600,000 members, not including families. So we're a very large organisation, and in the Hamilton area, we represent well over 60,000 members. And we have some very serious concerns about the Trans-Pacific Partnership as it affects us in particular. First, let me make some general observations. The Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, the TPP, was negotiated over 8 years behind closed doors with hundreds of corporate advisors while the public and media were shut out. There was no input whatsoever from the public or from the community at large. The TPP is a wide-ranging deal that extends beyond traditional issues of market access. It is estimated that the TPP would leave tens of thousands of Canadians unemployed, hike prescription drug costs, affect environmental standards, undermine procurement policies, and compromise the rights of local municipalities to adopt regulations and policies in the public interest. The TPP is being promoted as a free trade agreement. It is not. It is about entrenching and expanding the powers and the rights of foreign corporations and investors. Our specific concerns are as follows. Kirk is concerned about the healthcare implications and the increased drug costs if the TPP is ratified by Canada. The TPP would require Canada to extend patent terms to compensate brand name pharmaceutical companies for regulatory delays in approving drugs. This will result in lengthening the time that life-saving drugs can be patented by allowing patent term extensions for regulatory delays by loosening the criteria by which existing pharmaceuticals can be repatented for new costs. This is called the so-called evergreening process. Some of the TPP provisions Canada has already agreed to is in the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, CETA, with the European Union, will further increase the cost for pharmaceuticals. The additional cost of these concessions, now embedded in the TPP, have been estimated at between $850 million and $1.6 billion annually. Canada already has the second to highest drug prices in the world, and these further increases will undermine the sustainability of Canada's publicly funded health system. Increased drug costs will have serious financial implications for all Hamilton citizens, especially for seniors on fixed incomes and those living on low incomes. There will also be significant cost implications for the cities of Hamilton's employees' benefit plans, local hospitals and clinics, and other local health agencies and services. HBO Kirk is aware of reports that some Canadians, and possibly in Hamilton, are currently having trouble paying for their prescriptions. There are reports that some seniors have been forced to split doses to make the medication last longer, or not even fill out the prescription at all because it costs too much. This situation will become worse if the TPP is ratified. According to Health Canada, 10% of Canadians are not covered by any type of drug plan. Canadians spent $29 billion in 2015 on prescription drugs, the equivalent of $814 per Canadian, according to the Canadian Institute for Health Information. Even more concerning is the fact that the TPP could undermine Minister Jane Philpott's plan to reduce drug costs across Canada and the creation of a national pharmacare program, which would save Canada close to $11 billion annually in drug costs. Finally, pharmaceutical companies would be able to use an expanded investor state dispute settlement mechanism, which my previous colleague has mentioned. Canada is already the most sued country under NAFTA's Chapter 11 provisions, and is currently being sued for $500 million by pharmaceutical company Eli Lilly after Canadian courts refused to extend patents on several of the company's drugs. And there's an attachment in your kits that refers to that. It is Big Pharma that is pushing for the TPP to be ratified. We need good pharma, not Big Pharma. The TPP will weaken the Canadian public health system, undermine health regulations, and obstruct efforts to renew and expand public health care. The TPP, like CETA, is bad medicine. The recommendations that municipalities speak out about the need for affordable pharmaceuticals for their citizens and call on the federal government to act in the public's interest by not ratifying a Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement as currently written. Let's speak up for pharmacare. Let's talk up about for a national drug plan. And the second recommendation is the recommendation that's contained in the joint letter that was you'll find in your kits, that the Mayor and Council has expressed their opposition to the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement in its present form and communicate the decision to Prime Minister Trudeau, federal cabinet ministers and area MPPs. That the resolutions be sent to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities for consideration and support. I'd just like to conclude by saying this is not a radical sense of recommendations. These are recommendations that have been adopted by other municipalities in Ontario and across Canada. The TPP is still being discussed at the federal level. Minister Freeland, who has now been replaced by a new minister, they're still soliciting input from and consultation from Canadians, and we would like to ask the Hamilton City Council to be part of that consultation and say, as it's currently written, the TPP is not in the best interest of the citizens of this country. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Malcolm. Excellent presentation. I have some questions for you. First, we have Councillor Green and then Councillor Jackson. Councillor Green, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. And Malcolm, again, thank you for such a comprehensive overview of the impacts of the pharma, because the question did come up earlier about the impacts of prescriptions. We see here in the Goldblatt Partners report, very comprehensive, again, sent out for analysis on all the different ways that this is going to destabilize potentially our job market and leave us open to major liabilities. I'm wondering if you could speak to that report. Was this the one that you submitted?
No, that was the one that my colleague Mark Ellicott.
Right. So maybe I'll let
I'm
that go.
familiar with the report.
Okay. So are there like reports on, like where did you source your information for regarding the prescriptions and the
You'll see some of the attachments that are in the kit from the University of Ottawa. There is an in-depth open letter that was sent to Minister Freeland regarding the pharmaceutical issue. There is also some other attachments there that are there for your interest. I'd like to point out that there's numerous organisations across Canada that are specifically concerned about the pharmaceutical question. There's no question about it. People understand the cost implications of what's going to happen if this goes through. And, of course, you add on what CETA's, they've already passed similar resolutions for the pharmaceuticals. So this is just a double whammy. And it's a very serious concern, especially for seniors. I can tell you that personally.
And as it relates to the letter from the University of Ottawa, I just want to state, for those that don't have this in front of them, this is the School of Epidemiology and Public Health and Preventative Medicine. This is the Faculty of Medicine. So essentially, if we were to refer this back to our staff, I'm sure they would research and find documentation from said institutions and report it back. They've already done some of that work for us. And I think that that's very clear. Malcolm, in your opinion, you know, one of the natures that I viewed, one of the threats that we have with these types of agreements, CETA we saw was rushed through. What do you think the timelines are on this?
On the TPP?
Correct.
Through you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
It's very, very hard to judge what is going to happen here. We do know that the federal government has tried to get this thing rushed through. They wanted to hold a limited number of consultations. Due to kickback or blowback by the public and other agencies, they've had to prolong the consultation process. In fact, the consultation process is still going on. And but I can tell you that I do not believe there is a trade agreement that this government is not going to ratify. That's our big concern. There are some good things. Don't get me wrong. We're in favour of fair trade. This is not a fair trade agreement, especially as it deals with this area on intellectual property rights, which covers the whole area of pharmaceutical concerns. We have to have trade, there's no question about it, but we don't need bad trade that's going to adversely affect not only the city, but also the citizens of the city.
Thank you, Malcolm. Councillor?
I appreciate that, and understanding that, you know, again, this states that it's at its present form. So you're asking greater consultation, you're asking for greater input across the province or across the country as it relates to healthcare, labor, and sovereign rights, sovereign democratic rights as it relates to the country. And so that's what you're asking for specifically within this motion. So it's not saying that we're taking a overall yes or no position on free trade. It's about this particular agreement, the impacts potentially on municipalities, the impacts on our workers. You know, you think to the 20,000 steel workers who just got, you know, their benefits slashed and cut under a similar agreement. So in your opinion, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, if we delay this and it goes through, this council delay putting a position on this, will we ever have an opportunity to revisit this, or once the deal is done, is it done?
Once the deal is done, it's done. Through you, Chairperson.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is why we're urging now for you to take a position. To take a position that you have concerns about the current wording of the TPP. We're still in the position of consultation. I have to tell you, Japan has already ratified. Other countries are lining up. We're not sure what President Trump will do. I mean, he is known to change his mind, I believe, on a number of things. I haven't seen his Twitter account to give me the 140 thing about what he's going to do. But there's a lot of uncertainty. There is also a speculation there's going to be a ganging up on the United States by getting the other 11 countries all signed on. We have to remember that the Republican House, because they control both of the houses in the states, are very pro-free trade. So there's going to be some give and take in all of this. So I think it's very important for the city to take a principled position that you have some serious concerns as it's currently written. It doesn't put you into an alley to say you're against trade.
Okay, thank you, Malcolm.
I appreciate that discussion because, from an ideological perspective, that could be problematic around the table. We have many different views on our politics, but I think we could all agree on, doing what's best for our residents here. And just lastly, for the record, just to verify, Kirk currently has 60,000 members here in Hamilton?
Approximately.
Approximately. North of 50,000 anyways, for sure. Thank you so much for being here, and I certainly appreciate your work. I will be, as you heard earlier, Malcolm, moving this motion as it is, when it is, right now. I'm not clear that staff are going to come up with anything more substantive, nor do I want to tie their hands on it. We're just asking for this current rendition to be reviewed and to have greater input. So it's not a hard position against trade. It's just a hard position in favor of our residents and our workers. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Green. I have Councillor Jackson, Councillor Whitehead, and Councillor Connolly on the list. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. And Malcolm, good seeing you again. Thanks for introducing me to all your friends at the Brown Barrel from time to time. We have some good conversations, and you give me some insight as to what's happening. Malcolm, just quickly, I take it the Congress has kicked this up to the federal level, wherever you possibly can, because as you know, ours today will be more moral support, which is important if it's a groundswell, but ultimately the decision making is out of our hands. Madam Deputy Mayor, through you, please, to Malcolm.
Yeah, Malcolm, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. Through you, back to my Councillor Jackson. I've had the privilege of being able to speak to the parliamentary committee that's reviewing the Trans-Pacific Partnership, making exactly the same points that I made here.
Excellent.
And I want to tell you that there was from a number of the MPs sitting around there, very concerned about especially the whole pharmaceutical question. We have sent a series of very detailed and specific questions to the Minister, asking questions regarding this issue and others. To date, not a word.
Interesting.
Not a word. They're saying we are consulting. We are consulting. So our national body has made presentation directly to the Minister. I have made it on behalf of Kirk when the travelling roadshow was in Toronto late last year. So this is not just a local issue. This issue is right across Canada. There is overly a lot of very, very serious concern.
Great, Malcolm. Thank you. And you're an eloquent spokesperson, so I'm sure you and your team are doing as much possible to get the message across. Lastly, Madam Deputy Mayor, we know about the 20,000 retirees at Stelco. Could I humbly suggest, Malcolm, that this issue with drugs and drug escalating costs, NAFTA's impact on our retirees, and possibly TPPA, could I humbly suggest it may not be in the public domain, or to the average citizen, may not be as much of an issue known as, for example, the homegrown Stelco issue is? And if that's the case, what's the greater awareness that you're doing your best to elevate that? Madam Deputy Mayor, through to Malcolm.
Thank you, Councillor. Malcolm.
Chairperson, through you to Councillor Jackson. Yes, we're many members of Kirk are members of the retirees of the steelworkers. We have in our meetings that we have on a regular basis are well represented by former President Rolf Gertzenberger, which I think many of you are aware of, and many of the other trade union activists in the 1005. So yes, we work with them, they work with us, and we are trying to make this as public as we possibly can, because when they lost their benefit plan, I mean, that's scandalous in my opinion.
Absolutely.
I mean, the cost on some of those folks has just been horrendous. A real worry. Yes, we're working with them.
Terrific. Keep up the good work, Malcolm. Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. And next I have Councillor Whitehead, please.
Thank you, Malcolm. I actually don't support free trade. I'll put that on the record. I support fair trade.
That's right.
So this free thing is, nothing's free, as you can see with the implications of what you're bringing forward here today. Can you help me understand if there's this bona fide concern about the increase in pharmaceuticals and the profound impacts it has on home households, seniors, etc., in regards to whether they have the benefits or they don't have the benefits, and we know, with hydro rates and everything else, this is the last thing they need. I need to understand from the medical industry. So I'm not talking about the industry. I'm talking about the social pieces, the NGOs and other organizations. I mean, for example, in Hamilton, we got the Public Health Department. Have they, that sector, spoken pretty loudly about the concerns in respect to this particular deal and its impacts on pharmaceuticals?
Malcolm?
Thank you, Chairperson. Through you, back to Councillor Whiting. No, I have not had any personal contacts with them, but I think that's a good follow-up is to ask how they feel about this. Maybe they're not aware of the total implications of this. I don't know. But I think it's something that should be pursued.
Well, I don't need to mention it because access to care is everyone's responsibility. And we have, again, organizations that are more targeted to, obviously public health, and access to inexpensive pharmaceuticals is clearly a very important element of achieving that. So I would, I'm certainly going to be entertaining whatever motions that we can do to provide some moral sway. But I would also encourage that we get some of those actors out there and have them understand the profound impact, and sing from the same songbook in regards to the reservations and the changes that need to be contemplated as respect to that particular portion of the agreement. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. And next I have Councillor Connolly, please.
Just a couple of quickies. When you're talking about pharmaceutical, I take it the biggest charges is having the patents longer, so the generic companies can't get involved because they're always more economical to buy than the. Is that what the major? Because I see pharmaceuticals actually closing, especially the big generic ones that we have in Canada, because they'll be delayed in everything that they can do. So is that something you would agree with, or through the chair?
Through the chairperson, to the councillor. Yeah, it's one of the major things is about the extension of the patents. That's where the money is made, is holding on to the patents. What is, and you're absolutely correct, R&D, the so-called research that goes in R&D, that's very expensive, so they try to hook that into the patent protection. But the other thing, that just to let you give an example about how crazy this all is. I don't know if you saw the other day, councillors, there was a CBC program on this very issue about pharmacare and drug costs in this country. And one of the things, I'm formerly from New Zealand, so I sort of have a little bit of knowledge about this. New Zealand has a pharmacare program. It's been there forever. It's interesting to note that in the program on the CBC just the other night, that they were talking about one particular drug, a hypertension drug, which cost a yearly prescription in New Zealand for that would be approximately about $11. The same prescription cost in Canada for that same drug would be $110. And guess what? Where is the drug manufactured? In Canada. So it comes back to why we need a pharmacare program, I guess, because this is how ludicrous the whole thing is that who's making the money, and the money is Big Pharma, bottom line.
Okay. Thank you, Malcolm. Councillor?
Last comment. Well, you said we're the second highest in the world?
Yep.
Who's the first? United States? Because they all come up here to get their drugs, from what I understand. So I was surprised to hear that.
Yeah. The council, chairperson, the council is correct. The United States is the highest drug cost in the world.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Connolly. And thank you very much, Malcolm. I have no further speakers.
Thank you very much.
Well, the motion is to receive the presentation. Councillor Jackson, Councillor Marula. All in favour? That is carried. Thank you. And moving on to 6.5, I'd like to call Tom Atherton and Anthony Marco, Hamilton District Labour Council, to the podium, and they will also be speaking to the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Anthony Marco. I'm president of the Hamilton District Labour Council. We represent over 40,000 unionized workers across the city, and even reaching into parts of Burlington as part of our district has been drawn through the CLC. I appreciate the opportunity to come here today, and I know that by this point the words TPP are probably droning through your head and becoming some kind of a mantra that you're going to probably have nightmares about at this point. Well, I can tell you that a lot of the groups that have presented here today have had nightmares about the TPP ever since the original source document was leaked a couple of years ago. Usually these trade documents, if you would ask 10, 15 years ago, they don't get leaked, and you don't find out about them until they get signed. The reason we have these discussions today is because the text of the document got leaked. Let's be very clear from the start. The Trans-Pacific Partnership, as most trade deals, is not about free trade. Everybody talks about it as free trade. We bandied this concept around of free trade since NAFTA. NAFTA wasn't a free trade agreement, and neither is this. If it were a free trade agreement, it would be very, very short. It would say we agree to remove all tariffs on all goods and services between our countries. That's a free trade agreement. Instead, it's over 5,500 pages. So it's not a free trade agreement. It seeks to dress free trade under the guise of investor-controlled filtering system. In the plainest terms, the biggest companies will enjoy the biggest profits as a result of tariff-free mobility of goods and of people. In Hamilton, we've seen the other end of these so-called free trade deals. We've seen the manufacturing sector dry up since NAFTA. And if anyone doesn't see that direct relation between NAFTA being signed and manufacturing drying up in this city, take a look at the dates and you can see probably a pretty straight causation. We've seen jobs lost to the United States and jobs lost to Mexico. And you often see this filtering effect of jobs being lost to the United States and then being lost to Mexico, depending on how wages go and depending on how worker rights are upheld. We are still seeing the impact of NAFTA with regards to, as mentioned a couple times today, U.S. Steel shirking of their responsibilities towards the retirees of USW 1005 with cuts to pensions and benefits. Let's not believe for a second that corporate boards create jobs. Yet these are the people who have been tasked with constructing the TPP. Corporate boards think we should funnel all of our money through multinational corporations, and then somehow we're going to have this trickle-down economy effect that's going to create jobs. The prime directive of corporate boards is fiduciary responsibility to their shareholders. That's it. Plain and simple. The economic demand of our citizens is what creates jobs. Citizens making good wages creates jobs. People with money spend, jobs get created. The economic engine of our society assumes that families have to spend money, and for that to happen we have to have jobs that allow them to do so. We've had economists tell us that a living wage is required to not be part of the working poor, but such a wage is not going to be paid by companies who can offshore thousands of jobs to treaty partners who pay a tenth of their wage to their citizens. And let's not hold up some kind of conscience flag to some of these corporations. They are duty-bound under law to maximize profits for their shareholders. It's not an ethics discussion with them. They are duty-bound by law to do so. Trade agreements are essentially the pyramid scheme of international finance. The bigger the company you are, the more you'll be able to leverage the agreements for profit. Income inequality has skyrocketed since NAFTA. Manufacturing jobs have disappeared. Precarious work has become the norm for families looking for income security. Canadian jobs and Hamilton jobs are at risk due to the TPP's labour mobility clauses, because McMaster University's economics professor Arthur Sweetman expressed this in 2015 when the trade deal was released. He said, quote, "It is clear that this will allow a large number of people to enter into the country and allow them to work in Canada without any real control. And further, that in the past, similar reciprocal agreements have generally led to more people coming into Canada than going abroad." And to call Canada a partner in this free trade agreement, so-called free trade agreement, is a misnomer. Because Canada originally wasn't invited into the TPP. It was originally supposed to be a deal between the United States and a bunch of Pacific Rim countries. Canada asked to be let in on the deal late. And the penalty to doing that is that we have no right to amend. We have absolutely no right as a country to offer amendments. We either sign or we don't sign. So upon sitting down, we didn't even have the right to amend. We didn't have the right to fully participate in the discussions. We simply had to sign and hope for the best. Trust in trade deals shouldn't come to Hamiltonians lightly. Our history begs for us to be responsible stewards for the people of this city. While this council, admittedly, and we've heard a bunch of times today, may not have the direct ability to cast a vote in Ottawa about the future of the TPP, we're one of the biggest cities in this country. And the voice of this council resonates with our MPPs here and with MPPs in Ottawa. Help us to send a message to the Trudeau government, who at the time when he was elected said he was going to review the TPP and take a look at it even though we have no amendment provisions in the discussions. Please help to send the message that these motions that you have in front of you today prescribe, which is that the way it is right now, this is not fair trade for Canadians, it's not fair trade for Hamiltonians. The workers, the unionized workers, the 40,000 of us in Hamilton District Labour Council have been against this since we saw the text, and we hope that you will support our concerns going forward today. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Anthony. Appreciate you coming down very much. And I have no speakers on the speaker list. So move to receive Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Whitehead, all in favour, and that is carried. Now I have no further speakers on this particular item, so I am going to go to the motions, which I had referred. There are a number of other speakers, which if you're in the audience, don't worry, we will get to you. So first I'll come to Councillor Green, and then I have Councillor Skelly, and then Councillor Marula, please.
Thank you very much. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Farr. The motion is before us here. It's a resolution. I'm happy to read it out. So whereas the international...
Sorry, Councillor, could you just reference the page so that we can all have it in front of us, please?
Item 6.2, page 4 of 5, as it relates to the last presentation that we just had. It is... So
6.2.
6.2.
And that's page 4 of 5.
Sorry, it's after 6.3. Or no, yeah, right after 6.2.
So right after 6.2, yes.
Madam Deputy Mayor, it's actually probably easier to find under item 6.4.
Oh.
It's 4 of 5.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Steph.
Under 6.4, it is page 4 of 5. Is that correct?
What appendix?
So which appendix is it, Madam Clerk? Which appendix is it, please? Under 6.4?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, it is, sorry, they're not numbered, so if you go from the first page where it says General Issues Committee, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 actual pages. It's attached to the letter that's addressed to Mayor Eisenberger.
Correct. There you go.
It's page 4 of 5 of that letter under item 6.4.
So if you could just repeat that one more time, nice and loud for us, please.
Certainly. If you go to item 6.4, the second document within that is a letter to Mayor Fred Eisenberger on page 4 of 5.
Not this page.
And it starts at the top, we are therefore respectfully requesting.
Correct.
That's correct.
Has everybody got that page in front of them, please? Okay. Back to you, Councillor Green, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. Whereas the International Trade Minister, Chrystia Freeland, signed the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement in Auckland, New Zealand on February 4th, 2016, and whereas the Canadian government may be close to ratifying the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, and whereas the City of Hamilton recognizes the importance of trade to local, provincial, and national economies, but also the impact that trade agreements can have on the powers of local governments, and whereas the TPP will extend to pharmaceutical companies monopolizing the power and to prevent people from accessing life-saving medicines by blocking or delaying the available price-lowering generic drugs, thereby increasing the cost of prescription, especially for low-income earners and seniors. And whereas the democratically elected municipal governments making prudent and transparent policy decisions should not be held more accountable to foreign corporations and investors and secret tribunals than to their own citizens and domestic courts. And whereas numerous municipalities in Ontario, including the City of Welland, the City of Thorold, Victoria, and Nanaimo, have adopted resolutions calling on the federal government not to ratify the TPP in its present form. And whereas the United States, New York City, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Pittsburgh, Seattle have all passed resolutions creating TPP-free zones, And whereas the TPP's investor-state dispute settlement provision allows for transnational corporations to sue federal, provincial, territorial, and municipal governments over legislation, regulation, or policies made in the public interest, giving multinational corporations excessive power to undermine the authority of our city, province, and country to create reasonable rules and regulations regarding the environmental health and labor safeguards, climate policy, food safety standards, and protection for local jobs and businesses. Therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor of the City of Hamilton and councillors express their opposition to the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement in its present form and communicate this decision to the Prime Minister Trudeau, federal cabinet ministers, and area PPs, and be it further resolved that the resolution be sent to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities for consideration and support. Rather than, Madam Deputy Mayor, rather than belabor all the finer points of the last hour and a half, I believe that those questions have been asked, and I'll leave it to any members of council who may have questions to the same.
And Councillor Green, that is moved by yourself and seconded by Councillor Farr. All right. Any questions? Councillor Ferguson, please.
Yeah, I think I'm going to direct this if I can. I hate to put her on the spot, but to our city solicitor. And so, Janice, when I read through this resolution, which is prepared, looks like, by the Hamilton District Labour Council, it's quite a sophisticated resolution, but it looks like the issue is prescription drugs, and it looks like it's not allowing generic drugs, is that the right word? Generic, thank you, generic drugs to come onto the marketplace. I'm just trying to understand what the flip side of this, what's the point? If this is correct, why would the government do that? And so, would this be better to be referred back to our legal department for an interpretation of what this agreement is trying to do and inform us as to what the implications are of this Trans-Pacific Agreement? I mean, to me, when I read the resolution, it seems to make sense. You know, why wouldn't we allow non-patented drugs that do the exact same thing to the public to be able to get better health care at a lower cost, particularly for seniors and the more marginalized. But what's the pushback on this? If you can help us along with it through you, Madam Chairman, to Janice.
Janice, please.
Through the Deputy Mayor, I certainly wouldn't hold myself out to be any kind of an expert on the TPP. I do expect that there's been quite a bit produced in response to your question as to what the pushback would be, probably at other levels of government. I'm thinking at the federal level, I would expect there's been quite a bit produced on this.
You expect what, Matt? I'm sorry.
Janice, could you speak up a bit, please?
I would expect there's been quite a bit of information produced as to what the downsides are by other bodies, and I think we could obtain that for you. To undertake a complete review in our legal department, I think, would be a large undertaking, but we could certainly undertake to bring back what the apparent pros and cons are. I expect that it's been reviewed by others. It hasn't been reviewed by our department, but we could certainly undertake to bring that back.
Okay, and so, Madam Chairman, I just, this thing looks fine, but I don't understand the other side because it's very generic, it's very general, and I don't. It has nothing to do with construction trades. It's all pharmaceuticals from what I see in this resolution. And we hear the Building Trades Council, I suspect they're looking out for their members and the retirees who have benefit plans or don't have benefit plans and need to buy drugs, why they're here representing us on this. But I would just like to better understand this, because I never even heard of pay much attention to the Trans-Pacific, the TPP before, and I don't begin to be an expert on it, as the Mayor said. And it would be nice to be informed of what's behind this before we make a decision. So I may ask for a referral motion, but I'll see what my other council colleagues say.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Farr, please.
Actually, kind of going the other way, I want to thank our delegates for informing us this last hour and a little bit here at GIC. I had an opportunity to sit with them and be informed myself a few months ago, so thank you, Mark, and thank you to the Hamilton Brantford Building Trades Council, our chapter here in Hamilton of the Council of Canadians, the Burlington Oakville chapter of the Congress of the Union of Retirees of Canada. That was a brilliant presentation. And of course, Anthony with the Labour Council. That was, as always, a great and condensed and informative presentation for people like me who very much appreciate when 5,000 plus pages are dissected and the concerns are raised from that work, and the informative presentations are shared not only with us, but by extension here today, the citizens of Hamilton. Very grateful and proudly supporting what you have clearly articulated in the motion before us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. Councillor Whitehead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly, in my experience, the question of how Canadians and Canadian businesses can optimize their investments and get freer trade is an important element, so they can sell their products abroad. We know there are a number of countries, France being one of them, even the States in some sectors, that heavily subsidize certain industries. Canada, as in my previous experience when that research was done, we do subsidize some of our industries, but at a very, very low rate compared to every other country. And I guess the whole idea is, can we break down those tariffs and create a fair arrangement? The problem is, like was articulated here today, it almost feels to me, and my observation, on the whole, the federal negotiators might have felt that it's a good deal, but in these deals, there are losers and winners. There's no question about how these things done. On balance, that's part of the negotiations, and there are going to be areas and sectors that are impacted. For example, in the city of Hamilton with the NAFTA, we see what happened with the textile industry and the manufacturing industry. There's no question, from a competitive point of view, we can't compete with the environmental standards or the sub-wage standards or labor standards in the countries that are adopted many of those jobs. So we saw an exodus of a lot of those jobs in this community. Some of them were identified here. We've firsthand experienced the impact of these agreements. I think much about the election in the United States reflects that there are winners and losers in these agreements, and unfortunately, there's a lot of losers that don't feel the benefits of these agreements. I haven't seen a study that suggests that, on balance, when I see these trade deficits, that whether it's the American trade deficit or the Canadian trade deficit, how that's advantaging the Canadian worker and their status in life. So I think I have very grave concerns about not having more transparency and control. I think that some of the issues that have been raised are very concerning and need more exploration. An absence of having a real window and a real authority into this process. This motion is appropriate because this motion basically isn't saying we're not supporting. It's not about not supporting fair trade. We just don't think this agreement is the agreement in this form that we can support. And for those reasons, I think it's well worded. I want to thank all those that made presentations, and I wholeheartedly support it.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. Councillor Pearson, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and I too will just be brief, but I am very supportive of this motion and certainly appreciate and thank all the presenters that came forward this today. I certainly have been trying to keep abreast of the TPPA as media information has been coming out, and I'll be very, very honest, when NAFTA came out many, many moons ago, I certainly said at that time, and I remember telling my husband, this is not going to be good for Hamilton, this is not going to be good for Canada, and we've all seen this happening. So I see us going down the same road. I'm very concerned. I think this motion basically only lays out, it's a crack in the door. We really don't know what all of the effects are going to be going forward, and this is what's very uncomfortable. Hearing that we can be sued for different things, you're sitting back, and comment here is, this really is dealing with the pharmaceutical, and we have to remember, as councillors around this table, it also affects all of the taxpayers in the city of Hamilton, not just on their medical end, but of our benefits at the city, and Mr. Zagaric sitting there, and the wheels are probably going of what costs will be going up and the costs that it will cost taxpayers through their taxes because of our employee benefits, etc. So all in all, we're all going to be affected by this. We need to be vocal, and we need to be on the list of additional communities that are also being vocal. I support this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pearson. I have any other speakers at this time? Can someone remind me who the previous deputy mayor was last month, please? Councillor Marula, and I turn the chair over to you, please.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. So I do agree. First of all, I want to thank all the speakers who came in today. You know, there are many members of my heritage. My family came here in the 1800s, and they've worked in many of the industries, and they've worked for the locals and certainly supported and fought hard along with many other residents in the city. The one concern I have, though, is this resolution or this motion that's before us, and I support the intent of it. I'm a little uncomfortable with some of the language. For instance, it references a secret tribunal. And I'm not so sure, do we know for a fact that there were secret tribunals? And so if we as a municipality are prepared to support this motion and to move it, we're saying that there were secret tribunals. And I'm a little uncomfortable with that. But I like where it's going. I'm very concerned when I heard from one of our presenters that Canada, that originally it was between the United States and the Pacific Rim partners, and that Canada came in at the last minute. And as a result of that, has absolutely no say in any amendments. And I'm going to take that as being true. We heard it at the podium. And if indeed that is true, that is very concerning that Canadians do not have any say in making any amendments other than either signing on for it or not signing off or signing off. So, I know that FCM has come up with similar resolutions, which I believe we have endorsed in the past. And I will support this, but I'm just very cautious. I do also like the idea of referring this to our legal, and Janice has said that she will be able to come back with some recommendations. But, as it is, I would like to see it referred back. But if the majority want to support it, then I'm okay with that too. So I will take the chair back.
And we have Councillor Whitehead for a second time.
And Councillor Whitehead for a second time. Thank you.
It's just a wordsmith. It's a nuance, but I think it's an important nuance because this agreement is about international trade, and in one of the whereas, it makes it a reference to whereas the City of Hamilton recognizes the importance of trade to local, provincial, national economies. I want to make clear it's international trade. That's what this document's about. It's a nuance. So if there's any concern, I just think that's what this agreement's about. It's about international trade, and yet it's really not spelled out in that portion of the resolution.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. Councillor Green?
So would the councillor be okay if we put "and" international trade? Because what has been put before us in terms of all the analysis, the local impacts, but definitely "and" international trade, I'm happy to add that to this resolution. Thank you. And I appreciate his contribution there.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Green. So, coming back to the motion then. It is moved by Councillor Green, seconded by Councillor Farr. All in favour? Any opposed? Thank you. Now moving on to 6.6. I would like... Oh, I'm so sorry. Councillor Skelly and then Councillor Marula. Thank you for reminding me.
Madam Chair, I'm deferring to Councillor Skelly because she's going to incorporate that.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Skelly, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to stress that this is really about opening up a dialogue regarding our procurement process with our trades. It's more of a dialogue and a discussion than to get two parties at the table and to see how we can perhaps even tweak our procurement process to help our local trades. So the recommendation forwarded by myself seconded by Councillor Tom Jackson, that staff be directed to meet with representatives of the Hamilton Brantford Building and Construction Trades Council to A, discuss the city's current procurement policy, B, to look at the procurement policies of other municipalities that now include provisions regarding hiring local trades, and C, to re-examine the staff procurement report presented to Council on December 7th, 2011, to see if its recommendations can be updated, and then to report back to GIC with an update.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Skelly. Councillor Whitehead, please.
Question. The Labour Council made a presentation, and they have a pretty wide, yeah, the point is maybe we should also have, make sure that they're part of at the table as well. So if it's a friendly amendment, Madam Chair.
Okay, it doesn't change the intent of the motion, so if the councillor is good with a friendly amendment to that motion. Okay, all right, so it is moved by Councillor Skelly, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Councillor Ferguson, please.
Just so I'm clear, Councillor Whitehead, through a friendly amendment, is adding the Labour's Union? Is that what I heard? Because I remember last time we also had CLAC in. And there's a number of different trade unions out there, and most of them are all part of the Brantford District Trade Council, but I know those two I don't believe are, so you may want to add that as another one.
I think all union stakeholders would cover it, and the clerk's office can look after the distribution accordingly. Yeah, I think the councillor is good with that. Any further speakers, please? Seeing none. All in favor? Carried. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. All right, so we have no further motions on this. Thank you, Councillor Marula. You've deferred to Councillor Skelly. So we're now moving on to 6.6 in the agenda. I would like to call Sarah Wari-Poljaski from the Hamiltonians Against High Hydro to the podium to speak to item 6.6. This is against the rising hydro costs, and there is no copy in your package. Sarah, welcome.
Hi, actually, it's Teresa Callback. I was next in line. We just decided to switch, if that was okay.
So you're 6'7"?
Yes, Teresa Callback.
So, Madam Clerk, I mean, typically we don't do that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Any changes to the agenda are done through the clerk's office or done through the...
Did you want Sarah to come first?
Well, that's fine. You can go ahead, but just so you know that for future.
Okay, absolutely. Thank you so much. So my name is Teresa Callback. I'm advocating on behalf of the neighbors in my neighborhood. I used to advocate way back in 2004. Back then, I noticed a lot of people and families choosing rent and food. Today is 2017, and people are choosing rent, food, and now it's hydro. So we are here, both actually myself and Sarah are together, from the Hamiltonians Against High Hydro. We are looking for and asking for your support from the councillors and the city mayor to write a letter to the province on the citizens' behalf to ask them what else they are doing for the families in Hamilton with the high cost of hydro, which is affecting the quality of life for the citizens. As you already know, I believe you know that we can't do this alone. We do need your help. We do need support. Hydro is not a luxury. Hydro is a necessity. The provincial decision makers are not understanding the large impact that has caused they say that come out to the communities and they say to have your say, we want to hear from you, but there's absolutely no response from them. The 8% in the Ontario Energy Support Program rebate is not putting a dent in $600 bills, $800 that people are receiving. All in one day, people are opening up their mail to the high cost of hydro, to the new cap and trade, the rent increases, and at the end of the day, they get an increase of 25 cents with their pay. The city just recently ran out of money with the Housing Stability Program, I believe it's called. So if the city is running out of money for these important issues, then we just don't know what you think we're doing or the families are doing when they're running out of money. So it's very difficult. And they're being taxed not just once, but it's all at the same time. Having 2 jobs used to be a bonus for people. Now people are struggling with high hydro. Many of them will have to have new jobs or get an extra job. This means more taxes. This means the more they make, the more you take. That's what it seems like. So it seems like there's no balance and there's
Excuse
no
me,
relief.
Teresa. Could you speak to the chair, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry. So it seems like there's no balance and there's no relief. When they were talking about the LRT and electricity, they were talking about in the year 2040, we're going to be having at least 800,000 people more. So the way it is right now in the year 2017, by the time that year comes, we're going to have a bigger crisis than what we have now if we don't fix these issues now with hydro. So it's going to be leaving the youth of today to fix whatever we're not fixing now in the future. And it also looks like that more than half of that population will have no money to retire. So in the news, Ted McKeegan said, if Ontarians pay $200 a year on cap and trade, it's worth saving the environment. But it seems like that we're harming families. The cuts, we're harming families with the high hydro, food prices, cost of housing. I mean, the list goes on. There was also recently in the news about cap and trade and cremations. Recently in the news about that. The company made a mistake. It was supposed to be $100. They were charged $100. So how many other companies will be doing this mistake to families? In the year 2015, there were over 3,200 residential disconnections and 210 commercial. There's no numbers for the year 2016, but the way it's been going, I believe that those numbers are going to double and triple. It might be a provincial matter, but when we ask the province for questions, and we have, the response has been generated email or letter thanking you for your concerns. This is a rippling effect of high hydro. It has impacted the choice of people making for their rent and their hydro. The food banks are increasing and they don't have enough food. The housing issues, mental health issues, we already know that. Can we count on you for your support to write a letter to the province on your citizens' behalf?
Thanks very much, Teresa. A good presentation. I have Councillor Skelly and Councillor Brenda Johnson. Councillor Skelly, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Teresa, for your presentation. Clearly, soaring hydro costs is the #1 issue facing residents across Ontario. We hear stories about it all the time. And as you pointed out, we don't control hydro rates. There's very little we can do. We can lobby. We can certainly send strong messages to the province. I think they've heard it from residents right across Ontario that what we're facing today is simply unacceptable. What we can do, though, is think about your situation and other people right across Hamilton when we are deliberating our own budgets and remembering that you're struggling to pay your own hydro rates and that is a factor. You have to deal with that. You have to deal with rising cost of bread. And we certainly don't want to increase our taxes and add to the burden that families are facing in Hamilton today. So as I said, we can't do much to change hydro rates, but we can certainly send a clear message to the province that they are unacceptable. Thank you for your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Skelly. Councillor Brenda Johnson, please.
Yep, thank you. Good morning. And Teresa, thank you for your presentation, and I know Sarah's coming down soon. I also want to thank you for organizing the rally out the front when you had your the price of hydro and protesting. I also understand that you've also gone to Toronto as a group.
Yeah.
You mentioned before that you've approached province. Just out of curiosity, did you approach your specific provincial representative, and how did that go?
Not in the office. They did come to one of our protests. Yes. Good. Yes. And I just want to be clear. I've always been able to manage. I'm an advocate for a lot of other people. I decided that if I don't need cable, I don't need cable. That is not a necessity for me. A lot of families, they're not choosing cable, they're choosing food. So, and I've done this for many years, helping a lot of other families. So I've been in that boat a long time ago, but I've always been able to, be resourceful. There's a lot of people right now that they can't. They don't have that voice, they don't know where to go, and they don't know what to do.
Well said.
Thank you, Teresa.
Yeah, well said. And through you, Chair, to Teresa, I think that everyone in this room got the sticker shock of their lives this summer, so really appreciate your advocacy. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor, and thanks very much, Teresa. Appreciate you coming down.
Thank you.
I'll have a motion to receive the presentation. We have quorum now. Councillor Brenda Johnson, Councillor Pearson, all in favor? Carried. That is carried. Now, could I please call, we'll go back to 6.6. Could I please call, thanks, Teresa. Could I please have Sarah Worry-Poljaski come to the podium? And again, Hamilton's against high hydro, respecting the high cost of hydro. Welcome, Sarah. Thanks you for coming.
Hi, thank you. Sorry about that. You would think with all the speaking I do, I wouldn't. I kind of try to pass people off in front of me, but thank you. Thank you, councillors, Mr. Mayor, Madam Chair, for having me here to speak today. As you do know, I have spent the past attention to the growing concerns regarding the cost of hydro here in Ontario. Because of policies such as the Green Energy Act and the implementation of solar and wind and energy contracts associated with it, residents in Ontario are facing what's being called energy poverty due to the unsustainable costs of hydro. Residents across the province, including our city, are facing economic hardship and increased of financial insecurity due to these growing costs. It is no longer an issue that only targets marginalized residents, but this crisis is about to decimate the entire middle class, working poor, and small to mid-sized businesses. When we look at what this means for our city, it means that small businesses, the very backbone of our community, start to have issues paying bills and keeping up with their energy costs, and they need to start laying off staff or close up, and several have. If they do want to stay open, they need to raise their prices to levels that will help offset these energy costs, and that means they will likely have to be higher than large chain competitors and more than customers want to or can afford to pay, which again results in them eventually going out of business. Residents are struggling to pay their bills and they're facing a crisis. Without even a manageable income for most families to have now, they're becoming unable to afford daily needs. Families are reporting skipping meals due to the lack of available money they have. People are going into debt trying to pay these hydro bills. These hydro bills are coming in at the cost of people's rents and mortgages, and this is a problem. This causes not only psychological issues for individuals and families, but issues from lack of food and necessities and the secondary physical symptoms due to the mental stress that they're enduring. While I know and understand that you do not control these hydro prices, I do understand that it would make quite a few hundred, if not 1,000 people in our city happy if you did publicly acknowledge this crisis is happening, and if you did speak about it openly, and if you did send a letter to the province to let we are having an issue and something needs to be done. And if you could help us by making changes within our city to help us while we struggle with this issue. The Township of Zora recently passed a resolution and sent a letter to the Premier asking they reevaluate how they price hydro. And I'm asking that we can please do the same. There are councillors in this room who have spoken out and addressed the issue and who have supported myself and the residents who are fighting this issue. And I just want to say thank you on my behalf and the behalf of the hundreds, perhaps thousands of people in the city who are trying to have changes made. These very people are also your constituents, so I'm sure they would be very happy if you could join us a bit more in doing whatever you can. And so one of the issues that has to do with this hydro is the Ontario government and their Moving Ontario Forward program. And this is where they've decided to sell off public assets such as shares in Hydro One. And the issue is that this program is the same one funding our LRT. And the issue with that I'm asking is that if this LRT moves forward, that you please ensure that everything that has to do financially is controlled, because we can no longer pay any more taxes. If there's going to be any transit levy increases or fare increases, these are things that customers will have to absorb, ratepayers and taxpayers, and we ask that you please do your due diligence to make sure that if this does go forward, that things are taken care of and the government is responsible for the things they are supposed to be. Taxpayers, the middle class, the working poor of the city cannot afford another tax increase, increases in the water costs, or any increases in these transit fares, and costs to implement programs that never seem to solve any of the problems we're facing. Our pockets and wallets are tapped out. This is an issue you can control. We cannot afford any more pet projects or spending or handouts to any agencies at this time if it's not going to benefit us. We ask that if anyone wants a legal legacy, that they do it on their own dime, because we can no longer afford to keep paying out of our own pockets when we can't afford to sustain our own lives. The city has to make sure that it's not spending more than it has on the backs of the taxpayers. We have poverty in the city that needs to be dealt with, and the growing crisis with hydro is only amplifying this. Because of this, more and more people are turning to food banks, and our food banks are reporting they have no food. People cannot access the food, and people are not able to donate because they're barely able to feed themselves or their children. Also, the cost of hydro has become so bad that people are having issues paying for their housing and energy. The city has a reserve of money available for this in the housing stability benefit, and it's currently depleted. And the only other option to keep topping this up would be to get it from taxpayers. And because of this situation, this is something taxpayers can't keep affording to be taxed over and over again, and we have to deal with the core root, the issue itself being the hydro. The hydro merger, we're told, is going to be saving us $40 a year. And while that is something is better than nothing, it's not something that most people I talk to seem to find helpful, because with the monthly billing is going to be costing $1 million to implement. That means that the savings will only be $3 and change a month. If this was something around $400, we would see this as a great improvement, but $3 is not going to help most people. On top of that, we see that the board is receiving a much larger salary. And while I understand people do deserve to be paid for their time and their work, we ask that the mayor and all the directors on the board for our new utility company do use their voices when they are at that board and speak up, because the regulatory fee, there's different fees that can be controlled, and when you go to the energy board to ask for increases in hydro, these things need to be kind of looked at from what we can afford in the city and what we can't. We ask that the city please control their spending a bit more. Because ratepayers are being told to control their spending, we ask that officials be responsible as well and control your own here at City Hall. We're going to have to start trying to stretch our dollars and work on spending on an as-needed basis. We need to look at what's really needed, what's wanted, and what's kind of more looks good, and we have to go with what's needed, because right now we don't have that extra luxury of implementing things that's not needed. We ask that you look at how much you're raising property taxes, how much you're raising bus fares, water costs, and any other policies that we don't have money for right now. We need to rely on building the city up, because right now we see that a lot of jobs, and the last presentation really spoke to this, is when we lost a lot of private sector and industry. Right now we're building up with a lot of sector jobs, and they don't pay property taxes like the private sector does. And we need the private sector to come in, because we need to help offset taxes. That way homeowners and renters have a little bit of a break, so someone else is helping to pay into our system. And we need to consider cutting red tape to allow that private sector to grow and help create jobs for our residents. Because I hear also how we want to be greener and more environmentally friendly, and I think one of the things we can do is to start by letting small businesses open up all over the city. That way residents can walk and take their bikes to their jobs. Well, we need good paying jobs, because part-time precarious work is not helping us right now. We've become a very large bedroom community, and the people who work in a lot of these public sector jobs drive in and then out at the end of the day. And our housing costs are starting to mirror that of very large popular cities, and it's unaffordable for our own residents. And we live in a different time now. Taxpayers in the middle class used to be able to help subsidize quite a bit, and unfortunately, we can't. We need to move forward with better spending habits and implement some cost-cutting measures to ensure we're not overspending and the taxpayers and the working poor are being marginalized. While ratepayers are making these changes to make sure their financial security is okay, we ask that Council does the same to help protect our residents. Again, thank you for listening to me, and I hope you take what I said into consideration, and I hope that there is a possibility that we can move a resolution to the government just to ask them to look at some of their policies, especially with the next provincial election coming up, in case there is quite possibly going to change the government, that we do have a say and tell them that, you know, there is an issue, our small businesses and our residents are suffering, and that we need changes to be made. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sarah. And I have Councillor Skelly and myself. Go ahead, Councillor Skelly.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you for your presentation. I don't know where to begin. Clearly, you have made soaring hydro costs an issue in the city of Hamilton. You've been advocating behalf of many people, and I would suggest that you are typical. I know you live in Ward 7. You are typical of an average young family in the city, young children. You work hard. You've worked hard to buy your own home. And you have stressed how hydro is hurting your family and other families. You brought up LRT, and the reason I'm bringing up LRT now is I think often we move forward as a city and think that what we do when we say we can raise your taxes a little bit or we'll just charge a little bit more for public transit, that we're looking at it in isolation. But you have one salary, and you have to cover all of these costs. Hydro, which is controlled by the province, transit, which is controlled by us, and taxes, municipal taxes, which are controlled by us. Can you speak to how harmful, if it would be, an increase in taxes to cover, for example, a large operating cost for LRT would be to somebody like you, a typical average young family in the city of Hamilton?
Sarah, go ahead.
Through, Madam. The issue with the LRT that I've looked at, if we can't cover the operation costs, we're going to have to either one, increase the fare or the transit levy or both. For someone like my family, like you've said, a young family right now, we're doing okay, but you know, we aren't putting as much into savings. We're finding that, you know, we're not eating as great as we can be. Our kids aren't getting as enough, like my son's not going into sports anymore. It's not doable. When we look at other families and marginalized families, even along the line, that need to be able to take the public transit to their jobs, and especially if they're part-time precarious work, if they're faced with transit increase, it's going to hurt them. It's also going to hurt them if it's hitting property taxes as well. So adding these things, when you look at it, like you said, in isolation, it seems like, you know, maybe, okay, it's going to cost you an extra $50 a year or this much, or it's going to cost, you know, $30 extra a month. But at the end of the day, this is starting to add up because these hydro bills are continuing to increase at rates that it's unsustainable. Because like Teresa mentioned before me, if you're only getting 25-cent raise a year, like on, you know what I mean? The cost of living has gone up to the point that people can't afford to live. Like what used to be considered the middle class is now becoming marginalized. And someone like myself, I spend time volunteering and I donate, and I'm finding, you know, I can't donate anymore. I can't donate money. I can't donate goods because I'm having problems getting stuff for myself. So this is one of the issues we face too. And when we move to transit, for people who are reliant on that, if they can't afford it, there's going to be an issue because it's now going to affect their ability to get to school, their ability to get to work, and for them to move forward and do better for themselves that way, try to provide for themselves to pay these bills.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah. And I think that is an important message for us all to take away, that we say it's only $50 more a year for this program, or we are only asking for an extra $100 for water, it's only an extra $300 on your taxes. But collectively, and I'm hearing more and more from so many people, and really it is hydro that has brought this to the forefront. People are tapped out, and I think that what you've just said clearly articulates that. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Skelly. Councillor Marula, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just firstly, through you, Madam Chair, are you familiar with the downloading crisis that municipalities in Ontario are faced with?
Yes.
Okay. So you understand then 50% of what we tax for, we don't control?
Yeah, it goes back into like schools, social services and whatnot, yeah.
Okay, and that's really the real crisis, more than anything else, is that half of what we tax for we don't control. It's a regressive nature of taxation and not a progressive nature of taxation. We're the only jurisdiction in the entire Western Democratic Hemisphere that actually has social assistance and housing on the backs of the residential taxpayer. So we need to say that first and foremost, because that really is the crux of our problem more than anything else. But having said that, through you, Madam Chair, with respect to this council on the hydro front, you are aware that I brought forward a motion opposing the privatization of hydro, and this council supports the privatization of my motion failed, believe it or not. So through you, Madam Chair, are you familiar with that?
Yeah, I actually have a list, thank you, of people when it was asked whether the privatization, because it was brought up that through the LRT to fund it, that the Ontario government was going to sell this off, and you guys actually had a motion to vote on whether or not to privatize it, and I actually do have it.
Right, and you realize, through you, Madam Chair, that the reason why they privatized hydro was to increase the valuation of the IPO, which then in essence provides more equity or more money to the province with respect to that. So all of it was through you, Madam Chair, to Sarah.
From my understanding, and this is the issue through this privatization, because I'm not going to lie, I would prefer, I'm more about open competition because I believe competition lowers costs. And when we talk about the privatization of this, it isn't the privatization where the taxpayer and ratepayers are no longer going to be paying for it. Because when I met with the Energy Board and asked them why I can't sit in on meetings, they had no answer for me because I said, ultimately, am I not the stakeholder? Because the people in this room pay the same cost as I do. The Premier pays the same cost as I do. Whoever is the CEO of Horizon pays the same as I do. And I had an issue with, when it comes to dollars and cents, I'm putting in just as much as everybody else, regardless of who they are professionally, and why someone like myself can't sit in these meetings and have a say. When it comes to the privatization, from my understanding is I can buy shares, and it just means that I'm going to get money for myself. It's not going to do anything where it's going to open up any kind of competition to lower costs. Costs are probably going to go up if it works the same way as any other company that starts opening shares. Shareholders are going to want money, and they're going to increase the costs. And one of the issues we're seeing right now is that they're saying the costs are going to go up because we need to upgrade the system. But part of our bills is telling us that part of these fees go to upgrading our system. So this has been one of my questions is, if we're paying, because on my bill it says to me this goes to upgrading the system, why are you telling me you're going to charge me more to upgrade it if this is supposed to be already being done? Where is this money going? And it's been found that a lot of this money is not going where it's supposed to be. But for someone like myself to get a lawyer and try to take the government to court, it's not going to happen. So back through you to Councillor Marilla, with this privatization, this was done with the sole purpose, though, of funding Ontario, the Moving Ontario Forward for infrastructure and for the LRT. So I don't think it's really going to benefit me if it's going.
Sarah, please, the councillor would like to speak. Thank you. Go ahead.
This privatization issue is within the last couple of years. We endorsed the LRT 10 years ago. So the condition of the capital was never tied into the hydro. But on that point.
But councillor, let her finish her point, please. Yeah, let her finish her point. Go ahead, Sarah.
Okay. But I'm going on to another point.
And I'll come back to you. Okay, I'll come back to you, sir.
Yeah, so from my understanding, when this happened, the sale, specifically the Ontario Liberal government, on their website, it says it is for the Moving Ontario Forward to pay for the LRT expenses across Ontario, which we are a recipient of $1 billion of that, and for other infrastructure spending.
Thank you, Sarah. Councillor Marula.
But just so you know, that came after the endorsement. So how they found their money, they don't tell us anything. Frankly, we pay their bills. So we're not surprised by that. Having said that, on that front though, because this is really important, the average assessment growth in the city, for years, the mountain and suburban areas were experiencing much more tax increases than that of the lower city. So for years, even in particular my area, we either hit zero or even below zero in some cases, whereas in Lancaster, Pembroke, and other areas, the mountain, they were seeing 5, 6, 7, 8% increases. So as a direct result of this investment, we're going to see assessment growth in the city, which then in essence has a higher rate of return, which then in essence decreases the taxes of the suburban area. So really not supporting the LRT, you're shooting yourself in the foot because you're not supporting an actual building or a city building issue that's ultimately going to increase the assessment, lower the escarpment, and then ultimately decrease your taxes in the suburbs and on the mountain. So you have to look at this from a global perspective, not in isolation, and look at it for what it really is rather than what people are telling you it is.
Okay, thank you,
Ma'am,
folks.
through to you.
No debating. I'm sorry, no debating. All right, so any further questions? Okay, your second time. I'm going to turn the chair over to Councillor Marula because I'm on for a first-time speaker. Thank you. Sarah, thank you very much for raising the issues. And I mean, you're absolutely right. I represent, I'm one of the Flamborough councillors, and I represent Ward 15, and it is 70% rural, mostly agriculture, and about 30% is the urban area, which is watered down. And I can tell you that I'm hearing from my farmers, I'm hearing from, my rural businesses, and it really is an affordability issue, but it is right across this entire, and especially for young families like yourself. But, what I worry about is the young families. I worry about our seniors, and there are many seniors in my community, and, they're scared. They are on a very limited income, and in terms of the farmers who grow the food and have the, especially for a large milking operation, which is mostly electronic now, and lots of software and machinery, the costs at some point in time are going to be passed on to the consumer. And so not only are we paying the higher hydro costs, but we're also paying the higher costs for the food and, the beverages and everything else. And so, it is a great concern. And I just wanted to say thank you. I don't have a question for you, but I wanted to say thank you very much for coming in to do your presentation and for raising the issues, because it's a serious issue in the urban areas, in the rural areas, right across the board for our businesses and for our residences. So I thank you very much for coming in, and I will take the chair back from Councillor Marula.
We have Councillor Jackson on this.
Councillor Jackson for a first time and Councillor Skelly for a second time. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. Nice to finally put a face behind the name and behind all the letters to the editors, Sarah, and nice to find. And I just want to congratulate you. You're obviously a well-researched, well-thought-out individual, and thanks for everything you're doing to bring greater attention to this matter. I believe a groundswell is developing, and you've kind of been one of those ones for 2 or 3 years now, been beating the drum, and I think that groundswell is developing of many, many families that are now rallying, and so thanks for everything you've done to bring awareness to the item.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor
Madam
Jackson.
Deputy Mayor.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Skelly, please, for the second time.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to echo Councillor Jackson's comments. You really did an amazing job of fighting for families who are really struggling with the cost of hydro. But I just wanted you to comment on Councillor Marula's assertion that as a young homeowner, as a young mother, that you feel that you're going to see some sort of a tax break in light of all of the economic uplift from the LRT.
And just a reminder, I'm not getting into a debate situation here, please. Okay, go ahead, Sarah.
I'm just going to say I'm a mountain resident, and I am paying just a little bit under $4,000 a year in property taxes. While I do understand there may be an economic uplift, see at any time my taxes going down because of taxes in the lower city going up, I would just assume it'd be reallocated to another area in the city where we have a deficit. So I don't think it's going to really help me.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you so much for your presentation. That's
all right. Thank you very much. And no, Councillor Marula, I think we have a resident who has come down.
I was named, so I was one.
Well, you do have a point of privilege, so
just,
go ahead.
Just for clarity purposes, and Sarah's bang on with the shift.
Yep.
But that shift actually comes onto my residence plan.
Mm-hmm.
So in essence, your taxes will go down, my residence taxes will go up, and we'll take that as a trade-off. Result of the assessment growth. So that's actually correct. So I just want to.
Well, today's not about taxes, it's about hydro, so thank you very much. And if I have a motion to receive, Councillor Skelly and Councillor Jackson, all in favor? That is, oh, I'm sorry, we don't, for those councillors who are hearing my voice, we do not have a quorum. We need, I believe, one more, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. We need one more. I'll come back to this item. Just wait for folks to get in their seats. All I need is one to be sitting down. There we go, Councillor. All right, so the receiving the presentation from Sarah is moved by Councillor Skelly, seconded by Councillor Jackson. All in favor? Carried. That is carried. Thank you very much. And Carlos. So I'll now ask. Moving on to 6.8, Carlo, and I apologize if I don't pronounce your name properly, but Carlos Vaquez from Columbia Refugees Association to the podium to speak to item 6.8, please.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Ferguson, please.
Yeah, just on a point of order, if I can. I wonder if I can ask you, Carlos. His topic was not clear in his request for delegation, so I wonder whether I'm going to be mentioned at all, because if so, I want to declare conflict. Can I put that question to Carlos right now?
Okay, so what I have here is that he's speaking to the Integrity Commissioner bylaw and the Council Code of Conduct recommended to the Integrity Commissioner, and there is no copy here. But, sir, do you intend to name Councillor Ferguson?
No.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, are you okay with that?
I'll just watch the presentation. If I see that there starts to be a connection, I'll just throw up a conflict if the clerk, first clerk time.
All right, and Madam Clerk will be watching that as well.
We have copies here of the presentation.
You would please give them to Madam Clerk, and she'll distribute them,
She does
okay?
have it.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Just waiting for the presentation to open.
No problem. I think we have the
You got the biosolids up there?
There's no.
presentation up.
Can I see your copies just so I know?
Just bear with us. Madam Clerk will look to assist you with that. I appreciate your patience. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, hello, and thank you everyone in this room, especially Chair, councillors, city staff, and media. I'm Carlos Vasquez, President of the Colombian Refugee Association. We are a local non-profit organization that represents, supports, and helps new refugee claimants families to settle in the city of Hamilton and surroundings. 95% of the families are Spanish-speaking individuals. Alexander Ramirez and I are here today to talk with you.
Okay, excuse me, Councillor Ferguson, what is your point of order?
A slide that references my case, so I'd like to declare conflict.
All right. Madam Clerk, Councillor Ferguson is declaring a conflict. Thank you. Thank you, Carlos. Please continue.
Thank you. So Alexander Ramirez and I are here today to talk with you about our diligence regarding the matter of Councillor Love behavior.
Excuse me, Carlos.
Yes.
You said at the beginning you were not going to name the councillor.
Sorry.
And I did ask you that clearly.
Okay.
So please refrain.
I was just reading my notes. Sorry.
Please refrain from doing that. Okay? Thank you. And he has declared a conflict.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go quick and review our progress regarding the matter. And I'm sorry, but we need to take this conversation back and we need to implement solutions against this kind of behavior. So back in February 1st, there was an incident at the GAC meeting. Informal channels to resolve dispute were set. On April 6, 2016, the presentation to the GAC, we made recommendations referred to governance subcommittee. On May 2, 2016, the governance subcommittee approved motion to revise code of conduct by city staff. In October 19, 2016, governance revisions report submitted to General Issues Committee. Back in October 26, 2016, Council approved amendments made to revision report. In October 28, 2016, a complaint was filed. A complaint submitted to Integrity Commissioner was filed. November 14, 2016, the response from Integrity Commissioner was reject the complaint inquiry. Today, we're doing another delegation reporting back to the GAC.
Thank you very much, Council, for having us today. My name is Ramirez, and I wanted to quickly just reiterate that what we're going to be speaking to here primarily does speak to the amendments that were made to the Code of Conduct as it relates to the incident that occurred last year at this committee almost a year ago on February 1st. Just to be very clear, as we reiterated as we mentioned, in our back in April, our two primary goals from that presentation and what we're reporting back to you were and continue to be that we were seeking a public retractment of statements made in this very committee a year ago, which have not occurred yet, and also, secondly, to ensure that such behavior by council members will not happen again. welcome the amendments that were made to the Code of Conduct in additions, and part of the reason why we're presenting to you today is because an issue that we do have regarding our affidavit that was submitted to the Integrity Commissioner deals with that particular context. So as you've all received in your reports, on October 26th was when Council approved the amended revisions to the Code of Conduct. Under this Section 15 of the amendments, there were newly added provisions regarding to how Council may enact disciplinary measures on the basis of a report from the Integrity Commissioner. Now, like I mentioned, we welcome those 5 points. The 5th point spoke to what we were looking for, where Council would mandate a councillor to offer an official apology to the complainant. So given that that was just newly approved on October 26th, we went ahead with our complaint to the Integrity Commissioner and filing our affidavit 2 days later on October 28th. Once again, it was 2 days after the revisions had been approved by Council and that process had finished. So Section 15, as mentioned here, is highlighted. The Council may also, upon receiving a report from its Integrity Commissioner, take such further or other actions 1 to 5 that were just newly introduced. However, our complaint was rejected by the Integrity Commissioner based on the Integrity Commissioner bylaw, Section 13.1, with the sole purpose stating that our complaint was rejected based on being filed outside of the 180-day time limit. We understand that's the bylaw, but the reason why we have an issue with this was because the reason the complaint was filed outside of that parameter was because we were waiting for the initial process to finish, and our complaint specifically was being filed to inquire into a report to follow up on Section 15, which was just newly approved 2 days prior. So this is the issue that we had, that we did not accept that premise that our 180-day period was expired. The reason being so is that the affidavit mentioned that not 1, not 2, but 10 sections of the Code of Conduct were contravened. And we feel that this is something that requires to be investigated in the public interest, and because, as in the next slide shows, the following bylaw, which the Integrity Commissioner utilized to substantiate his claim, Section 2 states that the Integrity Commissioner may proceed with an inquiry with a complaint which is filed after the expiry date of the time limit if the Integrity Commissioner is satisfied that the delay was incurred in good faith, it is in the public interest to proceed with the inquiry, and that no substantial prejudice will result to any person because of the delay. On that premise, our first recommendation to the General Issues Committee here is going to be to introduce a motion to enforce that Section 13, Bylaw 2 of the Integrity Commissioner bylaw be enforced, where it authorizes the Integrity Commissioner to reopen our inquiry and affidavit and to investigate and provide a report to Council. This is our first issue that we have in wanting to have our affidavit investigated, and it is to our goal of wanting to have a publicly retracted statement from the councillor in question. Our second recommendation that we wanted to speak to in regards to making sure that such an incident doesn't occur again on Council comes in the form of adding an additional policy to the consequences of contravening the Code of Conduct. And this actually is something that I strongly consider that Council really consider referring staff to consult and investigate and review in consultation with the Office of the Interior Ombudsman. I mentioned in the last presentation back in April that the Office of the Interior Ombudsman received a new mandate overseeing municipalities. And for the past year, they've actually released statements saying that the number of complaints they've received of Code of Conduct councillors is the highest amount in the entire sector with municipal complaints. And so therefore, we're looking at wanting to introduce something that is a tangible takeaway for the sole purpose is that the existing bylaw that speaks to councillors being able to suspend remuneration to city councillors for up to 90 days based on a report from the Integrity Commissioner is still very vague, and at the same time, we don't expect city councillors to be disciplining one another by sanctioning economic sanctions. To the contrary, we feel for the effectiveness and efficiency of governance, this specific disciplinary action should be enacted by an external, impartial third party. And that third party that currently exists is the Integrity Commissioner. So this progressive discipline policy is seeking to have city staff review a 3-step progression remuneration suspension. As highlighted here, the first step being 5 days, second violation being 15 days, and third violation being 30 days. Now, this is something that, once again, it should be in consultation with the Office of the Interior Ombudsman, and that this policy, the enactment of this policy, should be designated exclusively to the Integrity Commissioner. This is, again, the sole purpose that we do not expect councillors to be sanctioning one another, economically sanctioning one another, and continue to have a collaborative working relationship in council. It will only breed a laying ground for vendetta, adversarial politics, and we feel at that context, this specific discipline should be an external authority such as the Integrity Commissioner. So once again, these are the two goals that we've had. Recommendation, this one being referring it to city staff in consultation with the Office of Interior Ombudsman, and these are the two goals that we're seeking with this presentation. First off, just a summary, we would like that you move a motion to enforce the Integrity Commissioner's bylaw, bylaw 8154, section 13.2. Our application of the affidavit was filed after the time period in good faith, as we did our due diligence waiting for the initial process to be completed. And secondly, to ensure that such behavior by council members does not happen again, we would like the introduction of a progressive discipline policy to be referred to city staff in consultation with the Office of the Interior Ombudsman. Thank you.
You done? All right, Carlos and Alexander, thank you very much. We appreciate you coming in. And I just have one point of clarification that Councillor Whitehead wants to make, and then we'll receive your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my understanding, and when we developed the Integrity Commissioner bylaw, we worked with the citizen panel, and we had presentations from Ombudsman of the Day and Toronto Integrity Commissioner made a presentation. And we had a bit of a discussion on that, and it was felt best not to tie the hands of the Integrity Commissioner, but allow the Integrity Commissioner under the legislation to exercise the appropriate discipline based on what's before him up to the 30-day, which is, I think, defined in the legislation. You're indicating to go beyond that. That certainly wasn't as we received from all the bodies that consulted with us on this issue. In fact, they had indicated it's better to leave in that latitude. They might want to do 6 days or the 7 days. I mean, so they prefer to leave it in the. So I'd just look for your response to the fact that he already has that power.
Through you, Madam Chair. The recommendation that's been provided seeks to, again, make an addition to the consequences of contravening the Code of Conduct, in particular because, as was mentioned, with the existing bylaw, which states that upon a report from the Integrity Commissioner, Council may approve that sanction of suspending remuneration for up to 90 days. Bylaw is still very vague, and it is to our belief that that still does not act as a deterrent for such behavior on council. And so the recommendation is based on the fact that there needs to be something more tangible in place that will act as a deterrent for councillors to contravene the Code of Conduct.
So it's my understanding, and maybe Janice can provide clarity, our legal, but it's my understanding we don't have a say. That if the Integrity Commission comes back to this body and says that this councillor deserves 7 days or 8 days or 30 days, that's what happens. This council is basically arm's length with the Integrity Commissioner, and that's what was recommended by the citizen panel that and the committee that put this together. So it's not that we have any discretion. When that Integrity Commissioner comes in and makes that determination, then it's automatic. He doesn't need approval of council.
All right, and thank you, Councillor Whitehead. There is no appeal process, is what he's saying, for the Integrity Commissioner. They are the final say. So I thank you very much for coming in.
I can just add to that.
Sure, absolutely.
In the report that was provided by city staff in consultation with the Integrity Commissioner based on the amendments and revisions made to the Code of Conduct, there was a particular section where the city's solicitor had stated that it was the opinion of the Integrity Commissioner based on the Municipalities Act, section 223 to be specific, that it is the suggestion that the role Integrity Commissioner is to provide recommendations, and that upon those recommendations, council must approve such sanctions. So the recommendations are not binding, and that's why part of the recommendation we've provided is to have a binding decision-making authority based on the disciplinary action. In the current state that it is right now, it is in a gray area where there is no explicit terms of who enforces what. And that's the precise reason why we're asking that this revision be made by city staff in consultation with the Office of Interior Ombudsman, because once again, the two primary goals that we had, the second one being we would like, if one positive come out of this event, that it does not occur again, and for there to be a deterrent in place for city councillors to not act a certain way. The way the bylaws are written currently, they are still vague, they're still in areas of gray, and they do not provide a substantial, tangible, explicit determination of who authorizes the disciplinary actions.
Just Janice to explain, because that's not my understanding, and so we clearly have a different understanding of what we initiated, and if it's not what I think it is, and certainly supportive of your comment, then depending on Janice's response, I would be prepared to take that particular section and send it back for Janice to formally respond to the council. So, Janice, do you have any response?
And Councillor Whitehead, normally what we do is we receive the presentation,
you're right.
and then we ask questions of staff after, and that's what I would like to do.
Fair enough.
So thank you very much for your presentation. Motion to receive, Councillor Conley, Councillor Vanderbeek, all in favour? That is carried. Thank you very much. And I also have Councillor Pearson, who has a question of staff. But Councillor Whitehead, you want to, are you okay with that, Councillor Pearson?
Can you just respond to that particular element?
Yes, through the Deputy Mayor, just for clarity, the recommendation in the report was that the authority to impose the penalties be retained by council, and that the Integrity Commissioner would only have the authority to make the recommendation as to what that penalty would be. However, Hamilton Council decided to keep the complete delegated authority in the hands of the Integrity Commissioner. So Hamilton Commissioner has complete delegated authority to impose whatever sanctions up to the 90-day suspension of pay that he or she sees fit.
So I was right.
And I would just add to that, at the moment that was looked at by this council, just going back to the fall, there was some vagueness in the legislation, and the new draft proposed to the Municipal Act clarified that council may delegate that authority. So if there was some doubt, it's clarified. This council has delegated authority clearly to the Integrity Commissioner.
Thank you,
Janice.
And I appreciate that was our principle and understanding, and now that you clarified it, that was helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and certainly that was the line of questioning that I was going to raise with Janice in that report and in the bylaw that was passed, because it was quite an extensive process in coming up with the bylaw and having representatives here from Toronto assisting us with what they're doing there. So Janice, just clarify again, and I understand you're saying, we put it all in the hands of our Integrity Commissioner. And then I also understand, I guess the issue here certainly comes out of the fact that they were well over the 180 days or whatever it is in which to put a complaint in. Is that correct for you, Madam Deputy Mayor?
Through the Deputy Mayor, my reading of the timing, based on the information before you, is that they were well beyond the 180 days. And I would add, if it's helpful, that it's certainly a well-established principle of law that bylaws and other legislation do not have retroactivity.
Correct. That's right.
So, unfortunately, the attempt to postpone, if that was in fact the case, would have been misguided if it was attempting to capture some changes which were coming forward. Legislation and bylaws don't have retroactive effect.
Thank you, Janice.
Thank you, and that was, you caught right on to exactly where my questioning was going here. And Janice, just clarify as well, our Integrity Commissioner is Mr. George Rusty, and also our Ombudsman, is that correct?
Through the Deputy Mayor, no. George Rusty is the city's Integrity Commissioner and Lobbyist Registrar. The city does not have a local Ombudsman.
Thank you. So just take a step further. If this representative today, this delegate today, wished to go further, what would their next steps potentially be? And is it out of the hands of, it is out of the hands of council now? That's right.
Yes, through the Deputy Mayor, it's out of the hands of council. The next step would be to the provincial ombudsman.
Thank you. And when you say it's out of our hands, we also, because of our bylaws, say we do not direct our integrity commissioner, correct? Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
That's correct. Yes. Janice?
Yes, through the Deputy Mayor, this council can't direct the Integrity Commissioner to order a matter.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, Madam Deputy Mayor, for allowing the questions. And I certainly, you know, we have to put closure at some point, some time on this. I mean, it's been going on. We did have the Integrity Commissioner, the bylaw reviewed, and our material in the past. We've done this to tighten things up. You know, I don't know that I can sit around this table and say you're forever going to, in a day, going to prevent something from happening. We all know what it can be like around this table. Not saying what was done is correct, but we all know around this table that there are heated moments that we do get into, and we all try very hard. We're all elected officials that try very hard to be respectful of everyone. And I think, you know, what has been put in place certainly gives us good guidance going forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pearson. And Mayor Eisenberger? You're fine? Okay, thank you very much. All right, so we'll move on to item 6.9, and I'd like to call Stan Double, President of the Firefighters Association, Local 280, to the podium to speak respecting item 9.1, which is with regards to the proposed fallen firefighters memorial. No. Where did Madam Clerk go?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes,
Mayor.
you've been waiting a long time, so thank you so very much for your patience.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mayor, councillors. We did have a delegation here this morning. We have sent them off to do some other charitable work this morning. I know you recognize them, and I thank them for attending. I want to thank you for considering this motion. I'm going to be brief, but I'll just throw a little statistics at you. In the last decade, the City of Hamilton has lost upwards of 40 firefighters through a line of duty deaths, through occupational disease, which is recognized through the province. I can tell you that yearly, in all the years that I've been involved in the labor movement and the association, that I travel to 3 locations, Colorado Springs in Colorado, USA, Ottawa here in our province, and Toronto. And yearly we recognize firefighters who have died in the line of duty. Here in Hamilton, they are citizens of Hamilton, they are taxpayers, they're employees of the City of Hamilton. They have been brothers and sisters to me, and rather than travel, I still will do that. I would love to erect a memorial in the City of Hamilton that recognizes first them as firefighters, second as citizens, employees of the city, and most importantly have a place for their families to come to recognize them and enjoy their life and a life that they gave as representatives of the City of Hamilton. So I'll be happy to answer any questions, but in a nutshell, that's it. I'd encourage you to certainly endorse this motion, and let's move forward to having a place that we can come and reflect at the lives lost and certainly the ones to come as well. It would be a place that not just firefighters, but citizens and visitors of the city could go and enjoy. So that's something we would like to see move forward. So I encourage you to support.
All right, thank you very much, Stan. Beautifully said. I have a couple of speakers on the list. I have Councillor Collins, Councillor Marula, and Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Collins, please.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. I just want to thank Stan for coming in and reiterating the importance of this project as it relates to the sacrifices that are made by the members of our local fire department. And I want to thank members for moving this project along. And as I mentioned at committee, this is one that Councillor Morelli worked for years on prior to his passing with representatives of our association. And so I did want to publicly reiterate again that this is something that he put a lot of time and energy into. And again, alongside the good work that the association is doing, I can't state enough the importance of this, not just for fire, but we should be doing this in other areas. As again, Councillor Morelli was working with other first responders on similar projects. And so, Stan, thanks for coming in today and providing us your time, and for the members who showed up earlier, and we're here in support of this as well.
Thank you. Through the chair, I want to thank you for those comments, and definitely wouldn't want to be remiss in not speaking to past executive members over the years this has certainly been something that's been on our minds. We have, over the years, paid tribute to our members who have passed away, and your citizens and your employees at local fire stations and underneath flagpoles. We've done that, and we'll continue to do that, but I certainly want to thank you.
Thank you, Ann. And Councillor Marula, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not to repeat what Councillor Collins said, but we should thank Councillor Collins for his involvement as well in working subsequent to Councillor Morelli's death on this particular file. I do want to thank Stan and the members that attended here as well. And just to refresh everyone's memory, it was a motion that was brought forward back at the capital budget scenario. And at that time, it was brought forward as a means of fiscal responsibility in ensuring that our previous plan, which would have been far more more of a cost burden to us than what was being presented now, and separate the honoring our first responders with the EMS, police, and the firefighters. So I do want to, and as I said on that particular day, thank Mike Zagaric, because it was his concept that he developed. So if I could just refer through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Zagaric, for him to expand upon.
He stepped out at the moment, but our city manager will get him down. Do you want to talk a little longer?
And
oh, there he is.
Well, here he is, Chris. Okay, some musical interlude.
We definitely want to let our chief financial officer into the chambers. And while Mike is making his way to his seat to answer the question,
and I'll rephrase
it.
So as I mentioned at the earlier meeting during the capital budget, this was a concept subsequent to meeting with the firefighters and our staff, which is far more fiscally prudent. And if I could just allow Mr. Zagaric to name the notion of the motion with respect to the prudence associated with it. So, Mr. Zagaric, could you please elaborate on the intent of this motion, where we were, where we are presently, and where we're headed on this particular file?
Mike, please.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the motion made reference to a potential change to try to realize some efficiencies. So the original intent was to locate the memorial on a site that's currently commercial, used by commercial, that there would be some acquisition costs as well as some foregone assessment. And the change in terms of the motion was to try to identify some existing open space in an effort to try to defer the costs associated with acquisition of land as well as foregoing some of the assessment fees. So the intent was to try to utilize existing city space, A, in terms of location, and in terms of B was the costs, I believe it was $150,000, relates to undergoing some design work and trying to identify what that memorial may represent in terms of design and location.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you to you, Madam Chair. Now, Mike, with respect to the motion that's before us, as you know, we passed our capital budget. However, in the motion itself, it reads that we'll be using our capital budget from 2017. How can we reconcile that at this point, considering it was already approved?
Councillor, just to clarify, the motion has not been yet, but I will be asking for a motion to move it forward.
I'm referencing the motion before.
Okay, all right, just to clarify.
Just so the questions don't come up at that time.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, in terms of where we stand as it relates to the 2017 budget process, the Council's correct. The Council's approved the 17 capital budget. We're in the midst of the operating budget. One opportunity is to refer this to the 2017 operating budget process. The alternative is to refer it to the 2018 capital budget. That would represent a more significant delay in responding. The third alternative, I would not recommend the third alternative, is for committee to consider this as an in-year consideration. The challenge of in-year considerations is they don't align to committee's other decisions regarding expenditures and investments. So again, ideally, it would be ideal to capture it through a budget process, and currently, in terms of timeliness, the operating budget would probably be the recommended option.
So if I could formally advise that that's how I will be amending it accordingly at the appropriate time.
Right, okay, and thank you, because I do have questions for the presenter. So Thank you, Councillor Marula. Councillor Ferguson, please.
My questions have been answered.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no further speakers. Councillor Whitehead, please.
And I appreciate, I know that we were hoping that we could have, through economies of scale, a first responders location that dealt with paramedics, fire, and police. I think there's a bit of a history. I think that was what Bernie was actually really working on, if you want to look at the history of it. Somewhere there's a debarkation, and now the firefighters are on their own. And I have no problem. They do great service. I guess my question is, I mean, we lost a guy in Public Works on a garbage truck in an accident on duty and on work. And I'd like to recognize all workers in regards to their services to this community. So I guess the question is, from a policy point of view.
So, Councillor, that really isn't a question for Stan. And what I would like to do.
Stan's response, if there's any issue.
Well,
that's Injured Workers of Ontario.
Okay, councillors, stop, please. We will deal with the motion next. If we do not have any questions for Stan directly, I would like to receive his presentation.
And I just want to know if Stan would have any problem if clearly we're going to move on this, that we ensure that we recognize other workers within the city that may die of occupational illness or on the job.
Well, I can tell you the loss of any worker is a tragedy, as always. Do we recognize, will we recognize? We come and wreath at our memorial up front of City Hall here as well. Exactly. I can tell you what we're looking for is one that recognizes firefighters. While that certainly would never take away the loss of any other worker, we certainly support any venture that would recognize them as well. For sure.
All right, thank you. Yeah. Thank you. So thank you, everyone. Motion Stan's presentation. Councillor Brenda Johnson, Councillor Aidan Johnson, all in favour? And that is carried. And now I need a motion to move item 9.1 up on the agenda. Moved by Councillor Marula, seconded by Councillor Mayor Eisenberger, all in favour? That is carried. And now would you like to introduce your motion?
Yes,
Councillor Marula.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Collins. And does everyone need me to read it again? I've read it once before. The only change is, however, as Mike Zagarek mentioned, is related to the operating budget as opposed to the capital. And that's seconded by Councillor Collins.
Okay, thank you. And I have Farr, please.
Just want to say two quick words. Thank you and congratulations in advance to both Councillor Marula, Councillor Collins. I've sat with both and firefighters in the past many times. It's a very collaborative working relationship, and this is an important cause. And through their brilliant history of philanthropy as a firefighters union and management, they have proven time and time again in the community a very devoted effort to this city and many, many causes. And now I think we have an opportunity before us today to focus on their cause and part on their cause. So just on the second whereas, and to my second point, Madam Chair, the master plan for the proposed John Rebecca Park has not been able to proceed due to related lands for the proposed park being in private ownership. I'm glad that point was made, and in fact this is where the conversation started, and prior to the mover bringing the motion forward here today, it has been alluded to, this one celebration in the John Rebecca master plan of all of our emergency workers. Certainly I've had that conversation with the firefighters in the past, how they want to work on something specific. Certainly we've had debates in the past how the police have some ideas on how they want to honor their officers specific to HPS. So the one part I can offer as the ward councillor, and given that that particular block has been in the news of lately, and certainly we've talked to in front or behind the scenes on the issue of John Rebecca Park, I just want to remind my colleagues that we are very much looking to get that master plan back on track. But with that, and relevant to what's before us today, while we very much appreciate all the work of the stakeholder groups that included Bernie Morelli in the day in putting this master plan together with the focus and celebration of a consolidated tribute to emergency services workers, it's very likely that it'll be a watered-down presentation of that master plan that comes to you if we can expedite the development of the park. We're not going to look at something that is of great detail initially, in all likelihood. We would be looking more at the acquisition side, laying sod, planting some trees, and maybe doing it in stages along the way. So it actually works to the benefit of us to take that piece out of the master plan.
Yes.
And I only speak to this issue because it's relevant, it's here today,
right,
and it actually benefits, I think, our case for assisting both the firefighters and also assisting the expedited nature of trying to implement the John Rebecca plan prior to, sooner rather than later. Finally, we'll see in our next budget that there is, in fact, $1,750,000 in the 2018 budget for the John Rebecca Park, but we want to use that money wisely, and that will mean a rejigging of the current master plan.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Farr. And Councillor Whitehead, on the firefighter memorial motion, please.
I wholeheartedly support it. I can tell you not only is the service they provide in Hamilton second to none, but I guess we have some really good competitors and first responders in some of the national and international competitions. So I want to draw on that they've been great ambassadors in drawing attention to the professionalism and the skill sets here in the city of Hamilton. So I want to thank the mover and certainly where it all started, our beloved and former councillor, Bertie Morelli.
Okay, thank you. And so the motion is Councillor Marula, seconded by Councillor Collins. All in favor, please. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Conley.
I thought my voice was up,
Okay.
as you said. We are approving the $125,000, the design. Is that what we're doing? Or are we approving the $1.7 million? And are we approving Gage Park? Everything's in here, and I'm just trying to get my head in order.
All right.
Somebody.
Okay, thank you. No, those are good questions, sir. Councillor Marula.
I'll defer to Mike Zagarek, but it's Gage Park and the actual design cost, the 1.8.
Okay, so it is the design cost. Mike Zagarek, would you like to comment on that, please? Just for clarification for Councillor Conley.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, my understanding, the intent is to refer this to the budget process for further conversation. It's not predetermining location as well as the funding source. However, those would be discussions that would arise when the items before committee through the budget GIC.
And so the dollars are for design only?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that's my understanding.
Okay.
Okay, does that help, sir?
Yes,
okay.
thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Conley. Councillor Skelly, please.
Thank you. Through the chair to Mike, the $100,000, how do we arrive? It's always $100,000 for design. How do we arrive at $100,000?
And, okay, and our director, Rob Norman, will provide an answer for you. Rob, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Cynthia Graham of our Landscape Architecture Services Group put together the estimate of $125,000. Because this is in addition to our existing work plan, we would need to engage consulting assistance to move this forward during 2017. The other thing is our own staff costs are captured through capital budget dollars. So there would be an aspect to help support the staff time required in this figure.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm still trying to get my head wrapped around $125,000. What does that go towards? It's not the design of the actual structure. So what are we spending $125,000 on?
Thank you, Councillor. Rob, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. As the motion refers to, it is investigating the preliminary design, and also the motion directs us to investigate locations in an attempt to reduce costs in this project. So it's a thorough investigation as well as exploring preliminary design.
So, Councillor, it's item 9.1 under motions.
I understand.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying.
I'm just suggesting. I get so frustrated when I hear $125,000 to investigate where we're going to put a statue. a memorial. That's a lot of money. People would argue that it could build the monument, but I've raised this before. I think that we tend to just throw out numbers, and we really don't have any clear evidence as to where the money is going to be spent, but those are my comments. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, please.
On that point, so can we get staff provide to all members of council kind of a breakdown of the $125,000? I mean, I think it's frustrating to hear that we're. I understand that some people may not appreciate the fullness of what needs to happen to design this sort of thing. So could we provide for the council and all members of council, in fact, a breakdown of those costs and where those monies are to be apportioned to do the design work on this particular project for the benefit of all of us, quite frankly. I mean, I appreciate the question. It deserves an answer. And if we can provide that in a more fulsome way, I think that would be very helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam Clerk, you have a comment?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Just to confirm, staff should be reporting that in an information report when it comes back to the operating budget, so it is part of the record, not just through an email.
Is everyone understanding that, Mr. Mayor?
Not wanting to argue, but I mean the question was asked today, and I think it's reasonable to provide some measure of more detail on what those costs what those costs would be without finalizing the entirety of the project. So I understand the procedural issue, but I think in the interim, since the question was asked, I think it's reasonable to provide some additional information.
And Councillor Collins for a first time, and then Councillor Whitehead for a second time.
Well, I was just going to say that the detailed design work is usually 10 to 12% of the whole project, and so this represents getting us to the point where we can get to the construction stage. If the project is over $1 million, the 100,000 represents that 10%, and so that's traditionally how these things work.
Yes.
To be clear.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Whitehead, please.
I think for the layperson, though, and I understand it, and I was going to mention that, $125,000 for a design of not something that's all that sophisticated, it represents well above the average annual income of any one individual. So it sounds like a lot of money. And I think it would be helpful to maybe a crash course in education on what it all entails. So I know that you're dealing with professional fees at some point, because you're dealing with engineers and so forth. But I think it'd be helpful to put that one to bed.
So may I suggest then that between now and council that that information could be delivered to the councillor and the mayor and to all of us for our questions? May I suggest that? All right. I think I've already heard that there has been a quote put together, so the information is existing. So thank you. Everybody's okay with that? So we'll go ahead and vote on the motion, please. So moved by Councillor Marula, seconded by Councillor Collins. All in favor? Carried. That is carried. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to back to the delegations, 6.10, and I'm going to turn this over to the mayor, if I may. Okay, so we're at Percy Whitlaw with Uber. So next we are to do with Uber. Okay.
Great, thank you, and a well-deserved break for Councillor Partridge, doing a great job. And I would call Percy Whitlaw of Uber, respecting the licensing of Uber and rideshare applications. And I'm not sure where Percy might be. Anyone want to identify themselves as Percy Whitlaw? Not yet. Okay. Well, we will put abeyance until he arrives, and second to that, there's Emmanuel Echonwa, respecting the same issue. Hopefully I got that name right. Is Emmanuel here?
Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Yep.
We've had recent discussions with both the taxi industry and Uber, and delegations are not coming forward. So because we have full agreement on what we're bringing forward.
Okay. Thank you. So then we're on to, Councillor Parr.
Does that mean anything has changed in what's before us today, through you to Ken?
Well, I think we'll get to that when we get to the if we can just kind of hold on to that. I think the next item that we have before us is the... I'm in your hands. So moved by yourself, seconded by Councillor Farr, that we move that report up to the next agenda item, which is then the feasibility of not the feasibility of, the Uber rideshare accessibility issue. There is a presentation. I think it's fair and reasonable to have that presentation. Stephanie.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if there are no delegations here to actually hear that matter, there is an item where we have a consultant who has a 4 o'clock flight. So if there are no delegation requests for this, then I would recommend that we stick to the order, just because there is, for item 7.1, we have a consultant who's flown in and has to catch an afternoon flight.
All right, okay. Good comment. Thank you, then. So we'll go back to the original on that. Feasibility of a sports dome at Tim Hortons Field. We have a presentation on that as well. No more motions, sorry. Greg Maychak, welcome. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year as well.
Introduce who you're with, if you would.
I will in one moment. Just
okay.
I'll touch on last year this committee asked that staff go back and look at the feasibility and the options for a sports dome at Tim Hortons Field. So staff collected both purchasing and legal and the recreation department and of course facilities, and we discussed the matter and thought it was very important that we do this with our due diligence. So we thought it was vital to the feasibility and the costs and everything that goes into building a sports dome that we brought in the consultant, John Frittenberg. So it's my pleasure. You probably know John. He's been introduced to this council before, and he was responsible or played a lead role on several studies, including both the indoor and recreation study. So John Frittenberg from JF Group.
Thank you. Welcome, John.
Thank you.
Or welcome back, I should say.
Thank you very much. I wouldn't worry about the 4 o'clock flight. I think that's history now anyway. So,
okay, we go back to the other issue then?
No, I wanted to get up here first. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and committee members. It's a pleasure to be back. Just a little history. In February of last year, you did receive a presentation from John McGrain Services with respect to the proposition of a sports dome at Tim Hortons Field. As Greg just mentioned, this directed staff to review the implications of that and to go back and to present some options and some research with respect to that particular proposal. And staff, as Greg mentioned, engaged me to assist in that. I've done quite a bit of work in the past on sports domes right across the country, so that was primarily the driving force behind this particular engagement. Just to refresh your memory with respect to the original proposal, and that is that the dome would provide year-round use of the facility. The proponent was providing 2,000 hours of free time to the city for its own recreational use. Those hours were primarily during during the daytime. The proponent proposed to pay all capital costs and contribute $100,000 to the city in rent for the field, as well as operate the dome, incur all the operating costs of the dome, and to cover any incremental operating costs that the city would bear as a result of the extended season of the stadium. So that was the elements of the contents of the proposition that the proponent brought forward. We engaged in a review process, basically to look at the feasibility or the viability of this. And the steps that we took were to interview the proponents, which I did personally, interview the Hamilton District Soccer Association with respect to the health of soccer in not only Hamilton but also the surrounding areas, interview Soccer Canada with respect to the health of the sport nationally, provincially, as well as other issues that I'll address. I talked to the operators of existing indoor turf facilities in Hamilton and their views on the project. We also went to potential users of the field in terms of what their positions would be, and I'll address that. We talked to to get his impression with respect to impact of extended periods of use on the actual life expectancy of the turf. And finally, staff with respect to their impressions of the project. And the results of all of that I'm about to report to you and were utilized by staff in bringing together their report. The initial discussions with the proponent, which basically built the proposition, were, and there's two key points here. They really were that the overarching purpose of this was for recreational purposes for Hamilton's children and youth. And secondly, that the proponent is committed to the principle of the city not being out of pocket as it relates to any portion of this particular proposition. The other issue, more or less reinforcing what was contained in the original proposition, which was the free time during the daytime being ideal for school use. For your information, the size of the dome is quite considerable and would offer the ability to have 5 indoor mini fields, if you will, available for rent. And the idea is that the prime time hours would be operated and utilized by recreational groups, and there's certainly the intent of the proponent to organize an academy out of that particular facility. So that basically reinforced all the information that was contained in the original proposal, plus embellished to some extent. Hamilton District Soccer Association represents 26,000 individuals, 90% of which are under the age of 18, so primarily children and youth. Interestingly, they report that soccer as a whole has stalled in terms of growth in Hamilton, in fact provincially. And the only growth, it seems, is in the development of academies as opposed to grassroots development and outdoor play. So the growth in soccer, and this, we're seeing this, by the way, not just in Hamilton or Ontario, we're seeing this pretty much nationally. It has stalled. Academies are on the rise, however, and these are more organized kinds of environments. The association certainly registered with me the fact that they are receiving complaints from soccer organizations that they can't get time within existing indoor facilities. And the president of the association that I interviewed certainly articulated that he felt that a new indoor facility would provide a new venue that could open doors for new types of involvement. So that was the association. The operators. I interviewed the operators personally and then provided them an opportunity to provide information in written form, and very, very good at collecting the information, and in fact spent quite a bit of time actually looking at historical use profiles of their own facilities and their own user groups in order to be able to give me as factual information as they could. What we did do was we took a period of time right after Christmas time and identified that as their peak time when they would have the peak use, because, you know, over the course of Christmas season, for example, there would be use drops and so on. So we looked at their peak time to identify what their actual use is, and certainly all 6 operators, of which represent 14 different individual soccer fields, report approximately 20%, although there was fluctuations between operators, but 20% vacancy rate within prime time. Now, some of that time is not necessarily ideal for group use because it's individual hours here and there, and there is a little bit of variation between what they define as prime time. There is definitely availability within prime time hours. Remember what I said, that is during the peak period right after Christmas time when they should be the busiest time of the year. The operators also were quite vocal, as I'm sure you can imagine, in their suggestion that the unused time represents a very strong indication that there's not latent demand, in other words, unused demand here in Hamilton and Hamilton region. And of course, based upon that assertion, they quite vocally opposed this project. Potential indoor turf users. Sent surveys to 18 different potential groups. These were identified by staff that already have some connection to the Tim Hortons Field. This is not an exhaustive study across all potential user groups, but rather a sample of the group to give us an indication of what the potential uses would be. We received 11 responses, 5 of which were soccer, 4 were other recreational sports such as ultimate frisbee and things like that, and 2 school boards. Most groups already rent time in existing facilities, and depending upon price, they suggest that they may go to another facility if it's more convenient and less expensive. So we did see, or they did tell us, or tell me, that the availability of more unencumbered time, in other words, time that isn't already allocated to other groups, there might be some shoulder times around, they feel that there could be approximately 60 new primetime hours generated. That represents approximately 1.25 field, if you will, about 45 to 50 hours of prime time per field. So 60 hours certainly doesn't account for 5 new fields. And 6 of the groups certainly that, again, dependent upon convenience and price, which is always the indicator of, or always the determination of any recreational purchasing decision, convenience and price, that they may consider relocating their time from their existing supplier to the new facility should it materialize. The next is a concept that came forward, and of course I've spoken to you about this in the past, the whole issue of professional soccer coming to Hamilton. The proponents certainly suggest that the professional team will be here in 2018. I did speak with the Association and CONCACAF on this particular matter. Those are the 2 organizations that would be ultimately involved with making sure that league was materialized and actually supported by the different organizations. They concur that work is underway in an attempt to get the professional league formalized and in place, and certainly Hamilton would be one of the recipients of those teams. Just as an indication of movement that has happened recently, just in the past several months, the association has hired its executive director. So even though the league has not been formally announced, they do already in place. So there is some apparent movement, but it's certainly not finalized. There's been no announcement at this point. The reason why this is important is professional soccer teams are supported or do support academies. There would be, therefore, an academy linked to this facility. What that means is that if professional soccer came to Hamilton, then just like in any other sport where you have, after any kind of major sporting event, for example, you get bump in interest in a particular sport, or if you have the Canadian women's hockey team winning the Olympics, you get a bump in interest in female hockey. I do estimate that there would be a bump in interest if professional soccer landed in Hamilton. The finite growth would be from the increase in the participation associated with the academy. And then after that, it would be up to the operators, including the proponent, to capitalize on this bump in additional interest. So it's not necessarily a given that the interest translates into activity, but there certainly would be increased interest in soccer, both indoor and outdoor, with a professional team locally. And as I say, there is already movement on the part of the proponent in order to be able to have an academy at the facility. Okay, so technical considerations with respect to actually getting a dome in Tim Hortons Field. First of all, because of the technical need to keep the domes are connected to the ground through an anchoring system. And the anchoring system is dug into the ground. It's concrete, rebar, and so on. And that's what actually holds it in the ground, because it's kept inflated by air generated by large fans. This dome would be probably the largest dome in Canada, only rivaled by 3 or 4 other domes that are in universities in the North U.S. So it's a very, very large undertaking. As a result of that, and as a result of building this large facility within a finished stadium, it would be quite complicated. So, for example, getting excavated material out of the stadium, bringing them out of concrete trucks and so on into the stadium, not to mention the fact that services are buried around the outside of the field where the grade beam would have to go. So consequently, it's a pretty complicated undertaking. I'm not saying it's impossible, but of course that just bumps up the cost. Not that that necessarily affects you, because the proponent is talking about absorbing all the costs, but it just starts to make the original business plan maybe a little less firm. And the anchoring of the bubble is one of the more costly items. And the very last item is, when talking to the supplier of the turf field, we'd want to make sure that before anything proceeded, if it was to proceed, that no construction activity in any way compromised your warranty on that field, because that's a very important point. And now, that's a good segue into talking about the life cycle of the field. There are varying opinions with respect to how long turf should be left on a field. Some would suggest that it really should be replaced in 4 to 5 years, the standard that, for example, BMO uses. But that is, frankly, quite a short time horizon. There are other turf fields that have been down for a dozen years, and they're continuing to function relatively well. However, in your case, and we had to come to do this calculation, we had to come to a conclusion of what we would think would be a reasonable time. Your field is guaranteed or warranted for 8 years. So that is pretty much to the point of being on the cusp, because you're talking about 8 to 10 to 12 years as being kind of the outer ranges of when the field would have to be placed. So we picked 8 years because that is the end of your turf warranty period. It's about $1 million to replace the turf, which is less costly than to put the turf down in the first place because, of course, the subsurface is already there and so on, so you're just replacing the turf. So if you were to spread the cost of spread the $1 million over the 8-year warranty period, that represents a capital cost contribution of approximately $125,000 a year. We estimate, based upon looking at other stadiums that have bubbles that are also indoor turf, that life expectancy would be shortened by anywhere between 2 to 3 years, depending upon the amount of use that it got during the 20-week period that it would be under the bubble. So what that means is that the $125,000 would grow by an increment of $75,000 if you had to replace it 3 years sooner, or $41,600 if you were to replace it 3 years sooner, the other way around. So the longer it sits, of course, the lower the number gets. But there would be an incremental cost that would be associated with replacing the turf. Now, I of course brought this to the proponents' attention. They understand it. They, of course, are knowledgeable of it and believe in the principle, as I said earlier, that the city would not be out of pocket as a result of this project, and as a result, they understand that they would be responsible for whatever that cost was. Incremental stadium operating costs. Unlike the current situation where your wintertime use, you have people using the meeting rooms and things like that, there's not a lot of use of things like shower rooms, locker rooms, change rooms, things like that, as well as just increased traffic, because the bubble would experience quite a considerable increase in traffic and increase in operating hours beyond your existing operating hours. So staff took about creating an estimate of what that might be. Of course, it's very difficult to come up with an accurate estimate because things like snow removal, there would be an increase in snow removal requirements because more entrances would be utilized than currently are the case. So consequently, you can't really estimate that accurately from year to year to year to year. But staff did come up with kind of a range of costs, and that range was floated to the proponent, which again, they stood by the principle of it not costing the municipality any money, and hence that would also be included in any payments to you. So basically, the concept was, or the idea was, that we were to come back, or the staff was to come back to you with some options and alternatives, and to report to you on the viability. Well, on the financial viability, the option, or at least the money that would be out of pocket from you with respect to incremental operating costs as well as turf replacement, would be covered by the proponent. Consequently, from a financial perspective, it appeared that there seemed to be some reason there. However, you asked for options as well, and really there are only 3 options. The 3 options are that if you thought a bubble was a wise investment, the city might decide to enter it and manage it on its own over the course of the wintertime. The second option would be to go through a procurement process. And the third option would be to negotiate an agreement with the original proponent. However, staff believed that there were a number of unanswered questions even after all the research that we had done, especially as it relates to the professional soccer team, and hence the growth in the potential latent demand or unmet demand. And as a result, staff are not recommending any further action at this time on any of the three options. Happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. And so on questions, Councillor Jackson.
Thanks so much, Mr. Mayor. And Greg or John, if you could just go back one slide there to your three options, please. That would be appreciated just before you finish there. Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, through to Greg. Greg, I was one of the, pardon the pun, doubting Thomases when John McGrain came here about a year and a half ago with this, the dome plan, all due respect to all his great work for soccer over the 30, 40 years. But I was a doubting Thomas in terms of the league starting up, this new professional soccer league. Our Ticat owner, Bob Young, I believe his intention is pure and wanting to get a team into Hamilton ultimately. But if I recall back then, one of the columnists from the Spectator, the sports section, was here covering it. And I said I was a doubting Thomas because I've heard this soccer thing come and go over the years, the Thunderbird Steelers, all with best of intentions, and never a professional soccer team being supported properly. What was the time frame of this league starting up, Mr. Mayor? And I believe it was said either possibly this year, next year. Now I'm hearing maybe even later. So first of all, on the soccer league and potential awarding of soccer franchise to Hamilton, through to Greg. Any comment at all or any updates that you can share with us, Greg?
Well, I can reiterate what the consultant has said. There's been some hiring and there's been some statements made by Soccer Canada that there is a move afoot on a Canadian league, but there has been no formal announcement about the league nor the franchises at this state.
So any, John or Greg, any further comment of these discussions in terms of 2-year window, 5-year window, 10-year window, indefinite window, Mr. Mayor, through you? Because that's just a really a blanket type of comment. And again, I'm not shooting the messengers here.
I fully understand. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I asked exactly that question of both Soccer Canada and of CONCAFA, to knowing that at some point in the future I'd be standing in front of you and knowing that this sort of question would be raised. And I was told the best I can do is to say it's forthcoming. And I can't, although the local club has definitely indicated that they are fully intent on having the team on the field in 2018 and are doing everything that they can to do that. I do know through back channels that they're on ongoing meetings across the country to deal with this issue. So it isn't without merit that there is activity happening, but to estimate as to when that might happen, I really can't guess, and I don't have any information from anybody who can potentially even make an educated guess. They haven't provided me with that information.
Thanks for doing your best to try to elaborate, John. You've provided a tiny bit more insight, which I appreciate. What's wrong, and I know ultimately it's a political decision, Mr. Mayor, but to John and Greg for some maybe professional comment, what's wrong with us waiting until the franchise is awarded, and then let's come back and talk about this potential for a dome? Mr. Mayor, through you, please.
Thank you. Greg?
Through you, Mr. Chair, certainly that's an option. I think we heard from the consultant right now that the demand could be a little weak, or based on his findings, it is a little weak. And certainly the inclusion of an academy and a pro soccer team would then provide greater merit for the purpose of a year-round sports dome.
Okay, thank you, Greg. And lastly,
is it fair to point out that on the options for project delivery, it does that staff are not recommending any further action at council, but should council wish to consider options, here are the options. So the recommendation is no action at this time until such time as more information and more surety is provided in terms of the soccer franchise.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that reminder and for pointing that out to make that emphatically clear. And Greg, on the page 4 of your report, the last paragraph, you also indicate the legal department weighing in on this matter with regards to ongoing litigation amidst various parties, and basically that the procurement policy of the city refusing to do business. I mean, it's right in the public report here So that's an impediment as well. Mr. Mayor, through you to John, Greg, or our fine solicitor, Janice, just to confirm.
Yeah, I'll turn that over to Janice, because I think that's been our standard policy. So
Okay.
Janice, from a legal perspective.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, through the mayor. Yes, that's definitely right into our procurement policy and has been the city's practice and policy, and definitely there is still outstanding litigation.
Okay, thank you, Janice. And John, lastly, you remember and you referenced the private sector operators. I think there's about, 14 other fields or something in the community with about 6 or 7 current private sector operators. And you said in discussions with them, and what I read in the media leading into today's meeting was they're definitely, in principle, they're still against this because it would be taxpayer potentially funded, or within a taxpayer-funded stadium, unfair competition to them. But did I read correctly? But if council ultimately decided they're open-minded as long as it's an open process for them to bid, Mr. Mayor, through you to John, did I read that correctly, or was that possibly not accurate in terms of that reporting?
No, through you, Mr. Mayor. The projects like this, when it's an open bid call, any potential proponent is able to engage in that process. And in fact, in several cases, in Hamilton itself, years ago, the city can also engage in that process through a municipal comparator process. So yes, if it was to go through the procurement approach, and there is some, you may want to speak to legal about that, but if you were to go through the procurement approach, any valid operator or proponent would be a potential proponent as part of that process.
John, thanks for that. But I think and I apologize if I didn't word it as clearly as possible. The essence of my question, though, was in your conversations with the other private operators, is their mindset that hoping that this ain't going to see the light of day, that they're still staunchly opposed to it? Or did they give that little crack in the door? Oh, you know what, though, if it's going to go ahead, we'll consider bidding on it too, Mr. Mayor, through you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. During our meeting, there certainly was a debate about or discussion, I should say, about the closed nature or the single source nature of this process as it would appear today. I didn't, nobody put their hand up and said, I want bid, but certainly there was reference to this not being fair, being that it appeared to be closed door and single source without giving us an opportunity. So, as I say, if there was the opportunity, I can't guarantee one of them would step up and actually bid, but certainly there is a concern that at the moment it appears that they couldn't even if they wanted to.
But their priority preference of this project not going ahead is still their ultimate desire. Mr. Mayor, through to John, is that a fair comment?
I will speculate. Certainly, their main theme, and I can't disagree with that theme, is there appears to be limited, if any, unmet demand currently for indoor soccer, as demonstrated by a number of different factors, not including including, I should say, their vacancy rate during prime time. So, by extension, you would think that unless they all bantered together and said, well, you know what, we'll put a proposal in on this project, they'd be ultimately creating the same situation of competition for their own venues by bidding on the project. So,
thank you. Thank you very much, John. Thank you, Greg. Mr. Mayor, again, for me, doubting Thomas, until this league is established and we're awarded a franchise, I'll continue to be a skeptic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to John. Do you know how many private indoor fields are already in Hamilton?
14. 3 years there, 14.
Okay, because I was told 15, so we're close. We have 7 in Ancaster. You know, maybe you're not aware, they've just opened up.
The two-field facility, yes. In fact, when we had our meeting in August, that facility was not yet open, and so the gentleman, while he was invited, didn't come to the meeting, so I subsequently called him and had quite a lengthy conversation to get his input on it, as well as provide his number. So yes, there was, since we started the process, more fields added to the inventory.
Okay, so this is the former Jewish Community Center.
Right.
Yeah, because I had a call from them. They're quite distressed about this, that they just opened up a new indoor fields, and now we're going to have a taxpayer subsidized one. So we have 7 indoor fields just in Ancaster, and I've seen some of the schedules. Some of them are today. I see them up there. where they showed me their schedules. They have a lot of time available. Certainly all the daytime, but even weekends, they have daytime covers available on their fields. And I believe through you, if I can, John, I believe they're all taxpayers. They pay realty taxes on their facilities.
So they were quite vocal on that point when I spoke with them, yes.
Oh, good. They were with me, too. and so is John McGreen an employee at Ticats now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I really couldn't speculate.
Do you know?
I believe he is working under Bob Young's company. John is here today.
Oh, is he? Okay.
So we could clarify with John if that's okay through the chair.
So there is definitely a professional soccer team, and which is good. But I'm with Councillor Jackson until we see a document signed that team, there is a team coming. I fully accept your recommendation that we just stand down now and not accept any recommendations. And as Councillor Jackson says, wait until we have a soccer team committed, because we've been hearing about this for a long while. I just have serious trouble putting a facility on a publicly owned football field to compete with 15 fields that are already paying taxes in the city of Hamilton and currently being underutilized. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Skelly, and then Councillor Green, and Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. John, maybe you could expand on a comment that you made regarding the popularity of soccer. And did you say enrollment has plateaued and is starting to decline?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it certainly has plateaued in many, many markets. There are a few that are growing, but soccer experienced tremendous growth over the past 15 years, much the same way as some sports have throughout their history. It is now leveling off. It's still I don't want to understate the popularity of soccer. It's still a very, very popular sport, but the growth in soccer has plateaued. So you're not seeing the need for tremendously more fields or more leagues or things along that line, in markets where they're already well serviced. So it's not that it may be slipping in certain areas, but generally speaking, I would say it's a safer bet to say that it's plateaued, or basically it's in a stable state.
Thank you. Through the mayor, would you suggest then that we have built enough facilities to accommodate the existing demand, and we don't need to look at additional fields, that we're not going to see that growth?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm hedging my bet here a bit because, as you know, there is conflicting views on this particular point. I saw no compelling reason to suggest to you that there's significant pent-up demand. Certainly not enough demand to fill 5 new fields in this community. Which is, of course, the proposal.
Thank you. And I have to echo Councillor Jackson and Councillor Ferguson's comments. And I mean, we have a very costly example of, if you build it, they will come, sitting right across the street. We're still waiting on the NHL team, and it's not here. And I'd be afraid to move forward with spending any money or even doing anything right now with the soccer field when we don't have a team. I think we should probably wait until we get the team, and then if we need a dome, we can do it. Thank you.
Councillor Green.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you, do we know when the professional soccer season runs? When does it run? Is it an indoor professional soccer league?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, it would be an outdoor league, and the details of the league hasn't been announced.
Correct.
So consequently, the details of the league are still speculative, but it would be an outdoor, a league. But as I mentioned, I don't want to say all, because there may be some that don't, but I'm going to say most professional soccer teams that play in leagues, regardless of where, are supported by academies. And that's the reason why I'm suggesting that the emergence of a league, and hence a team in Hamilton, would not only translate into increased interest in soccer, not necessarily only by people that are engaged in that academy, but also the academy itself. The academy is fine that is going to come, and it's going to take up time that currently is not being taken up in the existing operations. The uptake on additional non-academy use is still a big question mark. There would be interest, but I don't know how much that would be translated into actual participation.
But nothing would stop a professional team coming to Hamilton pending an announcement, and starting an academy at one of the existing facilities.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, assuming that there's time available or that the existing facility was willing to accommodate that academy through bumping existing users? No.
So I just have a couple more technical questions through you, Mr. Mayor. If you would give me the lecture, I'm not sure if the presenters have the answer, but based on our agreement, I know in the previous discussion there was heavy consultation or a heavy suggestion that the Ticats, based on the agreement, had exclusivity to enter into a professional agreement with the team. What is the deadline on that? Do they still maintain the exclusivity, or can anybody bring a professional team to Hamilton now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think I would prefer to defer to the legal.
So there is a contract, and I think there was a deadline on that contract. And Rome, you could speak to that.
Yes, I can, through you, through the chair. The soccer piece was part of the 20 years license agreement. It did have an expiry date on the soccer piece, and that date has come and gone.
Okay. So, and that's not, I'm not asking that question to dispute the fact that Mr. Young may and Mr. McGrain may be best positioned to introduce a soccer team. I don't dispute that. But we're not an exclusivity deal anymore. It's lapsed, and perhaps we may re-enter into that or not, depending on the outcome of this particular legal action that's going on. But I do remember our conversation around this being unsolicited, single-sourced, two phrases that we use around this table quite a bit. But I would like to just expand, and so those are my points with regards to the professional soccer, because we've kind of narrowed in on that as it being the end-all, be-all. And I would like to ask if in the case of this study, did you explore other sports? Because multi-use fields go beyond just soccer. You have baseball, lacrosse, football. I can think of a number of opportunities for my residents in Ward 3, potentially, to use this. 7 being in Ancaster. Quite frankly, Mr. Mayor, my folks are not driving to Ancaster to use this facility. So this is an inner-city thing, and I remember Mr. McGrain bringing this up and others. Can you just speak to some other sports that might be able to use a facility such as this?
Yes, again, through you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, some of the more successful domes follow the model that you're just suggesting, and that is they don't rely entirely on soccer. That much the same way as ice arenas wouldn't rely on minor hockey. You know, there's a variety of different ice users that participate there. So yes, there are bubbles that accommodate everything from ultimate frisbee to lacrosse to baseball to on and on and on. Any kind of turf or any kind of sport that's played on turf is a potential candidate user of an indoor field. In fact, the proponent was quite adamant about the fact that they were going to, yes, concentrate on having an academy, but they also were interested in attracting other sports. John suggested that to me several times. And also, I don't think we can discount the availability. I know have suggested that the daytime hours that they're offering and the 2,000 free hours are not really a benefit because, you know, it's non-prime time. But if there were opportunities to have schools take advantage of those times, and there has been, I have no hard evidence, but there has been some suggestion that schools are interested in that particular opportunity. So in terms of the community benefit of that particular facility, I think it could range beyond simply serving the soccer community. In fact, if I was to provide any advice, I say that it should provide beyond the soccer community. But again, even by the way, I think when we showed you the slide pertaining to the questionnaires we sent out to the different groups, 5 of them were non-soccer groups plus 2 school boards. And but even with that input, we couldn't come up with enough demand because they're already using certain facilities.
Sure, and I can appreciate that. However, those organizations, leagues are already pre-existing in areas probably in proximity to those facilities. Yeah. What's missing is organized sports inner city. So I'll put that out there and say that I support in concept the idea of providing opportunity for open access to this type of world-class facility inner city, and we've done that, Mr. Mayor, through the stadium. But I think if members of council, if we're being honest, if we could hit the reset button in terms of the negotiation with the stadium precinct and how that turned out with some of the details with booking and other things, we probably would. And so I would like to suggest at this point, Mr. Mayor, that any conversations around building any new facilities be directed solely to the Dom Glass site, where we have ground level opportunity there, and we could have a true partnership, because we've already foot the bill, the taxpayer, $150 million for the stadium. So to have somebody come in, Mr. Mayor, and put in a $3 million dome, well, in 2 years I could use area rating money and do that if I so choose. So I'm not excited about entering into a prolonged 365-day-a-year contract where we now have lost care and control over the completely. But I am open to the idea for any members present, an open bid process for the Dom Glass site, which is pre-construction right now, where we can sit down and talk about having an authentic, equitable partnership. So those are my thoughts. We now know that there is no pronounced league forthcoming that we know of yet. There is no exclusivity deal, so anybody could bring a pro team in theory. And there's, I think, a genuine openness for an open bid process. At least that's what I'm hearing. So I appreciate this report and appreciate, Mr. Mayor, the work that you guys have put into this and exploring it. For me, it's not a hard no in terms of putting a facility into Ward 3. We've committed to a facility in Ward 3, Brian Timmis Field, across the street at Dom Glass, and that's where I'd like to see it go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so I remind you that we're on questions at this point of the presenters, and we are going to have a debate on the report. So you agree? So you've pre-debated that, so I'll take you off the debate list, and I'll go to Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and certainly appreciate the input. And I'm really glad to see that while staff are not recommending any further action, because I'm certainly at the time that this was presented to us, about a year and a half ago, certainly had great trepidation. I do have a facility in my ward. Representatives are here today, and I appreciate that the reps are here from the other organizations. Certainly big concerns out there from them, and I appreciate having to deal with their taxpayers, and this will jeopardize their livelihood. But I also wanted to ask, and a number of my points have been raised, and I was reading the report. So there's no commitment now with the TICATs as far as a time for a professional league to come in from the TICATs. I think the deadline was November 1st, 2016. I think Rom answered that. So this is wide open now, going on into anybody. It could be us, it could be anybody. Correct?
Through the mayor, there may be other issues or other limitations with respect to the Tim Hortons Field.
There's the facility agreement, you're right. So I'm reading that as well, and right. I was going to ask through the mayor.
So in terms of the exclusivity with respect to pro soccer in the stadium, that, as was explained, has expired, as I understand. But in terms of other clauses that may be in the contract that may also have some impact upon others bringing professional soccer into the stadium, that would have to be explored.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Can I ask, though, in your review as with our groups here, did you review the other facilities that are out there that I understand in other communities that have domed stadiums and their issues that they've had? Has that all been reviewed as well? Because it's not as bright-eyed and bushy-tailed picture that's being portrayed.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, the success of any facility, especially the size of a dome like is being discussed here, is linked to the ability to generate income that pays for the operating costs of that particular facility. Now, operating a field, 185 by 200 field, is about the same, or sorry, 85 by 200 is about the same size as the ice pad, and the operating cost differential between a field and a pad of ice is substantially less. So you don't have to generate anywhere near the same revenue in per field to make the business plan make sense. However, of course, if it's done privately, there is financing costs and capital cost recoveries and all those kinds of things that are typically included. So there are successes, there are private successes, and there are public successes. The town of Richmond Hill, for example, just recently built its own indoor field, and it's renting its fields to its minor groups. It could have gone through an RFP process, but elected to do it on its own, for example. And that was on a greenfield development with no limitations associated with it at all compared to what we're talking about here. But yes, so it is really soup to nuts in terms of the opportunities that are available. And it all comes down to what makes sense for the community in terms of its financial wherewithal, its willingness to take on the risk, because there is a risk, just like operating any other recreational facility, and the financial benefits that might accrue to the municipality, plus the community benefits that I talked about a little bit earlier.
And also incorporating what we already have out there, balancing that off. So I appreciate that. Certainly a number of my questions have been answered. Thank you for the additional answers, and I'll put my list on for comments after. Thank you, Mr.
Sure.
Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead. Councillor Whitehead?
I never like a good idea and see it lost. And I thought the strategy around the academy and the concept was worthy of further exploration and opportunity. Is there anyone that has exclusive rights to that concept in the city of Hamilton currently?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you mean through the academy concept?
Yes.
No, there are existing academies throughout Hamilton now, and new, as I said in my presentation, about the only growth, it would appear, in indoor soccer currently is the birth of academies. So, right. No, the academy concept is not exclusive to the proponent. It's, in fact, flourishing now.
Right. I concur with all the dialogue we've heard around this horseshoe, and the questions are answered and the concerns are being raised. So just out of levity, the other stakeholder group that you might want to consult is the golfers that are looking to practice their swing in the wintertime. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So if I could turn the chair over to you, Councillor Whitehead, for one moment, just a question on my behalf. And I understand, I appreciate the comments I've heard so far, but one of the questions that I would have, which kind of turns it on its ear a little bit, is, so you mentioned a couple of requirements in terms of if we were to negotiate with Mr. Moraine or anyone else, quite frankly, that we do it in the context of a professional soccer franchise, an academy, that we don't bear any financial obligations in terms of making it happen in that location. So given those parameters, would you then think that this kind of arrangement would be of benefit to the city of Hamilton going forward? If there were a soccer franchise that came with an academy, that needed a place to train and had the ability to create something that would benefit local city, inner city, quite frankly, would you then deem this to be something viable for us to consider more seriously than we are today?
Through the chair, the answer to that would be if certainly the academy would take at least one field, if not two fields, of the 5 for its operation. We know, as I said, from the other research that we've done, or from polling the user groups, that there's approximately another 60 hours that potentially could be cultivated by the additional availability of free time. So that's about 3 out of the 5 that would be utilized. Is that enough to make a viable business decision? I didn't run a comparable. I didn't run a spreadsheet to see what the. I think it would be difficult to make that business case, but that's not my judgment call. That would be the call of the proponent. Especially given the fact that the capital costs associated with installing this at that site is significantly higher than it would be any other site because of the issues that I mentioned a little bit earlier relative to building this in a built facility. So that therefore caused the business case to have to be extremely strong to support that capital investment and the return on that investment, if not just the payment of the financing charges.
Okay. All right, that's all my questions. Thank you very much. Can we have a motion to receive the, I think, thorough presentation moved by Pearson, seconded by Johnson? All in favor? Thank you very much, both of you. You can catch a flight if you need to catch it now.
Gone.
Yeah, too late? Yeah. Have a nice night in Hamilton. Yeah, enjoy yourself. And let me turn to, and so I did hear indications of people interested in speaking on the issue. Now I heard Councillor specifically. Anyone else? Right. well, we're on the motion now, so we're on the report, in fact.
Right, so on the report, that's what I indicated originally. So I'd like to move the option 3 in the report itself, which clearly illustrates that we basically defer the item until the litigation is dealt with. That's it. Negotiate. No, that's it. Option 3 is the option that we should be pursuing it based on the negotiation, I believe. Is that not through you, Mr. Mayor,
I think the recommendation is that we take no further action at this time until such time as there is a soccer franchise, et cetera, et cetera.
I understand that I'd like to emphasize publicly that basically my disappointment surrounding the litigation issue, and what better way of doing it but by basically looking at option 3 and saying we shouldn't be in any type of business with the Tiger Cats until this is resolved. Firstly, I know I've deferred the purchase of my own season's tickets for that very reason, considering the situation. So if people want to look at this solely and just basically kill it today without using it as leverage for any negotiation, I don't think that's a sage approach. But having said that, if that's the will of committee, so be it.
Okay, so I mean, I think to meet your objective, I mean, taking no action at this time from a process perspective would achieve the same thing and still leave the door open. So just to be fair, I've got.
Okay, before we go on, sorry, I think I may have picked the wrong one of the options. I don't have it before me. I apologize. But one of the options, if you can go to the next option, where it reads that we take no action until we have an agreement, that would be.
Right. No. So there is a preamble at the end of option 3 that's legal advice saying that we will not take any action until the litigation matters have been resolved.
That's all I want to do. That's my motion.
Right.
So on the motion. So on that particular motion, which is seconded by Councillor Collins, is that we take no action until we have the litigation dealt with, first and foremost.
Okay. And that's appropriately moved and seconded then. I have additional. I had Councillor Pearson, Green, and myself. Councillor Pearson.
So, Mr. Mayor, then is this on the motion that we're speaking to now that's on the floor?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I apologize because I had asked to be put on the speaker's list, but obviously he wasn't first on it. I won't support that motion. I believe that we're just sending out a false impression of what's going on here. I think at the end of the day, if something comes forward in the future, then we deal with it with a clean slate, and everything's back on the table as what can and cannot be done. It's all fresh information. We're not holding on to old information and trying to tweak and fit and whatever. I was going to put forward that we do that no further action taken on this and the report be received, but at this time I cannot support the motion that's on the floor.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Green.
I totally understand where Councillor Marula is coming from, understanding how we are encumbered by the litigation. And so this is really a moot point. I mean, in the preamble, as he just identified to me, as was written, we can't enter into negotiation by our own policies. So 3 is technically off the table until litigation is complete. So I'm of the mind that we we support the staff recommendations. And then I'm keeping an open mind. If at the end of the day everything is done and we open up into an open procurement process or what have you, and they want to come back and present a compelling business case that is the best one vis-a any of the other competitors, I'm certainly open to it. But I do, Mr. Mayor, want to stress the last page of this report that talks specifically about looking at other options, which I think is, for me, in proximity to the stadium, is directly pointing to the Dom Glass site. It's page 15 of 18. For us, a new turf field and dome were pursued. The site is in reasonable proximity. This is the Brian Timmis clause that we have yet to really solve. And so for me, the only site I would support a new construction on that would allow us to renegotiate on equal footing when it comes to booking, community hours, and everything else would be at the Dom Glass site. So I'm just going to say that. I'm going to say it every time it comes up. Proponents that are here, the unsolicited proponent that's over here, understand that that's the direction, strongly as the ward councillor, the only direction I'd be going in, because we are already into too many debates at the current stadium about what we can and can't do there. We have people that can't even bring in casseroles into the stadium without getting into some kind of licensing snafu. So I'm not any of that and extending any of that in any single way until we can really fully fund this Domglass site and renegotiate a fair and equitable contract that recognizes the community priority of the city and the municipality of Hamilton. So I appreciate the report and appreciate everybody who's been here, and also appreciate the opportunity to finally complete that deal.
Okay, thank you. I have myself and then Councillor Whitehead and then Councillor Johnson.
Just a point of order, sir.
Yeah.
Who seconded the motion that Councillor Merle has introduced? Thank you.
Yeah. So myself, Councillor Whitehead, to take the chair for the moment. Let me just start off by saying I want to thank John McGrain and company and Tiger Cats for actually coming up with an idea that I think at some point will have merit, whether it's here or some other location. I like the notion of a lower city, inner city facility that can help our inner city kids, and there's a shortage of that, quite frankly. I mean, the ones that do exist are in the more affluent areas of our community, and God bless them for that. That's wonderful. But having our lower city, inner city, and some of our more challenged neighborhoods have benefit of this kind of indoor wintertime facility, I think has enormous value. And I would think at the same time that it also has value for us to have at some point through whoever does it, and whether it's the Tiger Cats or someone else, a soccer franchise operating in the city of Hamilton. I think that's a plus, quite frankly, soccer being as big as it is and growing, I think, in many respects. It is, I think, an opportunity to bring a franchise into the city of Hamilton. I think will have a lot of attraction for a lot of people. So that's worthy. And so I'm open to the idea of continuing to look at opportunities to have that happen. And I'll certainly continue to work with the Tiger Cats to see where we can go with that kind of an opportunity. And with Mr. McGrain. And you know what, the challenge always is with sole-sourced ideas is, and this was solely, Mr. McGrain's idea, came to the table through the Tiger Cats, of creating a bubble, is that you end up on the whole issue of procurement process. And it's not like we haven't done sole-source agreements in the past based on a fairness assessment and the idea that could anyone else do it. All of those things have come into play. So I want to thank them for their effort. I mean, these are not things that anyone comes to lightly. These are significant investments, and I think the opportunity still exists to do something positive, but certainly not in the current circumstance, our ongoing litigation, and in the absence of a soccer franchise. I think the viability, certainly would deem to be challenged. So at the appropriate time when that does happen, I think it'd be worthy of us to take a second look and see what we can achieve for the benefit of not only the facility and getting maximum use out of that facility, which a dome would do, quite frankly, but also in engineering a soccer franchise that I think would have a lot of interest and attraction across our great city. So I want to thank the proponents for bringing this forward, and they put a lot of time and effort into this, and hopefully that it won't be wasted effort down the road when an soccer franchise should appear. So I want to thank them and thank you, and in fact, I support the councillor's motion that we keep the door open. And so the litigation issue, and I think right now is the big barrier, keeping the door open to having continued discussions, I think is worthy. But we'll make the assessment when the time is appropriate based on the current circumstances, and I certainly appreciate the consultant's report. So I will support the motion that Councillor Merle is putting forward, and then we'll see where we go. So I have Councillor Whitehead on the speaker's list as I take the chair back, and then we'll test the will of council on that motion.
Thank you, Mr. I actually thought the preamble on the chart is the clear one that I would support in regards to a motion. While staff is not recommending any further action to be taken this time, should council wish to consider options in future pending additional information, the following could be considered. So I think it's basically no this time until unless an opportunity prevails. Now I can tell you that we fix the transit system, then there might be more mountain people having access to those domes. Clearly. No, but there's the trip into Ancaster doesn't fix it. We need to improve the transit system into Ancaster. And certainly, if I was looking at the lower city, I'd love to see it on the LRT, close to the LRT line, so that people have easy access to the concept. So the concept I agree with. I think it needs to be on a major transit line, so that many youth in our community or otherwise have clear access to those facilities. But that's future thought. Right now, I think it is prudent for us to cool off the jets a bit and allow this to ferment and see what opportunities prevail in the future.
Thank you. I just want you to know my jets are always cool. On the motion, Councillor Marula, seconded by Councillor Collins, that we take no action until litigation issues are resolved.
That's it. Yep.
On that, Councillor Ferguson, thank you for your help on
clear
that.
on the motion again, because I heard option 3 was the motion.
No.
Now I heard you say that we take no action. No.
So I'm going to turn to Councillor Marula.
So
Please.
just to be clear, I didn't have the report in front of me, and I apologize. But option 3 is only relevant if and only if, and because the city's legal department, which has noted that any negotiations between the city and the partner organizations for the construction, maintenance, and/or operation of an air-supported soccer dome at the stadium should be delayed until all litigation claims regarding the stadium are resolved. And then it just continues on. So what we're saying is we can't enter anything related to this particular project until the litigation is dealt with. So in essence, we're taking no action until that point, including my own season tickets deferral.
Right. So you got that in. So your motion says precisely what? No action until such time.
The litigation issues dealt with.
Thank you.
I just don't want the operators of the soccer facility sitting in the audience today leaving here thinking that if they solve the litigation, we're going to negotiate directly with John McCrane. I want to simply take no action at this time.
Thank you. So the motion is on the floor. If you do not support the motion, then indicate you do not, and then we'll entertain another motion. So, motion's on the floor. On that motion,
we are taking no action until the litigation is dealt with. That is the actual motion.
For the clarity.
on that
And
motion.
then all options will be on the table at that point.
Councilor Merrill, thank you. Councilor Green, on that motion.
Thank you. And I know it was said kind of off, but including, like, we would look at 1, 2, and 3, and potentially 4, which is to do nothing. Because doing nothing is always an option. Well,
so I'm going to go on the face of the motion that was put forward. I'm going to test the will of council. Test the will of council on that. A question on that, Councilor Pearson?
Mr. Mayor, the clerk wishes to ask, and then I do want to ask a question.
Yes, Stephanie.
To you, Mr. Mayor, what I currently have is that the report be received and that no further action be taken until such time as the litigation is resolved.
That's what
Just for clarification,
that's the motion that I understand Councilor Marula put forward. So on that motion, test the will of council. You want to speak to that?
That's my question. No, that's fine.
Okay. On that motion, all in favor? Okay, you want to read that out, Steph? Councillor Connolly, myself, Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Jackson, Councillor Collins, Councillor Marula, Councillor Green, Councillor Farr, and Councillor Aidan Johnson. And all those opposed. Councillor Vanderbeek, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Brenda Johnson, and Councillor Pearson, and Councillor Skelly. By my count, that motion is passed. Thank you very much, and thank you for your debate. Thank you for the proponents that are here today. Thank you for your effort, and the consultant that did the report. Thank you all. On item 7.2, the Mondialisation Committee overview and accomplishments. Jeff. So for them, no, we have a presentation on this one. This is Mondialisation. Jeff Bonner is here to do a presentation on that. Sure. Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Welcome, Jeff.
Deputy Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeff Bonner. As mentioned, I'm here today as the new chair of the Hamilton Mondialisation Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to provide an update from the Mondialisation Committee. I'm not sure when the last time such a report was given. So I'm going to start with a quick overview of what the committee is about before talking about what we do. First, the word itself, mondialization, is not familiar to a lot of people. I find that when I say it, a lot of people look at me like they think they have to say gesundheit. They're so unfamiliar with it. Mondialization comes from the Latin word mundus, world, and refers to a city declaring itself to be a world city, recognizing interdependence with communities around the world. One might be tempted to think of the more commonly known word globalization, but the concept of mondialization is specifically social in character and not concerned with commercial or economic benefits. The focus of mondialization is the building of personal and relational bridges around the world to foster a wider sense of community, peace, and goodwill. The mondialization movement was born in Hiroshima, Japan in 1945, when the surviving members of this devastated by the world's first atomic bomb, signified their resolve to work for a world federation which would make impossible a repeat of the tragedy that their city had endured. Doctors Alan and Hannah Newcomb of the Peace Research Institute in Dundas became aware of the mondialization movement while reading articles for their peace research abstracts. In 1967, with the help of these citizens, Dundas, Ontario became the first mondialized municipality in North America, twinning with Kaga, Japan. The city of Hamilton soon followed, passing its mondialization resolution nearly 50 years ago on May 8, 1968, and twinning with Bangalore in India. The mayor of the day, Victor Copps, called on the citizens of Hamilton to pledge their efforts to the establishment of peace and to use all possible resources for the betterment of mankind. Mondialization includes the twinning process in the belief that peace and progress depend on international cooperation, goodwill, and understanding. The committee's purpose is spelled out in the terms of reference, which I've included in the slides, and Council should have printed in their printed form. If not, I'm happy to provide them, but I'm not going to bore you by reading them verbatim right now. Putting it into terms, the Mondialization Committee has three main aims. Number one, to help maintain and grow Hamilton's Twin City relationships. Number two, to promote and support peace-building work by Hamilton citizens. And finally, to advise City Council on implementing its Mondialization resolution. Hamilton has 10 twin cities around the world. Shawinigan, Quebec, Kaga in Japan, which was twinned with Dundas and became our twin as well with amalgamation. Mangalore in India, which was the city of Hamilton's first twinning as a mondialized city. Fukuyama in Japan, Racalmuto, Italy, Manshan in China, Flint, Michigan, and Sarasota, Florida in the U.S., the Valle Peligna in Italy, and Monterrey in Mexico. In the past, the cities had occasional contact with our twin cities through member visits and delegations. We've also included our twin cities in our photo contest, which is one of our two bigger activities, community activities, and which is open to entries by residents from any of our twin cities. In the last few years, a display case has also been established here in City Hall. It's out that side by the customer access, I can never say the whole thing, equity customer service, showcasing various artifacts from our twin cities over the years. The committee is currently in the process of identifying and updating official points of contact with our twin cities, and we're hoping to find new ways to engage and foster relationships so that none of them become idle. Toward the second aim of the Mondialization Committee to promote and support local peace work, the committee's second major event is the World Citizenship Award. The award was established in 1988 and in recent times tends to run every other year in a rotating cycle with the photo contest. The World Citizenship Award is given to citizens of Hamilton in recognition for peace work either locally or worldwide. The 2017 World Citizenship Award is expected to be presented in the spring, but we're working on the details as far as the timing of that. Another significant event that the Mondialization Committee is involved with is the Hiroshima Nagasaki Memorial. This is held every year, August 6th as the anniversary of the bombing of Hiroshima, or on August 9th, which is the anniversary for Nagasaki. The event is a collaborative effort of different groups, and Mondialization participates as a connecting point to City Hall we were very happy to have Mayor Eisenberger, who seems to have stepped out, speak at last year's memorial, and we appreciate him showing his support for the peace community in that way. Moving forward, it's hard to give very many specifics right now. Our committee will be having a planning meeting actually later on tonight. As part of a wider look at committees, the Mondialisation Committee was recently under review and standardization of structure and membership. So we actually just had a restart in the last few months. So far it's been a matter of bringing new members up to speed, sort of getting our bearings as far as where we're going, so that's why we're having our meeting tonight with planning. I can say that the World Citizenship Award is the one project underway for 2017, with the presentation expected to be in May, but that date actually has to be confirmed so far. We're also in process of updating the Twin City display case, so it's a matter of contacting the appropriate staff who take care of the artifacts from the various Twin Cities. I understand this was last done prior to the committee review here in preparation for the Pan Am Games, so it is due for an update. And I believe the focus will be on Raclamuto, Manshan, and Flint, with it being the 30-year anniversary for each of those twinnings this year. There are some other general goals I hope the committee will accomplish. Once we updating the official points of contact with our twin cities, we'll be seeking out new ways to connect and grow those relationships. Likewise, we'll be looking at new ways to build connections with local peace groups and peace-oriented organizations, perhaps becoming a common point of connection between them and finding ways to connect them to City Hall as might be appropriate. We're also hoping to explore and increase our committee's work in its role as an advisory committee to City Council. On that note, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge some connections we do already have, particularly thanking Councillor Pearson for her longtime support of the committee in various ways over the years. You've always been there for us. And we're also very grateful for Councillor Vanderbeek, who has become the representative from Council to the committee this year, or this term rather, and her support and interest in the committee's work has been very encouraging, so thank you. This presentation is hopefully just a first step in increasing awareness of the Mondialisation Committee's work, both at the Council and in the community. And that's all I have for now, but I'd be happy to try to answer any questions there may be.
All right, thank you, Jeff. I appreciate all the information, and it's good to be reminded of all of our partners and twins that we have throughout the world and even in our own, across our nation. So do we have any questions for the presenter, please? No questions at this time. And again, thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
And a motion to receive the presentation, Councillor Pearson and Councillor Vanderbeek. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you so much. We'll move on to item 7.3. We're still on that. Okay. If I can ask Glenn, it says Glenn Norton will provide the presentation for item 7.3, and this is with regards to the Downtown Urban Growth Center employment surveys. But I understand Joe is actually going to be doing the presentation. But I will, however, Joe, before you get started, I will call on Glenn Norton, our new Director, Economic Development, who would like to say a few words.
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to make committee aware that Joe Muto, who's the author of the report and making this presentation today, will be making his last appearance foreseeable future, I'm going to add that, in front of you today. Joe has accepted a very nice career progression move. He will be, after Friday, the manager of current planning for the city of Brantford. So I just wanted to, on behalf of everybody in planning and economic development, thank Joe.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that, Glenn. Joe, you've done a great job for us, and thank you. So we'll hear your presentation whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and thank you to all of Council and the constituents of Hamilton. It's been a very rewarding public sector career here for the city, and I will take all that information that I've always gathered from you guys and from senior staff. Hats off to all of them for their direction and mentorship through my progression and my career here at the city. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome, and I understand you're just going down the highway a little bit. You're not actually going to physically leave us.
No, you may see me from time to time, Madam Deputy Mayor. My wife still works here, so you may see me around. I'm still living in town, so.
Fantastic.
All right.
Start whenever you're ready, Joe.
Thank you. Before you today is a report to be received based on the annual downtown and employment survey and vacancy report and work that we do annually. It basically summarizes the employment survey taken during the summer of 2016 and includes the downtown urban growth center. And for the purposes of this review, the growth center is both both sides of each boundary street, which is Queen Street, Hunter, Victoria, and Cannon, including the two arms or legs of James Street North and James Street South. The survey is conducted in order to assist staff in measuring employment and office vacancy, persons and jobs per hectare, and the effectiveness of our urban renewal incentives and programs. The survey has been conducted annually since 2010 to track the changing economic conditions and to monitor the nature of employment and land use in the area. This is taken out of the staff report. It basically shows the area I've just described in detail with respect to the area that's actually served, and the numbers are identified for full-time, part-time, seasonal, and then there's a total. This year is a record-breaking year since 2010, or the inception of the actual survey itself. The increase in employment is actually at over 1,000 jobs, 1,037 jobs over the previous year's survey. If we were to break that down, we're looking at 223 full positions, 648 part-time positions, and 166 seasonal or temporary positions. So it's an accumulative increase across all employment sectors. It's not just one smoking gun that said we had all these jobs in one sector or another. It is the highest since 2010, and as of last year, it's basically included another 54 new businesses to the downtown or the urban growth center, which equates to approximately 189 persons and jobs per hectare. And we try to target or annualize this target based on our target rate of 250 jobs or persons and jobs per hectare, which is identified in the Urban Hamilton official plan. The retail and entertainment sector saw an increase of 3%. There's more commercial storefronts are occupied, and the office vacancy is at 13.82%. This is just a cross-reference of the employment by sector from 2015 to 2016. You can see some increases in the sections of pie. Government still seems to be the largest at 25%, and then we have the retail and entertainment sector, which is really caught on, as well as the professional and scientific sectors. Storefront vacancy, across the board there are fewer vacancies. James Street North in 2016, vacancy was down by 11%, which is basically a 2-year drop in vacancy to 21%. And overall for the urban growth center, the vacancy is down by 1% in the urban growth center. So we also calculate vacancy with respect to office use within the downtown or within the urban growth center. It tracks all vacancies with buildings at a minimum of 5,000 square feet or greater. The 2016 vacancy rate is down from last year by 0.28%, and vacancy is steadily dropping. We do this calculation twice a year in urban renewal, and it's down, I believe, to 13. We just finished it up at the end of December. We're about 13.5. So it's down further. There's an increase in jobs, as the information would detail, but it's not necessarily all in offices. What we did earlier this year, and with Hazel in urban renewal, our council approved the new urban renewal community improvement plan in 2015 or June of 2015, and we looked at, through addressing that 5-year review, we looked at the Office Tenancy Assistance Program, which historically had a lending rate of 1% for a loan. Brought that proposal to 0% for loans, and with the anticipation that could bring in more office users to the downtown or the urban growth center. That basically summarizes the report before you today. Thank you once again. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, Joe, thank you very much. I have Councillor Farr and Councillor Skelly. And Councillor Farr, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll miss you, Joe, but I'm glad our Director of Economic Development sort of hinted at you're always welcome back. You have always been easily accessible, and we've done a few together, and I always appreciate your professionalism and your timely responses especially. So congrats. It sounds like bigger and better things for you, and you are just down the road. So just very briefly through you, Chair, and first and foremost, thanks to Kaylee. Kaylee, is she here?
She is.
Who did all summer long compile work on behalf of Urban Renewal. And my understanding is, Madam Chair, she's now working with the Clerk's Department, so she did such a good job that the clerks brought her on. Just to the Downtown Hamilton Urban Growth Center employment, page 3 of 7 graph here, you see government professional with a big jump, 950. Government 522, finance, insurance, and real estate 439. These are the sorts of jobs that see traditionally, would you agree through you, Chair, sort of higher wages and therefore greater spending power in the area through you?
Joe?
Through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Farr, that in some respects is correct, Councillor, yes.
In some respects? What about other respects?
Well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, obviously, if they're in that sector, they're paying more. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're higher paying jobs. Because when we do the survey, we don't ask very, very detailed questions because we want better response rates.
Right. So you try to keep moving.
Yes.
Kaylee did do that. Okay. Now, the one that jumps out, obviously, is creative industries. For the record, we see a blip, a minus 736. And I think I understand the reason why. Can you explain that? Because certainly in the recent past, and we started compiling in 2010, Madam Chair, we've celebrated the growth, and we continue to celebrate the growth of creative industries. Why the blip this year?
Joe, the reason for the blip?
Through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Farr. Very, very good question, Councillor. This year was one of the first save and accept the latter part of 2015 with the overall surveys that have been conducted have gone to a more of a regional approach with the methodology in terms of collection. So historically, the City of Hamilton has always used the land use codes, and now we've gone to the NAIG codes. So there's more detailed types of positions in those codes. So year after year from here on in, we'll have a better baseline. But I would have to add, though, that staff or urban renewal will be conducting a formal review of the creative and cultural industries uses, and that would then give a better indication on what those creative cultural uses are. There's one other blip that happened with respect to the differences in those numbers in the creative sector is that for some reason in the past, the numbers collected for the Bulldogs, the First Ontario Place, as well as Hamilton Place was for some reason included in those numbers. So it kind of falsified that negative number.
Well, there are a few creative people at the Bulldogs, but I get that. Thank you. I'm glad we got that on the record. Finally, Madam Chair, in the report, there's a potential to increase given the new residential developments that are proposed in the Urban Growth Center. How confident are you in your expertise and given the data, the trends, the record we broke this year, shattered, really a great news report this year. It's been consistent, but we definitely are seeing something special in 2016. How confident are you that we're on track to break this record again next year?
Joe?
Through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, I mean, speaking from experience here, 13 years with the city, I've seen this trend in growth, specifically in the downtown with apartments and, condo growth. One item to also think about with that 189 jobs and persons per hectare is that it'll grow once we get the new StatsCan data, because right now that number is calculated with newer 2016 data, employment data, but we don't have the updated population data, which is to say that we're currently using the 2011 stats data for population.
Councillor?
Yeah, very impressive, though. We're working hard at getting to that goal of 250 jobs and people per hectare, Madam Chair. And I know on Planning Committee you appreciate these advancements and these successes as well. So I just want to say Brantford's getting a good man, and it's a great city, and you're going to make it much greater. So congratulations, Joe.
Thank you, sir.
And thanks, Gailey.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Farr. And Councillor Skelly, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Joe. A couple of questions, and please correct me if I'm misinterpreting this graph. If you could go to, I guess it's page 4 with the graphs.
Joe, page where the two pie charts are. Thank you.
Sorry, the pie chart's correct. Government, 6448 in 16, 5926 in 15. That's a difference of about 522, half the new job growth. Do we know what level of government or what these jobs are, where they came from?
Through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Scully, the biggest growth in terms of that government sector actually came from the federal government buildings.
Do we know, was there a department that was brought in or relocated to the downtown core? I'm just curious because it's half of the growth that we're referencing.
Now, through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, it's not all the federal building. They'll look at other government uses such as the armory and some city staff. But overall, I believe we were those buildings. So it's Government of Canada revenue, or Canada revenue was at 900 jobs, where historically the full-time employment there was 725.
So that's referring to the various locations of the federal government buildings that we have throughout Hamilton.
No, in the downtown.
In the downtown, that's
the big
correct.
Federal building, I'm
right.
assuming that's the federal building across the street.
Through the Deputy Mayor
right.
to Councillor, yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. Now the other job growth through the Deputy Mayor, were you able to track, were these new businesses opening? Are they relocating? Do we know if they are relocating, where they're coming from?
Through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, that is a great question, but back to what my previous question was from Councillor Farr, is we don't get into the level of ask, and the reason being is that we don't want to take time away from the business owner. These are new businesses. We're very standard. I think we're in and around the 5 or 6 question mark. If they are busy, what Kaylee would have done is either call back or revisit, send an email. But to answer your question, no, we don't know where they came from, if they were from another ward coming downtown, or if they were from another municipality or jurisdiction coming downtown. We don't have that detailed information.
Councillor?
Through the chair, is it possible perhaps to include that as we see growth in the downtown core? I'd like to know whether you mentioned that there's a stagnation perhaps or it could be just miscalculation or a different way of identifying the creative industries, but I would love to know if perhaps we're seeing an increase in a specific industry that may be looking to relocate in Hamilton or to Hamilton. So I would love to know where these people are coming from. Is it possible to include it in future questionnaires?
Joe?
Through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, I would defer the question. I mean, my only reaction would be is we may hinder response rates if we get into too much detail in terms of our question asks.
Thank you, Joe. Glenn, would you like to offer up?
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, to the Councillor. I think we can easily add one question to the questionnaire for next year, which is, are you relocating within Hamilton, or have you located here from Ontario? And if so, where?
Yep.
I don't see why we couldn't do that. I wouldn't add that much time on it. If they refuse to answer, that's fine. They always have that right. But so far, we generally get over a 98% participation in this survey. So I don't think it'll hurt things.
Thank you. I think it's such valuable information. We would appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, and good luck.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Connolly, please.
Thank you. On page 3 of 7, I think Councillor Farr talked a lot of the issues I was going to. One's manufacturing down quite a bit, from 530 and 211 to 356 last year. Manufacturing is pretty good job, I guess, and we're losing good jobs down there by the looks of it. Is that, do you have any comments on that?
Through the Deputy Mayor to the councillor, those are good jobs, but I think when you're in a downtown area, in order to expand, there's a lot of, from a planning perspective, there's a lot of hindrances in terms of your expansion when you have residential close by as well. So it doesn't, and once again, we don't know where those jobs have gone to. All we can say is that they're no longer manufacturing, but when you're looking at manufacturing, you're looking at those types of uses in the downtown, such as Dunn or Copley, because those tend to be manufacturing type uses.
And what does says other, and went from 1,040 to 172 in 2001. What does other examples of what that includes?
Through the Deputy Mayor to the councillor, similar to my response to Councillor Farr, the methodologies have changed, and that's kind of the reason for those disparities in terms of the negative number. It doesn't mean that other lost 1366 in terms of jobs. It just means they were absorbed into those other sectors.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks very much. I appreciate everybody's comments. Joe, I have no further speakers. So thank you so much for your presentation. Best of luck to you down the road, and feel free to come back and see us anytime.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Move to receive Councillor Farr and Councillor Skelly. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 7.4 is the licensing Uber or like ride-sharing applications. This was previously item 8.1. Just a reminder to everyone that you do have a revised appendices A, B, and C in your changes to the agenda package, so that would be in your yellow forms, okay? And we welcome Monica Sorello, who will provide the presentation. After Mayor Eisman. Welcome, Monica.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and right up close to the mic and start whenever you're ready.
Perfect. So today I'm here to outline the proposed personal transportation provider regulations and create a new licensing category for these ride service companies within the city. I will also outline the proposed taxi recommendations to deregulate and reduce regulatory burden on the taxi industry. The proposed recommendations that are being brought forward today are based on our core licensing principles of public safety and consumer protection. So the personal transportation provider, i.e. the PTP, is a separate licensing schedule that proposes to license the PTP, so the company itself, opposed to individual drivers. This places the responsibility and onus on the PTPs to collect the driver's police checks, driver statements, and safeties, and ensure that they are reviewed before the drivers have access to the platform. The city maintains the authority to audit the PTP to ensure full compliance with our schedule. As a condition of the PTP's license, it must submit or make available, as requested, electronic records pertaining to the PTP drivers and the PTP drivers' trips within 2 business days. To ensure consumer protection and public safety, the PTP drivers are only permitted to provide trips that are pre-arranged through the licensed app. Every PTP shall ensure that their app, at the time the PTP trip is requested, can provide a passenger with the name and photograph of the PTP driver, the description, so the make and the model of the vehicle, the license plate, and the current location of the PTP vehicle. Because this information is in fact disclosed, driver and passenger relationship is not anonymous, we are not recommending cameras within PTP vehicles. In addition, at the time a trip is requested, the passenger is also made aware of the estimated total fare prior to confirming the trip. As PTP drivers are only permitted to operate the PTP app, They are not permitted to use taxi stands, accept street hails, or accept cash payment for a trip. So this chart outlines just a few of the key regulations that I mentioned on the previous slide. The full chart is Appendix F to the report. And what this does is it compares the best practices across other cities across Canada that have already licensed ride service companies. The chart demonstrates that our proposed PTP schedule will see the city establish a licensing framework that is consistent with the best practices across Canada. The main discrepancy is with regards to signs. In Ottawa and Edmonton, not to have anything on the PTP vehicle, but we are recommending that some sort of signage in the windshield is provided. So in addition to creating a new licensing category, we have proposed recommendations to the taxi cab licensing schedule, which is expected to provide the taxi cab with increased independence and flexibility to respond to competition. The core licensing structure will remain the same, with the brokers, the taxi drivers, and the plate owners all remaining to be licensed by the city. We have proposed to lower the annual licensing fee by 48%, from $194 to $100. This decrease is expected to provide a measure of regulatory relief for the taxi industry. In addition, we've worked closely with the taxi industry, so the Taxi Academy, the brokers, and the drivers, to reduce the driver training and introduce a 90-day probationary license. Our intent is to reduce the burden to enter the taxi industry and allow the driver 90 days to complete a one-day customer service training course and 8-hour online training. At the same time, they can also start to drive and earn income. We also recommend the removal of requirements in the current schedule surrounding interior advertising. So long as it doesn't interfere with the driver's visibility, we have proposed that the taxi industry should have the authority to decide when and if interior advertising is appropriate. With regards to fares, to ensure consumer protection, we recommend that the city continue to have a taxi fare specified in the schedule to be used when drivers do street hails and operate at taxi stands. Permitting fare flexibility for taxi cabs would foster competitions with PTPs. It is recommended that pre-arranged taxi rides, so those booked through the taxi broker or through an app, would allow the broker to set a discounted fare to be charged, and this includes flat rates. The discount is capped at 20% of the original fare and is not permitted to exceed the regulated fare set by the city. So this is a summary chart, and it is also found as Appendix G to the report. As you can see, there are common elements to the two transportation services, even though they may be achieved through different means. The common elements of the two and the principles of our public safety and consumer protection are driver training, or driver screening, police check, signs, inspections, insurance, and data collection. All of the requirements that are detailed in the proposed PTP schedule and taxi cab schedule will be monitored and enforced by the city to ensure compliance. And one final update just before questions. This morning we spoke with the representatives of both Uber and the taxi industry, and both of them are in full support of what we have proposed for Schedule 24 and for Schedule 25, with the addition of two changes to Appendix B, and that will affect Schedule 25 in the taxi cab. So the two changes, the first one is make the requirement for an emergency light warning system optional for taxi cabs, and this is because their current tablets in their taxi cabs have an emergency button already. And the second one is phase in the requirements surrounding former police cars as taxi cabs. So currently, delay it until January 2018 instead of when this bylaw is passed. In these vehicles, the former police cab vehicles will still be capped at 6 years. In staff, we are fully in support of these amendments, and that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a good presentation. And I have a speakers list now. I have Mayor Eisenberger, Councillor Marula, Jackson, Pearson, and anyone else, please put your hand up. Mayor Eisenberger, please.
So are we going to kind of conflate both the report and the presentation? I mean, they're one and the same for all intents and purposes? Yeah.
So, yeah.
All right. So my one question, and thank you for your great work, and I'm delighted to see that the industry is supportive. I'm actually shocked and amazed, which is wonderful. Somebody turned on the charm and made that happen, and by virtue of your smile, I can see who might have done that. But that's great work. But what I'm looking at here on page 3 of 11 is a requirement for Uber to pay a $50,000 fee plus a cent per kilometer or per trip fee, which would then generate $110,000 collectively for the city based on 1 million rides. I guess an assumption on that. Correct. And then second to that, it says that we're going to drop the taxi driver fee from $194 to $100, and that would reduce or result in a loss of 60. So I'm assuming that the balance then is the difference between 110 and 60. We're up revenue as opposed to having a net revenue loss. We've actually got a net revenue gain by virtue of this.
Monica? Yeah. Monica, go ahead.
Through the chair, yes, that is correct.
Great, thank you. And then the two items that you mentioned were resolved this morning. Could you just one more time for my benefit?
The first one, through the chair, it speaks to, there's an emergency light on the back of taxi cabs.
Make that optional?
Make that optional because there is a safety security mechanism on the tablets now. And the second one is with regards to former police vehicles being taxi vehicles. So we're saying instead of enforcing it as of January 25th, if this were to go through, we will give a 1-year phase-in because taxi drivers have already purchased these vehicles for this year.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, those are my only questions. I'm delighted to see this coming together. Getting this issue resolved, which has been a burr in the side of many for the better part of a couple of years, actually, has been quite the journey. And congratulations to the team for pulling it together. It's wonderful, and not having a room full of people saying no, don't do this is rare. So congratulations, well done.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Marula, did you want to ask some questions?
No, just trying to expedite the process and try to combine the report and the presentation as a motion. So I'll move it at the appropriate time and thank staff for their efforts. I think we've come a long way on this particular file. And one thing I'd say, I know that from a public perspective, there is some issues surrounding the fact that some people might not feel we're being aggressive enough with Uber. The intent of this was to start the dialogue, bring them into the licensing realm, and to continue forward in trying to incrementally have them more and more accountable as we go along. And I think staff has done that. I want to thank them. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you, Councillor Marula. I do want to finish my speakers list, and then I will go to Madam Clerk, and then we'll carry on from there. And next I have Councillor Jackson, and then Councillor Pearson.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. Monica, thank you to you and Ken for all the work you've done. The demeanor provided, not being flustered at all, and maintaining a good professional approach to all sides, and the extra amount of homework you did taking delegations and that under advisement primarily from our local taxi industry, brokers, owners, the drivers, as well as from the Uber delegation many months ago. So I'm sorry to ask this again, Monica, only because you just mentioned the last two amendments in the last few hours that you've worked out between the taxi industry and Uber. So on your chart, if maybe you could go back to your charts, if you don't mind, please, only because I don't have your two handouts of those last minute agreements that you've worked on and were able to garner. Could you show me on this slide or another one exactly what now has changed? Madam Deputy Mayor, through you, please.
Yep, Monica, go ahead, please.
Through the chair, I do not have it on a chart, so it wouldn't be up here.
So these are two new items?
Yes, it would be, through the chair, this would be two new items pertaining to Schedule 25. So with the current taxi cab, that's Appendix B.
Okay. Any page that you could reference for me?
So Appendix B with the that we have here today?
They wouldn't be referenced
in there. It wouldn't be referenced either?
No, because it's something that they brought to the table this morning. So it wasn't something that we had contemplated to put as a recommendation in Schedule 25. Okay,
so with Councillor Marula's ultimate motion then, on Report 8.1, Madam Deputy Mayor, we're going to have to amend that Report 8.1. So how about telling me what part of 8.1, Monica, of your report then we will be amending, please? Would it be the G part? Would it be the H part? Just so that I'm perfectly clear, Madam Deputy Mayor, only because this has come last minute, and it seems like a positive solution. I'm just trying to understand where, because I'm sure the clerk will want it ultimately too for the record.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Apparently, it's going to amend Appendix B, which is already amended before you in yellow. I can't clarify, unfortunately, because I wasn't aware until now. But you have the new Appendix B.
With the two
which
amendments
won't
that
show
she's
this.
spoken of?
No, this is another revision.
Yeah, so we need to get that clarified, especially when we're moving. Yeah.
So Stephanie, I'm sorry, Stephanie, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm looking at Appendix B here.
No, Mr. Deputy Mayor, 3, Madam Deputy Mayor. Go into your yellow changes to the. There are new appendices A, B, and C that have been changed since the report was distributed. That change to that Appendix B that's up before you now on the screen is an addition to what you've got before you on B. So any changes need to be made to the yellow Appendix B.
Okay, so sorry, Madam Deputy Mayor, that I apologize. I'm not.
No problem.
Wasn't as quick as you, Stephanie, so I apologize here. So here's Appendix B. I've got your yellow sheet now handout today. And the gray areas are what Monica's referring to then, Stephanie? No.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I don't believe so. I believe those were the original amendments that were made. When this came through, I believe that Monica will have to speak to them now that they're in addition to this.
So everybody, excuse me. Yeah, and I think Councillor Pearson was actually going to speak to that next, Councillor Jackson. So we need to have those changes. Okay. So if I'm understanding correctly, Madam Clerk, the revised appendices A, B, and C, which I read out in my roadmap here, are the yellow sheets that were in the changes to the agenda that are with your package. Those still need to be amended again with these two changes, and I still don't know what the two changes are.
Thank you.
And Councillor Jackson has asked a couple of times what those changes are.
Just point out the page and the paragraph.
Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm finding out about it right now myself, so I cannot answer that question.
Okay.
Yeah, so I understand. Yeah.
Madam Deputy Mayor, thank you so much, Madam Deputy Mayor, for your assistance. So Monica, back to you now. Where in the yellow pages on B part, page, paragraph, you're saying, Councillor, there'll be a gray area as well because they'll be changed?
I can point you to page 2, number 8.
Hang on, page 2.
Appendix B.
Okay.
This is in the revised handout, the changes to the agenda.
Section 55, Monica? Okay.
So, section 55.1.
Yes.
We're going to clarify that portion and say that we wouldn't be enforcing it. We're allowing a grace period until January 2018.
Okay, so Stephanie will have captured that change there, Madam Deputy Mayor. Okay.
Madam Clerk?
So, Madam Deputy Mayor, through you, so the exact word is going to be that municipal law enforcement will not be enforcing subsection 55.1 until 2018.
Through you, Madam Chair, the would say would not take effect until 2018, January 2018.
So would not take effect January 2019.
2018.
18, thank you. Thank you. And this is the problem with trying to do things on the fly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
It gets very confusing.
Thank you, Ken.
Councillor?
Okay, thank you, Monica. Now, where is the second change that everybody's agreed to?
Through you, Chair. The second one is not in Appendix B at all. That will be a full addition to.
Okay.
So this is a full addition to the report?
So is somebody going to write that out, I guess, for the clerk ultimately? Or I apologize for being slow and around this table, but I'm just trying to ensure I know what I'm voting on at the end of the day. Stop nodding, everyone. Slow and around the table. Thank you.
Councillor, you're in good company because I'm just concerned about passing reports that do not include all of the information. So we've dealt with one. What is the second one now? So if I understand, so can I, okay, everybody, whoa. So is it my understanding, I have Councillor Pearson next on the speakers list, but is it my understanding that Councillor Pearson has the amendment which is going to answer all of our questions here?
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
If you could then come back to me, please, Madam Deputy Mayor, please.
I will.
Thank you.
Yes, I will for sure. And before I go to Councillor Pearson, Ken, did you want to say something?
Yes, on the second amendment, and I have to apologize to GIC Madam Chair, because these are negotiations that happened an hour or so ago, and we would have had them up front. The second one is to add a word optional to part of Schedule 25. And I don't have the Schedule 25 in my hand, but it's the requirement for them to have an emergency light on the back, and that we never changed that in the original deregulation. However, that was a significant negotiating point for us an hour ago, and so we're going to add the word optional to the wording of current Schedule 25, and we can actually direct that back to the clerk so when it does come forward.
So just to clarify, though, before I go to Madam Clerk, is that what Councillor Pearson has, Ken?
That is correct. Councillor Pearson has, but not the exact wording, but she has the areas that we need to change.
All right. So the concern here is that Madam Clerk is not aware of any of this. She has did not get a heads up, and yet she is the one who is responsible for doing the reports and keeping all the paperwork straight and making sure that what we vote on is what is in the document. So I will go to Councillor Pearson. Or Madam Clerk, did you want to say something?
Through Madam Deputy Mayor, I just need to clarify, are you, because that amendment needs to be done through a bylaw, I can't just wing it afterwards?
Yeah.
Or it's not going to take effect? Does one of the three bylaws, A, B, or C, have that wording in there? Or can I just add the one word to one of these, or do we require a new amending bylaw?
So, Ken?
I believe I'll refer that to Monica. She is our expert on writing the bylaws. The one is an addition to Appendix B, and the second one will require an additional line to Appendix B that talks about adding the word optional.
All right, so let's just give Madam Clerk some time here, and then I want to go to Councillor Pearson, because there are some additional changes which Madam Clerk has made me aware of that we need to deal with next. And we were doing so well.
Through Madam Deputy Mayor, apparently it's in the original bylaw. I don't have an amending motion to that effect here, nor do I know where to add it in this. Am I comfortable just doing it on the floor?
No, I agree.
So we have two options: to approve the one that's before you and direct staff to prepare the appropriate bylaw for council.
Yeah.
To
and
back,
so
but I'm not comfortable just doing it on the floor.
All right, so I do want to go to Councillor Pearson, though, just to give her an opportunity to speak, and then the consideration will be that we approve the report as it is, and that between now and council, that amendments be made that can be brought to council that would have all of the proper wording and allow Madam Clerk the time to get the document straight. So, Councillor Pearson, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And certainly, first and foremost, I just want to, for the record, so if there's some concern, is why I got an email that said, would you move these two changes? I spoke to Mr. Leenders first thing this morning because I have been involved in an email chain.
Everyone listen.
With Jagger from taxi industry, as with regards to the police vehicles and the timelines of how many years they can continue to use them. So I did ask Ken this morning, is there any way we can assist in working on this? Staff have been great going back out, coming back with not only this change that helps the industry, but another change that makes it optional for the yellow lights, safety lights that are on the back of the taxi vehicles currently. So that's the only reason I received this. I was asked if I would move this as an amendment. Obviously, other speakers came in first before I'm able to put this on the floor, but by all means, I'd be happy to move the amendments be put forward and that the finalized bylaw be before us at council so we all know exactly what's in the bylaw. I mean, the one is not even in here that I can find where it's optional for the yellow lights, but I certainly understand, and so for my colleagues understanding why I got this, is just my communication and discussion first thing in the morning. But on that, I certainly support this. I can tell you, and we all know around this table, it's been a long process. We all had major skepticism in dealing with Uber coming into the city of Hamilton. And, it's great to see that, we've worked on this, being very cautious, saying let's be sure that whatever we do, we aren't hurting our taxi industry. And I'm pleased, very pleased to see that we have a workable agreement for both the taxi industry and Uber that gives a service to our citizens in Hamilton, whatever they choose. So I'm proud to sit here at this table today. It has been a long process. Staff have done a tremendous job. The industry has done a tremendous job. And I'm hoping going forward that certainly our citizens will be pleased. There are choices out there. And at the appropriate time, if you want me to make the amendments, it's already on the floor. Stephanie has it. But I would certainly recommend that the final bylaw be in our package of council that will have all of the amendments before us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson. I am going to come back to you, but first I want to go to Madam Clerk.
So my apologies, I'm a bit confused because I haven't heard it yet. So are you making that amendment to one of the existing A, B, or C that's in here by just adding one word? Or is that section not even included in here?
Okay, Monica, that section is not included in here. It's in the original bylaw. It's not in this as an amendment.
Okay, so just to clarify, we will need that by noon tomorrow in order to get it into the council agenda because council has not seen that yet.
Right.
So unfortunately, it's not before them. They don't know what the wording is and they can't approve it without that. That is something we're responsible for. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, that you don't like that, but unfortunately, we have 16 of you to keep happy. So if we could get it by noon tomorrow, that would be greatly appreciated, and then we will put it in there.
So Madam Clerk, just to confirm, everybody, thank you. Just to confirm, what I am hearing is that the entire report then should really be deferred to council so that the changes can be made, just the bylaw.
To you, Madam Deputy Mayor, you can approve the report as is with the current amendments.
Thank you.
With the understanding that staff provide me the amended bylaw that's shown as Appendix B. Is that where it will go?
Correct.
That's shown as Appendix B by noon tomorrow so that I can actually put it before you, and it will be attached to the council agenda so that you can see the full wording before it goes. But you do not need to delay the rest of it.
Okay, so that's good news then. So we can vote on the report. So Councillor Pearson, do you want to put your amendments forward, please?
Well, Madam Deputy Mayor, thank you, but I think it has been clarified, but I'll put it forward again. So it's on Appendix B, page 204, Section 8, states Section 55 is deleted and replaced with the following new section. So it's going to be added, and the exact wording is, sorry, I'm just going back here. That police cruisers will be phased out starting January 2018. Police cruisers will be phased out starting January 2018. Correct, through you to Monica Kemp. That's exactly. So that's the wording the clerk will be amending on Appendix B.
Okay.
And then the additional one is that this is in the original bylaw itself. It's not before us as an amendment. It was just changed today. Is that emergency lights in taxi cabs will be optional. Because, in brackets, the rationale for it is there is an emergency button on their tablets now. So some may not feel that they need that light on the back.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you.
And Monica did say that, and that's moved by yourself, seconded by Councillor Johnson, Brenda Johnson. All in favor on the amendments? Carried. Okay. Now, I'm going to come back to Madam Clerk because, as I understand it, there is an additional change that was missing from the report that needs to be added in. Would you please speak to that and give us the page numbers?
Certainly, through Madam Deputy Mayor. It's just on page 4 sorry, it's not on page 4. It's item 6. It's the recommendations.
Within the recommendations of the
yes.
report.
Subsection B, and this is up to council. Subsection B, to add the one full equivalent FTE. The cost is in there, so it's not reflected to committee members what that cost will be. So I'm recommending that a cost of $112,000 for auditing the proactive enforcement be there. As well, in light of Councillor Collins, and again, this is up to committee, but in light of Councillor Collins' motion that all FTEs be referred to the operating budget, do you want to approve this FTE here today, or do you want to refer subsection B to the Planning Committee's February 10th operating budget?
Well, I think the motion that was previously passed by Council was that it be referred to the operating budget. Councillor Collins, do you want to add to that?
Well, I'm fine either way. This wouldn't have an impact on the levy. It's supported by the fee structure. So licensing is a zero-sum game to it.
Perfect.
So I'm fine with it passing today, understanding that optically it's a little out of sync with where we're.
And then the last recommendation is subsection C. In light of the mayor's concern about the size of GIC, bylaw amendment does come back to Schedule 24. Pursuant to the procedure bylaw, it should go to planning, not GIC.
Yes, that's correct. Okay, so that would go to planning. So, is Councillor Jackson, questions, please?
I reserve the right to stay on as a questioner.
You do, absolutely. Go ahead, sir.
Is that okay? Be back to me at this time?
It is, absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So, Monica, one other question was raised about cameras by the taxi industry for Uber vehicles. Can you explain why you and Ken are not recommending that for Uber vehicles? Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Monica. Why are we not recommending cameras in Uber vehicles?
Through the chair, the passenger and the driver in a PTP vehicle are not anonymous. Everything is booked through the app. There's no street hails. There's no operating at taxi stands. The company, the city, the passenger, and the driver will all know who is in that vehicle.
Okay, so Uber just doesn't show up if you just anonymously somebody hops in. Okay, I see. Okay, and that's the reason why. Madam Deputy Mayor, through you to Monica and or Ken, if we approve this as amended today, would you recommend like a 6-month or an annual type of report back, upside, downside, on this, if you will, unprecedented new era and new area that we're moving into, Madam Deputy Mayor, through to Monica or Ken? Could you at least commit to that type of feedback back to GIC?
Monica, report back to GIC.
Through the chair, absolutely. Yes, 1 year.
1 year? How's that? That there be a report back on the upside and downside of this. So my last thank you, Monica, and again to you and Ken. Excellent work. So my last comment is, with the last minute arrangements and agreements, Stephen Jones, Jack Tar Singh, Anthony Rizzuto, and all others, it's good to hear, from what I'm hearing, everything is moving forward in a positive direction and probably will mitigate or eliminate any more of the emails of concerns, because I've heard the last minute agreements has helped to push this over the goal line. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. And I have no further speakers. We are dealing strictly with the report at this point with all the amendments. So can I have a mover, please? As amended, yes. So Councillor Pearson and Mayor Eisenberger on the report as amended. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Monica, thank you very much. A motion to receive her presentation as well. Councillor Pearson, Councillor Skelly, all in favor. Carried.
Thank you.
Excellent work, Monica, and Ken, you too. That's wonderful news. Congratulations, folks, and thank you. All right, moving on to 7.5 now is the Biosolids Management Project. This is the 3P Canada funding. I will call on Dan McKinnon, who will provide the presentation for 7.5. Welcome, Dan.
Hey, Steph. It's okay. Okay. We'll try.
Okay, everyone, I'd like to carry on with our presentation next for the Biosolids Management Project, please. Dan, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to be in front of you today to mark the end of a very long and winding road with this Biosolids project that's before you. Just a process note that I remained the sponsor of this project as a result of my long history with it. That's why I'm doing the presentation today. So I didn't think that was fair to ask the kind of temporary leadership in Hamilton Water to do that just because of my history with it. So thank you for your time today.
Yep.
And this is the main event on this this project. We've come to the end of the procurement process, so we're looking for you to support this that's before you today. So there's an overview of what I'm going to present to you today, and there's lots of information here. I'm not going to read verbatim from the slides, and I'm going to try to move through this as efficiently as I can. But I certainly recognize that this is a pretty significant decision, so I want to make sure that committee has all the information that we can make available to and hopefully supporting the recommendations in the report. So what are biosolids? This is just the sludge that is removed from the wastewater treatment process, the solid material, and currently we have a land application program. I'll talk briefly about that in a moment, but there is a lot of beneficial material within that sludge and the biosolids. And this is something that's common to all municipalities. Every wastewater plant has to deal with this material. So our past and current practices, the City of Hamilton, as many of you know, incinerated right up until 1996, at which time the incinerator was decommissioned and we began a land application process, and that's a term that we use a lot. Currently we have what we'll characterize as a Class B land application process. And a couple of themes that I'm going to try to emphasize as we go through the presentation today is the pathogens that are in the existing biosolids that we land apply, and storage. Those are two themes that kind of weave their way through this entire presentation and really are pretty strong motives for some of the decisions that we made through this process. So again, there's positives and negatives with respect to the program. Currently, it's beneficially reused, this material, because it actually assists in the growth of crops. But there are some pretty prescriptive regulations that dictate how the material is used on site, when it can be applied on land, and this is where we get into the issue. So because there isn't complete pathogen kill within the biosolids itself, that's why we have the restrictions around storage and when we can apply this to land. So we currently have our contractor who's handling this for us right now, but this is a process that we'd like to make a change in, and that's why we're before you today. So when we began this journey, we talked about the three different options with respect to managing biosolids in any community. Our current land application process is identified there. Enhanced treatment is another category of technology and practice that is used to manage this in municipalities. And then there's thermal reduction, which is essentially incineration. So I'll allude to this a little later, but essentially when we embarked on this journey, Council was very overt with us in saying that they wanted us to not make limit the potential technology that could bid this project. So we left the technology open for the bidders who responded to our RFP. So we did undertake a biosolids master plan. So really the journey began a decade ago when we did the biosolids master plan, and we identified incineration as a capital project in the future that we felt was most appropriate at the time. There was a lot of pressure on us at the time as well with respect to the regulatory regime and the quality of our biosolids at that time. So incineration, as far as staff, believed that that was the best option at the time. So that was identified through our master plan. Just a quick timeline. We completed that master plan in around 2007. As many of you know who were on committee in council at the time, in 2009 we received an unsolicited proposal through which we did a couple of evaluations of that. It was during that, near the end of those evaluations, that the opportunity to apply to P3 Canada became available. Council directed us to make an application to P3 Canada. That application was reviewed and approved by P3 Canada, and then we embarked on the procurement process, which is essentially the P3 Canada process. This is just, I won't read line by line, but just to identify the amount of activity that's gone on. April of 2015, I can tell you that the P3 Canada process by its very nature is very complex, it's very comprehensive, it's very exhaustive, if not exhausting. I can tell you there's been lots of dialogue between P3 Canada and our project team, and there is no stone that is left unturned. One of the things that to make sure council understands about P3 Canada, it's not just a grant program, it's actually a different procurement model. And the way that P3 Canada process is set up is whatever capital project that you were going to build, essentially much of that capital cost ends up being borne by the operator of that facility for a 30-year term. So by the very nature of the procurement, you've got the builder of your facility has skin in the game for a 30-year concession. So just by that alone, the idea is that you're going to get a better quality facility, you're going to get a better outcome by virtue of the fact that the consortium that comes together to respond to this type of a proposal is in it for the long haul with the city. So I'm hoping that many of you recognize this slide. It's been before you on many occasions, so I'll just highlight the fact that we are here right now. This is the end of the road for us. We're looking for council approval to go ahead and award this this contract, and that's what we're asking for council to support us. So again, the key objectives were to look for a long-term, sustainable biosolids management program where the city could transfer some of the risk associated with that over to the private sector over the long term, and by virtue have a sustainable program that the city could have some predictability around budgeting and just around the ability to deal with the biosolids over the long term. Just a quick overview of the process. So the project was screened in, and one of the things that I'll point out when P3 Canada did their original evaluation to determine whether or not they were going to support this project, they looked at the capital project that was on our books at the time. So when they did their evaluation, the public sector comparator at the time was our incinerator. So by virtue of that, they supported the project, and the level of complexity started to grow when we advised P3 Canada that council had wanted us to leave open the technology. No question that created a lot of complexity for the procurement process, but we've reached a successful conclusion. So through the process here, we went through the business case development phase, conditional financial agreement, which is something we need to get to now. We want to get to the financial close on this procurement process. So again, you've seen this slide before. This is just kind of the architecture of the procurement process. So the city and the transaction advisors were external. We had Deloitte, Blakes, and CH2 as our external team over here. And then we also had our internal team, and I'm going to introduce them later on in the presentation. Eventually, what we're hoping to do is to sign a Project Co, and these are typically the proponents who come together to form Project Co, and that's what you'll see later on in the presentation. One of the things that P3 Canada is very sensitive to is just the idea of transparency, competitiveness, and fairness. So as part of their process, they asked you set up a steering committee. This is a practice that on large procurements, certainly in public works, we've started to do anyway. We think this is just good practice. So there was a steering committee that was made up of Dan Chauvin, Brian McMullen, and Tina Iacco, and myself. And then we had, you can see, we had subject matter experts that would have done the technical and financial evaluations. And then we had the fairness monitor riding off to the side. I'll talk a little bit about that in a few minutes. Conflict review team and a compliance review team. And the compliance review team is an important part of this process. So the evaluation process, once we got the bids in, followed this. As you can see, again, I'll just let her on the slide there for a moment. No need for me to repeat it. But I think hopefully the message that becomes evident here is that there's layer after process that we've gone through with this procurement. It was a lot of work, and it was a great learning experience for the internal team for the City of Hamilton. So the procurement highlights, we went out in the original to pre-qualify some of the presenters that we heard earlier today about the TPP. They focused and they emphasized the importance of pre-qualifying bidders because it shouldn't just be the low bid wins the day. That should come after a process. So the RFQ process to qualify appropriate teams for this. And then we went out to the RFP process, and then we land at the final implementation stage. So I just want to highlight this. DBFOM, I am going to talk briefly about it in a few minutes as well, but that's design, build, finance, operate, maintain. And that's the architecture of the contract that we will get in a successful vendor here. They're going to design this facility, they're going to build it, they're going to finance the portion that they're responsible for, and then they're going to operate it and maintain it over 30 years. So again, the RFQ was issued in 2015. Submissions were evaluated. We had 3 successful teams. One of the things that I would highlight is that we qualified 8 teams, and then we came down to what we felt were the best 3 teams, and then they were allowed to bid on the project. So we ended up with Biosolids Process Partners, Harbor City Solutions, and Hamilton Biosolids Partners. So these are project entities that are created specifically to respond to this project that exists outside of the project. So each one of the RFQ respondents were evaluated on their financial capacity and their technical capacity to undertake a project of this nature. So again, just to highlight a lot of the rigor that's associated with this project through the RFP design and the different divisions, and you can see later on there schedule late letter of credit and some of the guiding principles here. I'm going to allude to that in a few minutes as well. So again, just more timeline about the RFP process when they were issued. A couple things that I would like to highlight, both through the RFQ process for qualifying this, proponents, and then through the RFP process, is the idea of commercially confidential meetings. This is something that's really unusual, probably unique to the P3 Canada process. It's an opportunity for the owner to actually meet and talk with the proponents during the procurement phase, which is normally what we would call blackout, when you're not allowed to talk to each other. You are allowed to talk to each other in this process. And there are tremendous benefits to that. There are also some things that we have to be very careful of. But what it does is it gives us an opportunity from the proponents what they think are issues that might be a challenge for them, especially in our project, because we had an affordability cap. So it gives them an opportunity maybe to talk a little bit about technology, talk about the commercial terms, that kind of thing. The reason this is, can be facilitated through this process is because we have a fairness monitor, and then we'll talk about that in the future as well, in a future slide. But through all those meetings, we had a fairness monitor that was independent, who would just monitor the entire process to make sure that it was fair and equitable and transparent. And then at the end of the process, they had to attest to that with the, and there it is. So on our process, P1 Consulting was the fairness monitor. So attached to the report that you have in front of you is the attestation from and the report from the fairness monitor that, as far as they're concerned, this was a fair, open, and transparent process, and they had no concerns with anything that they saw through the process. So just getting to the evaluation process. When we set out originally with P3 Canada, we had hoped to put more emphasis on the technology. P3 Canada wanted less emphasis on the technology and more on around the price. So we relented on that, and we actually brought that to council for approval. So 75% of the bid was weighted towards the financial, and 25% was weighted towards the technical. So again, here's just some examples of the different technical criteria that was evaluated throughout this process. These are all things that may be intuitive to anybody who thinks about the types of things that we will want to consider through a process like this. Continued on, and that's just an example of how the scores were weighted with respect to the 25 and the 75. Again, I recognize I'm giving you a lot of information here, but certainly there for you if you have any questions. Again, on the financial summary, some of the concerns that I think I've heard along the way is obviously the financial capacity of the company to do this. I can tell you that the rigor in this evaluation process is the due diligence. There's lots of due diligence to make sure that whoever the successful vendor is, that they've got the financial capability to handle a project like that. Again, the affordability. Again, there's the weighting of the proposals. So you may remember that I was before you last June, and at the time we had asked council to support making a couple of changes. I think it created some anxiety for committee. That was probably similar to the anxiety that we had as a project team bringing it to you. But we had learned through the commercial meetings that this was something that this budget ladder was something that would be appropriate to result in a successful conclusion. So. You'll see that the successful bidder, which is Harbor City Solutions, they come in below our affordability cap, and I'm going to expand on that in a few moments. But just to remind you that the affordability bands that we asked for in June, we managed to get in underneath the original affordability cap, so that was successful. So here is our successful proponent team, Harbor City Solutions. So the technology is a thermal dryer developed by Andritz. The byproduct that we're going to have is something that's marketed as something called TerraPearl, and I'm going to show you what the aftermarket is for that right now, TerraPearl. And, sorry? Yeah. I'd like to take credit for that, but I can't. The end use is horticulture, fuel, remediation, and reclamation. The developer is Synagro out of the States in partnership with Bird Capital and Maple Rinders, which are local companies. The design build contractor Maple and Bird, which is a consortium between Maple Rinders and Bird. Andritz is working with Cole Engineering as the dryer. And again, you can see that AIM and Synagro will be the operator of this facility over the long term and the marketer of the product. Again, just highlight where this is on the site. That square there, which is probably a little bit difficult to see, incinerator building, so that's where it's going to be built, is right on site at Woodward. This is a photograph of our old incinerator building at Woodward, less the stack. The stack was removed years ago, kind of a symbol of incineration as being a past practice. This is the conceptual drawing of what the new facility is going to look like. So kind of size and magnitude very similar. Hopefully it'll be a little more appealing with the some of the architectural features there that are going to be there. Just another view from the backside. It's got the silo there, that's for storage. And this is what, if you're trying to picture what the actual facility looks like inside the building, lots of stainless steel, walkways, guards, lots of pipes moving in a variety of different locations. And this is what the actual dryer looks like. So I can, at a very simple level, explain this, but if it gets too deep, I might have to get some help here. So this is a furnace that is natural gas fired. So this is just the heat. This is the dryer where the biosolids will be placed so that they can be thermally dried. So the biosolids come up into here and they're injected into here and then they move their way through the dryer. The gas or the emissions from the natural gas burner move along here and go through a condenser. Again, this is natural gas. It's very clean burning. So the furnace is very clean burning because it's natural gas. Any of the gases that are emitted during the drying process make their way up into here, and then they go through this the scrubbing process before they are to the process, or they come out here where they are released into atmosphere. I believe it's 20% of the gases that are created during the drying process will get emitted, but they will go through essentially two different processes before they are released. A regenerative thermal oxidizer, and I do have here if there are specific questions about the technology. Have they done this elsewhere? So Synagro, who is the provider of the technology, has a number of locations in the United States where they are doing this. There's just a list of them. You can see that in the Philadelphia example. This is about 3 to 4 times the volume of the city of Hamilton. And then they've got, this is about the same size as Hamilton, and then they've got some other installations that are a little smaller. So what comes out the end of this? So this is a beneficial product. How is this different from what we have now? There's no pathogens. The primary fundamental difference between the material that leaves the facility now versus what will leave the facility should we build this is that there's no pathogens. And by virtue of that, it can be marketed as a fertilizer under the Canadian Fertilizer Act. Most of the storage issues that are very prohibitive around the program that we have go away. This can be marketed just as a fertilizer like any other fertilizer. And I'll show you the aftermarket that they're proposing to market this material to. There's the profile between the nitrogen and the phosphorus. It's organic matter. This type of organic matter is actually more effective for agriculture than just chemical fertilizer because of the organic matter that's attendant with it. So Synagro is identified as part of the consortium that this is how they see their aftermarket. So they're looking at horticultural users, viticulture, agriculture, all the way down to pellets for fuel. So there is still a lot of energy in these pellets. For example, cement kilns can use this and actually get credit as a renewable energy. So depending on obviously the market and how Synagro and AIM feel their best options are, they will push and pull depending on how that goes. But they have provided this information to give a snapshot and a cross-section of how they intend to market this material to get going here. So just as a reminder of some of the environmental benefits of the proposal that's in front of you, currently there's about between 35 and 40,000 wet tons of Class B biosolids leaves our facility every year by virtue of doing this drying process. Essentially what we're doing is removing all the water, so you dramatically reduce the amount of material that has to leave the plant. It will be dropping to about 10,000 tons. It will lower the truck volume leaving the plant, so in and out of the day, every day there's 3 or 4 trucks drive in and out of the plant, tractor trailers. So we'll go from 6 loads a week, or from 20 loads a week down to 6 loads a week. In addition to that, the application to this, if it is going on land or it's being used in any of those markets that I identified there earlier, the handling of this becomes much easier because of the fact that it's under the Fertilizer Act and there's no pathogens in it. So again, protects water quality because of the composition of it, and it actually improves soil health. More environmental benefits. One of the questions that I know was on the mind of some councillors was about emissions. So the certificate of approval or the environmental compliance approval that has to be acquired by the proponent, should you approve this today, will be reviewed by the Ministry of Environment, and that will be part of a site-wide evaluation by the Ministry. So they won't look at this unit in isolation of everything that's going on around it at the plant. They'll look at the entire emissions from the plant with this added to it. And they may not give any credit to the fact that there's going to be a reduction in trucks. This will be approved through the Ministry of Environment, so there's I would suggest there's a level of comfort that committee can take from the fact that this still has to go through that approval process. And as I mentioned earlier when I went through the actual diagram of the process, that there is there's 2 layers of treatment for any of the gases that are perceived as being adverse that they'll have to go through before they're released into the environment. So again, a number of benefits. One of the things I would like to highlight down at the bottom here, Hamilton has slowly emerged as a bit of a leader in the water and wastewater industry. We generate electricity through, many of you know, we have the cogen at the facility down there. We use the waste heat also to heat our digesters currently. We purify our natural gas and we inject it into the union gas grid. Now we're adding another layer to what I would say is a nice suite of, you could almost call it promotional material about the good things that we're doing down at the plant there. We're getting away from a Class B program, and now we've got, call it a Class A program of fertilizer that can be pretty much used anywhere, being produced and marketed out of that plant. So we're, I think at a staff level, we're pretty proud of that, should this get approved today. Okay, I mentioned this earlier, but just to get back to it, one of the numbers you probably remember is the $111 million affordability cap that we had on this project. That's net present value. You're seeing 109 in front of you because we actually backed out the HST. The 111 actually included the HST, so these are both net of HST. So the winning bid came in at 106.5. So feeling pretty good about the fact that we were able to deliver the project below the affordability cap that Council asked us to. I'm going to come back to that slide in a minute because I think there might be more intuitive to go forward this way. So the budget that the city has currently for this process is so $111 million net present value. The nominal value of that over the 30 years is $234 million. The 111 that we've been using is just to represent it in today's dollars. So the $234 million was the budget that we currently have on the books for this project. The submission from HCS at 233. So I'll just highlight a couple of things here. We do expect to have a surplus from the capital component of about $6.5 million. And what we're asking is that remain with the capital project until this thing is built and commissioned. And once we know we're free and clear of that, we would then return that $6 million to the water budget. Just as a reminder, this is all in the water budget. It's not on the levy. The operating costs over the 30 years, our budget was $73 million. They've come in at $77 million. Sorry, these are the capital costs. So this is a separate line in our budget. So we do have a $4 million shortfall. That's over the 30 years. We're confident we can smooth that out in our budgets. The operating payments, our budget has $161 million. They're at $100 million, but I want to explain why there's such a dramatic difference. Their operating costs are net of natural gas, electricity, and water. We retain that in a separate budget for the entire plant. We went through our risk assessment. We had to make a decision. Do we want the proponent to own all the risk associated with providing the natural gas, the water, the electricity. We decided as a project team it was better for us to hold that risk because we have some ideas about how we can generate more electricity on site. So we felt that giving them that risk and having them price that and put that into their bid, we felt it was more beneficial for the city for us to continue to hold that because we think we've got some good ideas going forward about how to reduce our natural gas costs and our electricity costs on site. So so that's why you see the difference there. But at the end of the day, our budget was 234. We've come in at 233, notwithstanding the fact that there's a few, there's a few little things that don't quite look like they add up there. So on an annual contribution, these are the capital payments, and this will be reflected in the capital detail sheet. And I think this is very close to I think we're at 2.45, our capital contribution year after year. Our OMR payments, currently we're at around $3.5 million, between $3.5 million and $4 million a year for the process that we have right now. So if you take their OMR payment and what we believe the utility costs are for the two of them, we're right at the $3.5 to $4 million. So this is right within our got approved by council right now. We don't see anything that worries us or is an objection to, or that we need to tell you about with the budget. It's all within the budget. So I think everything on the slide I think I've said already, so I'll just move on. So in some of my conversations with members of committee, rightfully so, there was concerns about the long-term operation of this. I believe that the city's had experiences before when they got in a long-term contract. Things go sideways, the city's holding the bag. There is an abundance of security in this process. So just as part of getting to a financial close here, if council is to approve the low bidder today, we will begin negotiation with them. Right now they have a $1 million bid bond. So God forbid they decided that they didn't want to go forward with this, they'd have to forfeit $1 million. Once they're identified as the preferred proponent, then they have to provide us a $5 million bond while we go through negotiations. So if during the negotiation they decided that they weren't happy with this anymore, they'd owe us $5 million. So there's some surety to get to financial close. And while that may not be obvious, getting to financial close is obviously of most importance to us as a project team. Again, I'll remind you about the design, build, finance, operate, and maintain part of this. So as we go, once the facility is commissioned and we start on the journey of the 30-year operation, 50% of the capital cost of building this facility, they don't get paid for. It gets stretched all across the 30 years. Again, that's the incentive for them to build a high-quality facility because they're on the hook for it for 30 years, for half of the value of it. One of the things I should mention here is that, so the P3 Canada contribution to this project was identified at 25% of the capital cost or $22.9 million. That was predicated, I'll take you back to our public sector comparator, that was predicated on a project where we were going to build an incinerator. Because the capital cost of this project is a bit less than what we had in our budget, which was around $75 or $80 million for an incinerator. The capital cost to build this facility is around $52 million. So we are going to attract 25% of that $52 million, which is only $13 million. So while they did give us a maximum of 22, they're going to contribute $13 million, but it's consistent with 25% of the capital. That becomes the boss in this scenario. We won't attract the maximum amount. But that was expected going in. It's intuitive to the process. So our expectation is that we will get $13 million towards the capital contribution to this facility the day that we commission it. The City of Hamilton will contribute $13 million. And then that last $26 million that theoretically it's going to cost to build this, they will get paid for year after year. So it works out to just a little less than $1 million a year spread over the 30 years. So you can imagine inherent in that is a pretty powerful security for the city to know that anything that goes, that we have concerns about the operation or this, or if it's not functioning properly, they've got skin in the game for the long haul. Again, now we're talking about the things that might happen while they're operating this facility. So payment performance. There are 38 service failure performance indicators embedded within this contract. And a couple of the ones that we just wanted to highlight. So if this facility goes offline for any reason other than normal maintenance that we've prescribed in the documents for any longer than the period that we prescribed in the document, and the proponent has to take this to landfill because we want this product to go to a beneficial reuse, they are going to get charged $30,000 for each one of those events. Processing external feedstock. Council was very strong on saying they didn't want any merchant capacity at this facility. Our documents, when we went out for procurement, dictated there was no merchant capacity available for this. And by the way, if we catch you doing it, it's going to cost you $40,000 each time. It's not going to happen because this facility is right under our noses. We drive by it dozens of times a day. The opportunity for feedstock to come in from another area, I'm very confident it won't happen, but we've got language to backstop that right there, where if we do find an event where there's material coming in there that wasn't generated at our wastewater plant, it's $40,000 a hit. Annual reports, monthly reports. If they're late with a report, it could cost them $1,000 just for not providing the report. And it could cost them $400 a day every day after that they're late in providing us a report. Compliance with our ECA, $1,000 an event, $300 per week thereafter. So somebody asked me if this was belt and suspenders. I think I'd characterize it as belt and suspenders and a harness and a hard hat and a vest and boots. There is more language in this contract around performance than I've ever seen with my experience with procurement. So I think we've really got the city covered in a very good way, and so we should if we're going to enter into a 30-year contract. Again, just another example here. So if their facility is offline, this is the threshold. They can have it offline at the 90%. They start to get penalized at this rate. If they're down to 85%, they're going to lose 10% of their monthly payment. If they start to creep below the 85%, the escalation costs associated with this facility being offline become dramatic. So if I was to pick this, if they're offline, if their uptime's less than 82%, our monthly payment to them is going to be cut in half. So there's some pretty strong performance and incentives for them to make sure that this facility is up and running all the time and doing what we expect. There were some questions that had come up about labor matters. So the language that we have, standard language in our procurement documents, is around fair wage. That was included in these documents. So the proponent has to follow the fair wage schedule. Because the consortium that is in front of you has a carpenter general contractor, which is Bird, with Maple Rinders, we're in full compliance with our memorandum of local agreement with the local carpenters union. So we can check that box. Again, I talked about the non-availability of the facility. If this is as a result of something to do with a labor disruption, again, the only two areas where the proponent can quote-unquote get off the hook, if there is an official lockout or strike of the construction industry. So this would only be relevant during the construction. The entire provincial construction industry goes on strike. That's one area where we'd have to work with the proponent on it, where they wouldn't be on the hook for it. Or if there was a strike of city staff. But once this thing is commissioned and operating, there's basically no labor matter that can come up where the operator would have a justifiable reason for being offline. So next steps, we're hoping that council can find a way to approve this today, so we could notify the proponent and we notify the unsuccessful proponents. Then we would enter into negotiation with we still have to negotiate with P3 Canada. We still have to negotiate with the low bidder. Then we have to sign documents. All of the recommendations that are in the report lay out all of our next steps should council approve this today. And then we get to a final financial close and hopefully get on with building this facility. Once the facility is up and running, there's a formal committee that oversees the operating of the facility and would meet on a regular basis to monitor the performance of the facility, monitor the performance of the proponent, obviously through the construction phase and then through the operating phase, and would have an annual report that would come out of that. Just as a reminder, 25% of the capital is funded by the city, 25% by P3 Canada. This is spread out over the 30-year concession that the operator would have. Again, just a reminder of the oversight of the facility and the performance failures that are embedded in here. So I won't read every recommendation. I'm hoping you've had an opportunity to read through them. Pretty straightforward. We have to negotiate with P3 Canada. We have to negotiate with the low bidder. We have to enter into a financial agreement with P3 Canada. We have to enter into an agreement with the low bidder as well. I'm hoping the rest of that is straightforward. So I think before I take questions, and I'm more than happy to do that, I really feel it's important to introduce you to the procurement team that worked on this project. They've been at this for 3 years. They are a dynamite team. City staff, I'm just going to ask you to raise your hand when I call your name. Dan Chauvin, Nathan Reichald, Karen Lanto here, Brian DeCare from Legal, Carla Ippolito from Finance, Donna Drodes from Procurement, Jody Boyd. I want to thank my steering committee peers, Brian McMullen and Tina Ayako. I also want to recognize Remo Bucci and Usman Ijaz from Deloitte, who are here to answer any questions if we have any. Peter Burrows is the global practice leader for CH2M around biosolids. Marianne Smith is here from Blake's Law. They formed the external team that helped us out with this, and then Stephanie Brathwaite from P1 Consulting is not here. I will just close this off by saying that this really has been a long journey. It's been a very interesting process for me. I've learned a lot through this. I don't think I've learned nearly as much as our team who's been in the details. There were a number of guiding principles, objectives, and considerations that we had heard from council along the way with respect to this project. Affordability, transparency, fairness. We wanted competitive tension. We definitely wanted sustainability. We wanted to move risk over to the private sector. We wanted to leverage technology, and we wanted to protect the city's long-term interest. And I think I can say with full confidence we can check every one of those boxes, and I think we've had a very successful result to this very long process. So having said that, I will more than happy to take any questions you might have.
So thank you, Dan, and I'm glad you're willing to take questions because we've got a nice long list. And great work on this. It's been a long time coming. I think we've been at it 6-7 years, something like that, particularly the last 4. So I'm going to read off the speakers list, and anyone else who wants to join in, just let me know. First, we'll start with, we have Councillor Marula, Councillor Ferguson, Jackson, Brenda Johnson, Mayor Eisenberger, Aidan Johnson, Councillor Whitehead, Green, Conley, and myself, and Councillor Farr, and Councillor Collins. So we'll start with Councillor Marula, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And Dan, I want to thank you for your thorough and report on this particular issue. I know that we spoke offline as well, and I want to thank you for that time and effort. And I'd like to start off by saying that this has been a very protracted discussion for the last nearly 20 years. And the good news is that incineration is off the table. So that's a huge victory, and I want to thank my good friend and colleague, Councillor Collins. We went from having Swalroo, one of the worst incinerators, one of the worst in North America. We shut that down. And suddenly there was all this discussion about incineration in Hamilton. It went from Liberty Energy to the City of Hamilton to the Harbour Commission. Everyone and their brother wanted to put up a smokestack in the East End. And this particular location is on the border of both wards 5 and 4, and particularly the proximity to it, to the waterfront. And so the image issue surrounding this particular project is very important as well. The fact that we're including an additional smokestack. But on that front, when you incorporate the air shed issues and the fact that this is not blowing out steam, it's blowing out some emissions, how can we, I guess, in many ways, reconcile the fact that we have an air shed that's in crisis, and any additional component of emission exacerbates that crisis? If this were relocated to the mountain or to a suburban area where they didn't have these air shed issues, then I'm sure the technology would be a great one. But how can we as a municipality reconcile and justify the fact that we're faced with these air shed issues, but yet endorse such an endeavor?
Dan, please.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm not sure I have a great answer to that, but I'll answer it this way, is to say that when the proponent has to come forward to get their ECA from the province, and we look to the province, they're the ones that govern air emissions, that is going to be assessed on a site-wide basis. So all of the emissions that occur down there, this is going to be evaluated on top of all of those. So the ministry will determine whether or not they're satisfied that the emissions are if they're adverse or if they're not to the airshed. So there will be that level of scrutiny. Just at a very kind of straightforward level, we're reducing the number of trucks that are driving in and out of there. We're reducing the number of odors. Those both have emissions associated with them, and a lot of that is going to go away. So I can't sit here today and tell you that we've got a document that I can show you that shows the mass balance of all those emissions and whether or not this is a net positive or a net negative. My expectation is that there's a lot of the amount of emissions that are going in. My sense is that the amount that's going out is going to be pretty significant as well.
Okay. And I guess from a community standpoint, from my perspective, I know that, and I can speak with a great deal of confidence in speaking to those at Environment Hamilton, my neighborhood, Councillor Collins Beach Strip neighborhood that he advocates. This is not the type of industry that we're seeking at this time. So on the image component of it all, how do we reconcile trying to display ourselves as new Hamilton when what we're doing is creating a smokestack to burn human waste, basically?
Through you, Madam Chair. So we're not burning the waste. This is drying it. We're removing water. And that may sound like I'm putting a fine point on it, but it really is important. Incineration turns it to ash, and that's where you get the release of a lot of whatever nasty stuff might be in there. That's not happening. We're just basically removing the water and drying it. So when you look at what we got right now, this is a better process. This ends up with a better product. It's a cleaner product. It's as I mentioned, it's federated or regulated through the Canadian Fertilizer Act. It's easier to handle. There's less of it. So there's all those net positives that are going into this. Sludge and biosolids, fertilizer, in one form or another, it has to leave the plant. If it comes to the plant in the sewage, we have to do something with it. This isn't where we've got an option to do what we're doing or do nothing. We have to do something. I would say overall, this is a much, much better process than what we're currently doing.
Councillor?
So through you, Madam Chair, the province most recently in 2011 initiated new legislation to accommodate and facilitate land application, which we're doing. And my understanding is there's an issue surrounding storage. My other understanding is that the storage component in the process of finding a storage location is a very protracted process, not too dissimilar to a landfill process. So would you believe then, based on all of those variables, that the land application option wouldn't be a feasible option at this time to continue down that road? And if not, is it based on those variables alone or other? Well,
Dan?
Through you, Madam Chair. So the two themes that I identified at the start of the presentation is pathogens and storage. So your reference to the legislative change in around 2011, that's absolutely right. There was a much more scientific regime imposed on the management of Class B biosolids. The ironic or coincidental result was that in some areas you could put more material on the same acre of land, which was a positive. But at the end of the day, with the Class B process, you're still having pathogens. You got the pathogen issue, and the storage issue was one of the ones that we highlighted. That's a logistical issue, but it's a risk that came to visit us because in 2014 our contractor lost their storage. The net result of that is now every year we have very good biosolids that can be beneficially reused going directly into landfill. So as a community, I don't think that's certainly not the image that we want to portray if we just were to continue with the existing process.
Okay.
Councillor?
And I do, through you, Madam Chair, I want to really emphasize that this option is much better than incineration. And again, if built in an area where airshed wasn't an issue, I would most likely be supporting what's before us. My concern, as I mentioned earlier, is it's like a glass of water. If the glass is already full, any additional liquid will have that overflowing. And that's the situation we're in the East End when it comes to our air quality, particularly when it comes to the airshed components. And when we can't get buy-in from those advocates, from Environment Hamilton and others, that just by the sheer caring of the environment and other ways buy into this process, I have to respect that, and as you do as well. But I want to really emphasize that I respect your work and that of the group that's been put together. And I know this is better than incineration, but it's not, I believe, good enough for my neighborhood that's already experiencing so many other airshed issues and issues and challenges in the face of even the expansion of the treatment facility that we're going to be going through. So it's just a little too much too soon in an area that already has too much of what we're trying to eliminate, not to mention the image issues. So I can't support it for that reason, and it's not because I don't trust your judgment. It's because I don't like the location. And I think that if this were put into an area that didn't have an airshed issue, I'd be strongly supporting it. Having said that, I do want to clearly enunciate that I'm not supporting this for those very reasons, but I do thank you for your time and effort. And I appreciate your time, so thank you.
All right, Marula, and thank you for your comments. And next is Councillor Ferguson, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I too had the opportunity to meet with Dan before today's meeting and peppered him with a lot of questions, particularly around security and making sure that the contractor doesn't walk and we don't have operational issues. There's 3 questions, though, and Dan, I just want to get clarity. Number 1, I think you said it, but I want to point blank ask the question. This will have no impact on the rate budget.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct. Everything is already in the budget.
Or any other budget.
Or any other budget.
Perfect. Number 2 is, who owns a facility after 30 years?
Through you, Madam Chair, we own the facility when it's commissioned, but they have a 30-year concession to operate it.
So it'll come back to the city after 30 years? And
Yes.
we can tender it out again if we want or do something else with it?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct. I believe it's 54 months before the end of the term. We go through it and we do what's called a handback inspection. And any of the, there's a whole list, and it's a very prescribed process to do the inspection and identify any capital upgrades that the contractor may be responsible to undertake at the facility before they hand it back, so that when we get it back, it's in good shape. That's all prescribed in the documents.
Okay. And will they be permitted to bring biosolids in from any other municipality, or is it just ours?
Just ours.
Okay. So those are my 3 questions, Madam Chairman, but I do have just some brief comments. Number 1, we've offered a lot of kudos to staff today, but I want to offer a huge one to Dan and his team. I know they've already been introduced. I know Dan and Brian quite well up there, and I know they've been very engaged on this, and it has been a long process, so congratulations to them. And in summary, it meets the affordability threshold. No more land application, which rural residential people have significant problems with because we don't know what's going in there, and that the products are being removed through the drying process, which will be primarily steam during the drying process that will go up the stack. 80% less trucking because you're taking the water out of it. No impact to the rate budget. I like the consortium. I know Bird. Bird is an excellent general contractor. They are signatory to the Carpenters, so that meets that amendment we made to the Carpenters agreement where one member of the consortium had to be signatory to the Carpenters, and Bird hits that threshold. Maple Reinders is an outstanding mechanical contractor to do all the mechanical work. I don't know much about Synagro, but I did go on the website, study them for a while. 800 employees, and they run a lot of biosolids facility, particularly in the U.S., and I think you showed those during your presentation. So it looks like an outstanding consortium. For council, it's a 30-year solution. So I'm not sure how many of us will be around. Maybe Tom Jackson will still be around in 30 years. But I'm not sure how many others will be around in 30 years, and that's a big monkey off our back. And so, once again, my congratulations to all the staff, and I'll fully support this.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. And Dan, I just always enjoy the way you tell a story from beginning to end and all the checkpoints along the way. Make it clear, make it understandable. And I, too, just want to congratulate the 3 main leads, I guess, of your team, the in-house leads of Brian DeCare, Dan Chauvin, and Carla Ippolito, along with the rest that you acknowledged as well. So just questions, Dan, just to raise my comfort level to support what's before us at 8.8. What is the cost if we wanted to hypothetically stop now? That famous slide you showed that a number of us year after year were saying, Dan, what's that final last exit ramp that we could still take without any severe penalty or hopefully no penalty at all? Madam Deputy Mayor, through to Dan, if we were to say no today, is there any penalties or are we home free?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, there is a break fee, and that was introduced back in June. We put that into the contract documents, and I'm going, Dan, $750 total? Sorry? Yeah. So each proponent would get $250,000. I think the dollar value probably wouldn't mean nearly as much to Hamilton as the maybe the image damage that might come with that, because going through a P3 Canada process like this, it'd be very disappointing if we didn't come to a successful conclusion. But yeah, it would be a total of $750,000.
Okay, thank you for that, Dan. For the record, that's good to know. Within the 30 years, Dan, then you threw lots of slides at us there. Is there escalating price within this 30-year contract? Is it one set price over that period of time? Madam Deputy Mayor, through to Dan, just help me understand that a little better.
Dan, perhaps you could go back to that slide, because I think it was very clearly laid out. If you can find it in the deck, it did have the escalating. I think he knows which one it might be.
Through you, Madam Chair, there was, I think we just showed about the 4 or 5 year period, but you can start to see how, that's an example of it. That's obviously not the whole 30 years, but that would give you an example. They obviously have escalators in there because they're going to have to pay their staff more, and they're going to have expenses that are going to go up over the years as well. But just as a reminder, these are the capital repayments. That's in a separate capital detail sheet, and these are the operating in here. And again, just as a reminder, these utility costs, we pay those. We're going to manage those because we think there's opportunities for us to keep those low. So,
I guess, Dan, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, for helping me find that slide 49 again. I guess, Dan, the segueing, dovetailing on that, my question is that within this 30-year contract, then, like unfortunately happens with other contracts that we've been aware of from time to time, where the contractor comes back and goes, I thought I could do it for that price, but now that I'm now operating it, or now that I'm building it, my goodness, I way underestimated, and now I've got to come back, and I'm your only guy now because you gave me the contract. So, Dan, you get the essence of my only worry and concern. That ability is not there then once we award it to Hamilton Harbour City. Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Dan?
Through you, Madam Chair, the short answer is correct. There's a tremendous amount of due diligence and language in these contracts to prevent that.
Terrific. So once again, Dan, the original 111 million, of which we were going to get about 23 million. So now you're saying because the scale of the project or the design or type of the project is different, that 111 now is 56. So the federal contributions of 23 will be 13. Madam Deputy Mayor, through to Dan, please.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, and we're kind of mixing units of measure here. So the 111 million was really just about establishing an affordability cap in net present value terms. The actual value of the contract over the 30 years is around 243 million, 233. So, but there's two major components. There's the capital cost to build the project up front, and then there's all the operating costs that go out over the 30 years.
Correct.
P3 Canada doesn't help you with the operating costs over the 30 years. They only help you with the capital costs up front. Because the project that they evaluated when they screened us in was the incinerator that we had in our budget at the time, because that was the project we had at the time. They evaluated that one. Capital cost for that is around $75 or $80 million. This one came in at 52. So their commitment is 25% to a maximum of 22.9. Oh. So they've got the 25% of the 52, which is 13 million.
So if somebody were to say, Tom, you're being shortchanged by about 10 million. No, it's because it's a different, the thermo dryer being different than the incinerator cost.
Yes. The capital cost is significantly less.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Dan, I guess what we went through in camera without divulging several months ago, those type of incentives, if you will, assisted the process along the way without getting into deep public that you can't. Madam Deputy Mayor, through to Dan.
Dan?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes.
That was worth going through that, even though that caught a number of us off guard, as I'm sure it did you and your team as well. So the the aesthetics of the plant, Dan, from what I saw, and I'm not trying to be cute with this remark, I mean, once built, it kind of has a little bit of a, like a drive-by, you didn't know the Woodward Avenue treatment plant was there. It has a bit of like a hospital look to it, that type of thing, instead of the ugliness of what we had 40, 50 years ago. Madam Deputy Mayor, through to Dan.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. We're trying to add some of those elements at Woodward anyway. The architectural kind of theme that we're, for any of the capital replacement that we're doing at Woodward now. In addition to that, this facility is probably far enough off the road that most people won't see it unless they're actually visiting it, but you're right, there was some attention to the aesthetics of the facility.
Terrific. 2 or 3 more quick questions, Madam Deputy Mayor.
No problem.
If this gets approved, Dan, one of the benefits, Dan, is that it would help to extend our landfill, or not necessarily, the life of our landfill in Glanbrook. Madam Deputy Mayor, through to Dan, or 2 different processes?
Through you, Madam Chair, they're disconnected. It doesn't help the landfill.
Okay. Land application, obviously then land application would continue with that are produced here, Dan, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Dan?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Yeah, there's a variety of secondary markets that the proponent has indicated that they're going to go to. So they're identifying bagged retail, and you can see the list down the left side there. So some of it's going to go to agriculture, some of it soil remediation and land reclamation, and others will, some of it may be used as a fuel. So I think there's a lot of options there that the proponent can market to, depending on obviously where they're going to get the greatest return. So.
Is it safe to say, Dan, wasn't one of the concerns of farmers and some farmers in the community, our farmer on council, Councillor Pasuta, of current land application may not be the purest and best, but this may elevate the quality and grade of that? Madam Deputy Mayor, through to Dan.
Dan?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct. This, again, I'll just take you back to that theme that goes through this is storage and pathogens. This material has no pathogens in it, so it's much more friendly, if you will, to put on agricultural fields for land application.
Dan, thank you for all the thorough answers, long journey, and Madam Deputy Mayor, I can see my way through to supporting this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. And next is Councillor Brenda Johnson, please.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, Dan. Dan, I noticed on slide 39, and you don't have to go there, a list of all the thermal facilities that are throughout. There's none in Canada from what I saw on that list.
I'm not aware of them having any in Canada.
So we're the
thermal
first?
dryers. Yep.
We're the first.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, it's not unusual, and I think Synergo is an example of that. I'll call them technology agnostic. They have different technologies that they might use in different places depending on the appetite of the community or the process that's there. They do have a number of thermal dryers, so they're very familiar with this technology. They've been at it for over 30 years. So.
Okay, because I did a lot of research on Liberty Energy in my former life, and that was a gasification plant, and that was they wanted to add landscaping materials up here, but I did get an opportunity to go down to Minneapolis, and I believe that was incineration. So one of the big concerns when you're spreading sludge over the fields, and even with gasification and with incineration, is the mercury. Right? So are we capturing the mercury? You said there's no pathogens in it, so I'm assuming that's including mercury. So maybe this is more a design question rather than anything else. So are you capturing the mercury through the filter bags? Are you capturing them through the scrubbers? How do we know that there's going to be no mercury? Because when I look at that, most of the pellets are going to be going towards agriculture. My understanding is when you spread sludge over a field, you cannot grow anything for human consumption for 2 years. We can still grow cattle corn, feed it to the cattle, and we end up eating the cattle, but that's another matter. But when you're taking the pelletization, you're actually concentrating whatever is in that sludge, and now you're going on the fields that way. I'm hearing from you, no pathogens, so how are you capturing all the pathogens that are not going to end up on the field?
Dan?
So through you, Madam Chair, so your reference to mercury, because we're not converting this to ash, so that if there is mercury in it, it's not released into the atmosphere. There it stays in the solids, but the comfort that I think you can have is that the regulatory regime that oversees this, all of the metals that we have to test for currently, we'll have to test for with this new product as well. So the idea of mercury being released one way or the other, it's no different. It won't happen in the testing regime that we currently have. It'll be the same for like we're compelled to test for the metals that are identified in the regulation.
Okay, thank you for that. And through you, Chair, to Dan, what if the pelletization product at the very end shows that there is a higher concentration, because now it's not spread this way, it's now confined into a capsule, if you will? Well, that obviously will dictate where it's going to be disposed. Will it end up on the landfill at the end of the day?
So there is through you, Madam Chair, there's a mechanism in the contract. Generally speaking, it's divided as to whether or not the bidder has done something to allow the product to go out of compliance, or if it was on our side. So there's mechanisms in the contract to deal with that if it goes out of compliance for one reason or the other. Off the top of my head, what we would have to do if it went out of compliance for mercury, I don't know, but there would be an appropriate way that we'd have to handle that. So we're not. It is important to know that we're not concentrating this material. We're just taking the water out.
Okay, thank you. And from the get-go, I was never on board for gasification or intensification or incineration. But having to piggyback onto what Councillor Murillo in his direction, because that was the other thing that we always looked at was air shed. So, we've got a factory over here and it's only giving out this much. That one's only giving out this much. So everybody's under compliance, right? So it's only a little bit for everybody, but when you put it all together, it becomes catastrophic. And we know what happens when we have those smog days. So maybe I'm trying to find out whether there's an apples to apples comparison to this. So you've got a company that has carbon on one side and you've got the compost on the other side. You've got National Steel Card. You got where does the smokestack in relationship to how much stuff is coming out of it in relationship to any other comparison on the waterfront that we have now?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't know if I can answer that question, but certainly what I can tell you is that through the certificate of approval process, when the ministry reviews this, they have to look at it in respect to the nearest sensitive receiver, so basically the residents nearby. And again, I'll remind you that they're going to do this on a site-wide basis, so they're going to look at all the emissions from our Woodward plant, and then they're going to add this on top of it. It's not comprehensive in the sense that it'll just start to look at the greater airshed. That's not the way the ministry does this. So, yeah.
And I know, and I think that's always been a problem. So if this were an incineration plant, what would be the difference between what's happening now through the smokestack and an incineration plant? Would it be better or worse as far as what's coming out of the smokestack?
Dan?
That's a very, through you, Madam Chair, it's a very technical question. I can maybe lean on, I don't know if I can lean on Peter for that, but I think in a general sense, whether it's a scrubber on our plant or whether it's a very complex, large scrubber that's on an incinerator, there is technology to deal with that. It's just now that as soon as you have technology, you have to look after it, you have to monitor it. So I think the key thing to remember, though, is an incinerator, you're converting this, you're turning it to ash.
Right.
So you're releasing a lot of things into that environment within that facility that now has to be taken out through the scrubbing process.
Right.
This is far, far less here because all we're doing is removing the water.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Johnson. And next we have Mayor Eisenberger, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dan and the team for a long and exhaustive process. And I think there's no shortage of thoroughness here. So I think I think every conceivable issue has been evaluated and I think factored into this. And I do appreciate the one-on-one opportunity to sit with you and kind of discuss these issues and ask those questions. I think it's very important. I just wanted to touch on two issues. One, the environmental side, and so when we kind of make a comparison between this process as opposed to what we're currently doing and the process that is happening, is there? I mean, I think you said it, but there's a belief overall net benefit here in terms of less trucks, less potential emissions in terms of land application. Really actually produces a net benefit overall from an environmental perspective. Is that a reasonable assessment based on this process?
Dan?
Through you, Madam Chair, in a general sense, I would say so. We haven't gone to the extent of looking at all of the secondary markets, what's going to occur there, and how that would kind of go into like a mass balance exercise, if you will, to do kind of that wholesome kind of cradle-to-grave analysis of it. But I think generally speaking, when you look at what we're doing at Woodward, I think this is definitely a better process.
Okay. And this is not exactly a new technology. I mean, Milwaukee has been producing Milorganite for 40 years, so over-the-counter stuff that you can actually purchase, certainly in the United States. I don't know about Canada, but certainly in the United States. Is that correct?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, not a new kind of primary of the technology. I'm certain that over the years they've advanced, pumps and pipes and flares and those types of things over the years to improve the technology, but the primary principle has been around for a long time. It's pretty straightforward.
Right, and then and the C of A process, which is not a small process, would obviously require, if not zero emissions, but very close to zero impact emissions, either on the global site or from this particular location. Isn't that kind of a reasonable assumption in terms of the process they're going to have to evolve to put this plant in place?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, I wouldn't say it's zero, but again, the ministry will look at this on a site-wide basis. Most of you know how big the word is and all the processes that go on there. They will all be considered when this additional plant is being evaluated by the Ministry of the Environment from an emissions perspective.
So, I mean, Mr. Chair and Madam Chair, I mean, I'm supportive of moving forward on this. Understanding that there's a long-term arrangement here that has benefit not only from a land application perspective in terms of the real thing, which we get lots of complaints on an ongoing basis from people out in the farm community, but that there is a viable product that comes out of this that is usable and viable, and I would assume that part of the business plan that the proponent has is based on the revenue stream that comes off of the product that they create here. Is that kind of a reasonable assumption as well? It's not just not just creating a product, it's a product that has a revenue stream attached to it that forms part of their business plan.
Through you, Madam Chair, my expectation is the revenues that they get from their secondary market were used to drive down their price because it was a competitive process that they were in. So how much, we won't know, but it's my expectation that actually lowered their price to us, which gave us a successful result.
Okay, and the last question, and I appreciate that answer. So given where we are today, this is not going to be more costly than what we're currently doing. So essentially it's basically a different process, a better end product, same costing roughly based on what we're currently doing in terms of land application and disposal. Is that reasonably correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, so yeah, similar to the extent that the annual operating costs, utilities is what we're paying from an operating perspective now, and the capital costs associated with it are very consistent with what we had in our capital budget a few years ago.
All right. So based on all of that, Madam Chair, I'm going to be supportive. I think this is a wise and prudent step to take, notwithstanding that we can't eliminate all impacts. This is an improvement, and I think that's a benefit for our community and a benefit for our process, and certainly I think something that we can sign on to collectively. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And next I have Councillor Aidan Johnson, although he's not in the room, so I'll move on to Councillor Whitehead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank Dan for his carriage on this file, as well as all the staff that have been there to support him through this arduous period. And certainly the briefing we had just the other day on this file. I've been pretty consistent in one concern, and it's risk. I think I've been assured that all risk is going to be carried by the operator and not by the city. And I'm going to give you examples of the risk and concerns. If there are legislative changes through this 30-year period based on new science, for example, maybe I should back up a step. I think Brenda sort of touched about, I think it was mercury. I did ask the question, does this eliminate all metals within those biosolids? And I don't know what the answer is to that question. You can look into it.
Through you, Madam Chair, this doesn't eliminate the metals that are in the biosolids. The main function here is water. But their testing regime around testing the solids for metals is a very robust regime that will continue. So the material, once it's leaving the plant, will still get tested for metals, and if it exceeds any of those parameters, we're compelled to do something different with it.
And we talked about pharmaceuticals. I know that there's even more and more discussions about how much pharmaceuticals are ending up in our watersheds and in the Great Lakes system, what impacts it's having on the on the wildlife. So the question for me on this one, again, I don't know what the science is. Maybe it's fine. Right now, currently, obviously it is because they're doing it. But we know that the market, people are becoming much more highly educated and more concerned about what they consume and where it comes from, and even what is, type of fertilizers you're actually utilizing. I mean, it's just incredible. The websites out there, more and more people becoming more and more aware, and government's going to create more regulation, transparency in regards to food and products and where they come from and so forth. So help me understand then, if the government came in time in between and developed a bit of a concern about pharmaceuticals that may still be contained within this product, who would be at risk?
Dan?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So pharmaceuticals and personal care products, whether it's to do with drinking water or biosolids, those concerns are still being researched, and the body of knowledge around that is not to the point where the government's willing to come out with regulation around it yet. We do know that we can see those things. We're starting signatures of those things in our source water, but there just isn't enough understanding through Health Canada and the health agencies to actually come out with a regulation to provide limits on it. That looks like it's going to be an issue down the road. So when it comes to risk, there is a mechanism within this contract where for the first 5 years, the proponent owns all the regulatory risk. After that, there is a mechanism around if there is something that comes out in regulation that requires the proponent to add a process that's going to provide a cost to them, we start to share that. Now, these are the decisions that we've made when we developed our risk registry, when we went through the procurement process, and you make those decisions about what risk are you going to own and what risk are you going to put on the proponent. And the challenge around that is the more risk you put on their side, your price goes up. This is a risk-reward game. So not unlike the decision that we made that we want to continue to own the utilities because we think there's opportunities for us there. We're willing to own that risk. The risk around regulatory change, we think we've got a mechanism in there that's reasonable for the proponent and protects the city adequately, recognizing that when you look out beyond 5 years, it's very difficult to anticipate what kind of regulatory changes that might come. I suspect if we made them own all that, we wouldn't have got down below to our affordability cap.
No, and I appreciate, I know that my experience with Marie Pearson on the procurement committee in regards to the wastewater, I think we had the current contract, the contract then was American Water, if I remember right. And we went through that, and the whole discussion was about the fact that all the risk was at the city side, and they got all the low-hanging fruit in regards to cost. So on the procurement process, we shifted some of that risk into that procurement process, and clearly it was reflected, as you indicate, and as it turned out, we end up taking it in-house, and clearly we're providing probably as a good, if not better, service at a more affordable cost. So I understand the challenges with passing on risk and the cost implications, because there's a prime example of what took place in that particular scenario. That was the only concern I have. I'm comfortable that those kinds of things were contemplated in the context of that process after 5 years. I also appreciate that it would be pretty tough in regards to keeping within the budget scheme to be pushing any more risk out. Sounds pretty reasonable in the approach that you and all the staff, and I will in fact be supporting the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor. And next we have Councillor Green, please.
Hi there, Dan. You know, we had a great chat about this, and I certainly share some of the reservations that my colleagues neighboring this job have. And it is a huge contract, a big $100 million plus contract. What would be the downside of tabling this, waiting to the next GIC? Because I haven't had really the ability, now that this is public, to be able to consult with the Environment Hamiltons, my community, and I know, having gone through the process that we had with the garbage incinerator / gasification down in Ward 3, that there is all the concerns that Councillor Marula got up, they still stand. And so this has just been public. What would be the downside? Like, are we under the gun here to make a $100 million decision at the end of a very long day?
Through you, Madam Chair, so the downside, maybe beyond the heartbreak, would be we could wait another GIC cycle. We could. I think we've got enough room in our schedule to do that. Very motivated to get an approval today, but if the committee chose to let that rest in the public realm for another 2 weeks, that wouldn't kill our schedule. Maybe just a reminder, it's already been out since the 11th. It's going to be in the public realm for 2 weeks before you ratify it at council. But we could roll with that.
The challenge there is that there's no opportunity for delegations at council, which is why it's never preferable for me to have kind of the final conversation at council. I like the opportunity through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that if the public wants input, that they have the opportunity to come and delegate if they're able to. And I wouldn't by any means suggest hash the 55 slides that you have here today. You know, I would just like it to be, to give my community the opportunity to have some kind of input on this. Because although it might have been public, and although this might have been a conversation for the last 10 years, I certainly am new to this conversation. I have my reservations around as it stands. There's some considerations we have to have in terms of some of the science behind it, what you've presented. Because as it stands now, if this were to go today, I can't support it. So I'm going to ask at the appropriate time to see if there's a tabling motion, around the table. And if not, then I'll be in a position to this, because I think that our residents deserve an opportunity. I think it deserves to go into the public sphere via the media, and there needs to be an opportunity for people to have some input. Like, what's the rush on a $100 million project if we can wait another cycle to the next GIC? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And you raise a good point, because I was actually there isn't anybody here, and they do have the opportunity to do a public delegation at this meeting, and it's been on the agenda for the last several days, if not a week. So I am surprised, but thank you. All right, so I'm going to come back to Councillor Aidan Johnson, please.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Mayor, I apologize. I was dealing with a matter in the other room and listening, and I heard Councillor Whitehead take my spot just as I was about to come in. Thank you, Councillor Whitehead, for filling in.
No problem.
Most of my questions have been asked. I want to ask some questions about some interesting warnings in the report. There's a warning in the report that if we don't go ahead with this deal as brokered, we may create some risks in terms of the brand of the city. And I was wondering if Mr. McKinnon, through you, could please comment on that potential risk.
Yeah, Dan?
Through you, Madam Chair. We've been at this for 2.5 years. P3 Canada projects have a very high profile. We generated tremendous interest in this project. We just went out to the market. We pre-qualified 8 teams, which were vendors, constructors, technology providers from all over Canada and the United States. When we had our first site tour, 100 individuals showed up. So we've generated tremendous interest in this project. So to get to the finish line and then decide to take a pass, we've spent probably in excess of $1.5 million. The vendors who responded to this, the 3 teams, probably spent that much themselves. So in the P3 world, there's not a huge number of projects, but they are very high profile. So if we were to get all the way to the end, we certainly can do that. But I do think there'd be a hit to the city's image that we went all the way right to the finish line. We're able to check all the boxes and then decided not to proceed.
Thanks for that. And the flip side argument is also presented in the report that accepting this deal potentially situates Hamilton for future successes when it comes to other PPP bids into the government, at higher levels of government. So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm hoping that Mr. McKinnon could comment on that.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. It's an excellent point. So we've developed a reputation with P3 Canada, as you can imagine, so they want to see a successful conclusion to this as well. When we were pre-qualifying the team going forward, I can tell you that Dan, and to a lesser extent myself, we had people calling us. They wanted to meet with us. And when you met with these people, it became very evident they were interviewing us. They wanted to know if it was worthwhile, if they had true champions on the staff side within the municipality that were going to drive these projects forward. So when you do that and you come to a successful conclusion and you have an award, the big vendors, the big constructors, and P3 Canada, now they know they've got a partner that can land these things. Landing one of these projects is kind of a big deal in the P3 world. So the opposite of true if you don't land it successfully. When you do, you start to develop a reputation for a community that's delivering on projects.
Through you, thank you very much. I'll just end with a quick comment. Madam Deputy Mayor, as you know, one of my own personal reasons for running for office in the first place was environmentalism and a desire to be a good small g green politician. That's what led me to run in large part. Over the past 2 years, I've been in conversation with Mr. McKinnon about a variety of different ecological subjects pertinent to the municipality, including the project I'm working on now for a possible ban on bottled water sale in Hamilton, and my interest in water policy broadly, as well as other ecological topics. 2 years as councillor, I've developed a real respect for Mr. McKinnon as a person who genuinely cares about the environment. And these matters are always complicated, and it's now that I am in office, I see how hard it is for government to come up with ideal solutions and perfect solutions to ecological challenges. My point is, in this case, I have a lot of trust in Dan McKinnon as a steward of the water and a steward of the earth, and I don't use those terms lightly. Thank you very much.
Nicely said, Councillor. Thank you very much. And again, back to the list now. Councillor Connolly, please.
Hi, Dan. So we turn this down, hypothetically. I'm going to vote for it, by the way. But what's the options in? Where does that put us? 5 years behind? What do we do with the sludge? You can't store it anymore. Our storage facilities are gone. What's our options if this was turned down as
Dan?
a project? Through the chair.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we have a current contract right now. we could continue to extend that. My sense is we undertake a new master plan. We wouldn't want to kind of arbitrarily stumble into another procurement. We'd want to stop, do another master plan like we did 10 years ago, look at the environment around us, and then work through that about what our options are. We essentially did that at a mini scale when we went through this. As soon as council asked us to look at different technologies, that we
These cheap blackberries, I'll tell you.
That's a new one.
I'm sorry, Dan.
No problem.
I apologize.
Dan, carry on.
So one of the things that occur through this procurement process is we basically did a mini master plan all over again because now we were looking at different technologies. So I guess in simple terms, the world's not going to end if this gets turned down. We would continue with our existing process. We'd probably have to undertake a new master planning or planning process to see where we want to go with this again. And ultimately, we would end up in some future procurement because I don't think the program we have right now is something that we want to stick with.
But right now, as the system is now, you send sludge to the dump?
Nope. So right now,
to the landfill, I mean?
Right. Yeah, and just sometimes the vernacular is important for people who might be listening. So sludge is something that's in the digesters at the plant, and when we move it over to the loading facility, we dewater it. By virtue of that, now we call it biosolids, and I don't think there's a dictionary for that, but we call it biosolids. Biosolids gets loaded into trucks, and it gets taken to agricultural fields, and it gets spread on the fields. Inclement weather, our existing contractor, he can't do that. Typically, he would put it in a storage facility until the weather's good. But he doesn't have a storage facility anymore, and that's always been the big challenge. So when that happens, he has to take it to landfill. And so putting good biosolids in landfill is something that, as a community, we don't want to do.
So what is the effect of putting it in the landfill through the chair? Like, is it filling it up faster? Is it
Through Madam Chair, that's exactly right. It doesn't go to our landfill. We won't accept it there. Oh. It goes to another landfill. But just generally speaking, and the province is really starting to, you can see the province angling to take on landfills.
Yeah.
Most communities don't even have them anymore. Hamilton's very fortunate to have the landfill that we have. But putting material that you can find another place for into a landfill is becoming a huge no-no in the province. And quite frankly, as a jurisdiction, we're far behind a lot of other jurisdictions when it comes to that, and especially when you compare Europe and places like that. It's kind of maybe.
You said that we do 20 trucks a day now, or a week? I'm sorry, a week?
Yeah,
that goes to wherever.
Yeah, through Madam Chair, it's 20 trucks a week. It's about 3 a day. And with this process, we'll be going down to about 6 a week, so 1 every day and a half.
6, but those are fertilizers that are going to be sold and bought and used, right?
Through Madam Chair, the one slide that...
the list.
Yep.
So it's not going to a landfill, it's not going to farmers' fields,
so,
I guess.
Through Madam Chair, technically it could go to a landfill. Once the landfill's filled, they like to put a layer of good material on top. So technically it could end up there, but it wouldn't be part of the landfill.
And are you expecting odors? I think one big concern from residents' point of view is odor coming from the plant. Are you expecting to have odors? Are we going to get complaints from the neighborhood because there's these horrific smell that they get?
Through you, Madam Chair, our expectation is that the odors that are emitted by comparison to what we have today will be dramatically reduced through this process because you're taking the moisture out. So will there be odors? There will. Will there be? Our hope is that it's going to be much less than there is now. And not to mention the fact that the facility itself has a lot of odor control and odor mitigation features within the building, negative pressure, that kind of thing.
So do you think, through the chair, that we're going to get a lot of complaints from neighbors on this process?
Through you, Madam Chair, ironically, we don't get a huge number of complaints now. I expect them to diminish.
Thank you very much, Dan. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Conley, and Councillor Farr, and then Councillor Collins, Councillor Pearson, and then Councillor Partridge, Deputy Mayor, Madam Chair.
Thanks. I'm going to be
Councillor
quick.
Farr, go ahead.
Quick, as I mentioned earlier. I got to run out, but I'm going to be back after I'm through here. So first and foremost, though, I want to support you, Dan. So it sounded like you were okay with a couple of weeks reprieve for some who may have more questions or allow for some community input. Did you say that's fine in terms of your timelines? If there's a table motion?
Grudgingly, yes.
Grudgingly? Okay, yeah, I know. Well, what's another couple of weeks if it's been 7 years? I know in our time, Madam Chair, we've been dealing with this file. So,
Yes.
and I think we have a much more palatable solution here too. So there were my comments off the top. You said in answering, I think, Councillor Marula's question earlier, he was the first speaker, quote, overall, a much better process than currently, end quote. You referring to airshed impact or overall impact when you made that comment?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, I don't have, I wish I had the evidence to be able to clearly demonstrate the airshed impacts. My expectation is that it's either going to be neutral or beneficial. Overall, when you look beyond the entire process, this is a better process because of the logistical risk that disappears and the environmental benefits that we continue to maintain. I think overall it's a better process.
And if we're going to take a bit of a time, 2 more weeks through you, Chair, what's preventing us from getting at least some approximate analysis as it relates to the airshed impact of the trucks coming and going now with the current model?
Dan?
Through you, Madam Chair, we could take that away and see what we could try to provide for you. We could certainly do a comparison of the trucks themselves, but that would, I don't know if we'll be able to wrap everything else in it because it does become pretty complex. So we could see what we're capable of for the next committee.
Okay. Yeah, I'd appreciate that. And thank you again. I know it's been a lot of work for you. I am running out, but I will be back in 40 minutes or so.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I don't think we're going to take that long, but... Oh, sorry, I thought you meant on this particular... Right, okay. Councillor Collins is next, please.
I really don't have any questions, and I just want to reiterate, I understand staff have put a lot of time and energy into the file, so I too would like to thank them for guiding us through this process. I felt from the beginning that the deck was stacked against us, for those of us who represent these areas, and I say that in the context of, if you recall, when we originally started talking about this years and years ago, it was, you better do this or else the province is going to change the regulations for land application and we'll be stuck with no alternatives. In fact, the only alternative we have with land application is a more expensive option. And of course, we know that that didn't happen. In fact, the province went in the opposite direction. They actually made it a little easier for municipalities across the province to land apply the waste products from sewage treatment plants. And so that was taken off the table in terms of a pressure on council to do something different. Now we've ended up in the situation, and increasingly this council, it seems like with big projects, really there's no thought or care for what it costs. And so, just to be clear, I think from a cost perspective, we're land applying. I think our annual cost is 4.7 or 4.8 million. I think is the budget.
It's around that.
And I understand it that the first year that we start paying for this project, our cost will be 5.3 million. So you start doing that every year, $500,000 through the term and course of this contract, you can see that this is a more expensive option. And we can still dangle the fear factor in the wings to say, well, at some point in time, land application may not be an option. I have a sinking suspicion the province isn't going in that direction because the vast majority of municipalities in the province land apply because it's the cheapest option. And not all municipalities have access to the residential base that we have and the water rate bills that we have and the commercial and industrial users that we have. So many of them don't go along this road. So for me, I like the cheapest option. It continues to be land application. It is clearly a $500,000 cheaper every year for the current practice versus what we're poised to adopt here. So I appreciate the fact that a lot of work has gone into this. I voiced my opposition quite some time ago, understanding that this was going to be a done deal irrespective. I increasingly get the sense that this council, when it comes to big projects, are not concerned about the annual cost, the maintenance costs. We can talk about others right now. I won't get into that. We'll save them for another day. But this is clearly a more expensive option than the one that we have now. And so for those reasons, I'd like to be recorded as opposed.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Collins. And I will call that when we have the vote. And next is Councillor Pearson, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So just 2 questions, Dan. I just want to verify. You spoke through the presentation that you've safeguarded that this company will not be able to bring any outside product into the facility to be processed, correct? And the criteria that's being laid out for them.
Through you, Madam Chair, there's explicit language in the contract that prevents this. And should somebody decide to go around that and we discover that, there are pretty severe penalties if we discover that. So.
Thank you. And I know some comment has been made about the location, and I'm going to ask, this whole process and evaluation is based on that location being the proximity of the water treatment plant. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that's correct. If you were to consider building this off-site, you'd have lots of trucks leaving again, and you'd have to buy a piece of property, and it's no question the most efficient to have it right on site.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Dan.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pearson. And next I have on the list, so I'll turn the chair over to Councillor Marula if I can.
The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. And Dan, good work. And, you know, we've certainly been at this a long time, and I appreciate your team and what everyone has gone through. And there still are some questions, and, you know, I think with it, it's not a new technology, but it is a new technology for us. And I think that's where some of the questions come in. Most of my questions have been answered about who would own the building. That was answered, that it would be city-owned, and before it is turned back over to the city after the 30-year operating, there would be an inspection, a look at what capital improvements, repairs need to be made. Is that accurate?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes.
Okay, thank you. And the other concern I had, of course, was with respect to taxpayers and, you know, how much of the cost of this project, it's $100 million. I mean, it's a huge project. So how much of the cost would be borne by the taxpayers and on the levy? And what I heard in answer to that is that this is being funded through the current rate budget, and there will be no impact on the taxes or on the levy. And understanding, yes, the rates do come from taxpayers for the use of money, but that's different. And so that is what I understand. Is that correct?
Through Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Okay. I think one of the issues that I have with the land application that we have, and you know, I've heard the comments about it. What I hear from my farmers, you know, many of them will not put it on their land. The sludge that we have now with that land application, they don't want it. And they don't want it because of what the content is. But my question to you is, you know, I sit on the Source Water Protection Committee with Halton and Hamilton and the Ministry of the Environment, and which is a result of the Clean Water Act and the legislation that came down with that. And that particular legislation does play quite a key role in our rural lands and in our watershed areas, and certainly the watershed area of Freelton and Carlisle are considered in crisis. I think the word is that they are at risk of being compromised, and so there's some serious issues around that. So when I look at the land application, how does that impact when it comes to source water protection? I know there's certain setbacks. I know there's certain requirements that it cannot go onto land within a certain distance of water courses, wells, etc. Can you just expand a little bit on that? And I'm asking you because I know you've been involved with all of the source water protection through your previous position, and we worked together quite a bit with you and your team, and still are, on a lot of the issues in the Carlisle, Freelton, Linden, Greensville, and areas of Flamborough. Can you speak a little bit about that, please?
Ben? Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so the Nutrient Management Act, which is the primary piece of legislation that governs the practice that we have now, stipulates how this can be applied. You have to maintain clearances from the riparian areas along water courses.
Right.
You have to stay away from active and abandoned wells. You can't land apply during wet weather conditions or if there's frost. So the Nutrient Management Act kind of works in concert with the source water protection regime just for that purpose to protect source water. And this is really regulation that's spilled out of the events that happened in Walkerton, and it's taken this long for the source water regulations and regime to kind of make it to the municipal level, and it's the province has chosen to leave that kind of to these source water committees because they know that each watershed is different, so it's better managed there. But there's no question these work hand in hand, and so the management of the product that we use right now to put on the land, there's a much more kind of robust regime around how things are done out in the field as opposed to what the proposal would have, and really it comes down to the presence of pathogens. So.
Exactly, and through you, Chair. So, the concern here is that those restrictions are getting stronger. It may have been that a few years ago you could apply with the land application, you could put it on all farmland, and there weren't the types of restrictions. There were restrictions, granted, but with the Clean Water Act, and certainly with what happened in Walkerton, it was a result of runoff of farmland and the E. coli that got into the water system, et cetera, was a lot more involved than that. And there were definitely some issues around the water management and the qualifications of those involved. But, we have to be thinking about that, and that may have been okay to do a few years ago, but I really have a concern, especially with my role on the source water protection and the knowledge of how compromised our water courses and our source water is, and the aquifers that are under the ground. And what you put on top of them, there's a certain length of time that it takes for it to get into that aquifer, and those aquifers are getting compromised. They're compromised now, and so I'm not on side. Living out in the rural area and understanding and talking to my residents, I'm not on side for that continuation of the land application. It may not have had too many restrictions in the past couple of years, but I can tell you it is going to get even more so because our source water protection is getting even more compromised. And so I will support this project going forward. And I worry about the impression that it gives that we've had lots of consultation on this, and respecting that we do want to hear from all of our residents, and we've heard from a great many of them, and they had the opportunity certainly to come in today. But I worry about the perception, if you will, or the if we have all these positive comments around, and I think the majority of this council is ready to come on side with this, and then we don't, yes, it's only 2 weeks, so if you're okay with that, I'm fine with it, but I really don't see the need to hold it up. I do support it, and I think it is time that, Hamilton is a leader in so many ways and has been for, over 100 years. There are many, many things, and particularly around our steam plant and around our water and our protection of water. And so, being that leader in the province, I just think that we have an opportunity here. We stepped back from the whole Liberty Energy project and the gasification plant. Thank goodness we did, because many of us were not comfortable with that. And I think, that technology and what has come out of us stepping back, it rings true. It was a good thing that we did that. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair, and I will be supporting this. And I thank you for your good work. And I'll take the chair back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have Councillor Collins and Ferguson. So,
Councillor Collins and Ferguson? Okay. Yes, Councillor Collins, please.
I just wanted on the record that in 2019, our budget for biosolids with land application will be $4.8 million, and after the cost of this project incorporated into the new budget in 2020, it will be $5.3 million. Can I confirm that? I just want that on the record, because there seems to be a lot of comments that have been made today about this is cheaper, and because it's cheaper, it's better, and I'm not certain that the budget reflects that between 2019 and 2020. So the annual cost for land application.
Through you, Madam Chair, it's not cheaper. So there's two issues that complicate this. So one is a capital project that used to be the incinerator. So there's a capital repayment to a capital project. So what traditionally was reflected in our operating budget is the annual operating costs. What may not have been evident would have been the annual capital costs. So we've broken it out so you can see what the capital costs were for a project that years ago was an incinerator and now is this dryer. So when I separate the two, so it's the OMR payment. When I make to our operating costs now, it's the OMR payment plus the utilities. This capital repayment is for a project that was notionally an incinerator at one time. So you are correct in when you say versus today what we're paying, because we don't have a capital project that's approved. Correct. Now you're approving a capital project. There's a cost associated with that. So,
record. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Collins. And Councillor Ferguson, please.
I'd be happy to move the staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you. So moved by yourself, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Mayor Eisenberger, please.
So on the notion of public input, I mean, can we get an understanding of what kind of opportunities there have been for public input? And clearly this has been on the agenda for this GIC for a time, and I don't see anyone. I mean, usually, no offense to anyone, usually if there's an issue of significant concern, this room's pretty. I'm not seeing anyone here today. Is that because we haven't informed anyone, or is it that we're sliding this under the radar? Or have we notified, and as we do in all instances in terms of this meeting, that we were going to be at a decision point on this issue?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, so with this procurement, there was no feature as part of the procurement for public input. I would take you back to the master plan that we did in 2006, 2007. There was an opportunity for public input through that master planning process. Master plans are generally good for 10 years. In that process, incineration was identified. It would have been through that process where public input would have been received. So we fast forward to this procurement to basically deliver what on the findings of the on the master plan. So the one little wrinkle that happened was because we were not just considering incineration, we were going to consider enhanced treatment. We had to do an update to our environmental assessment to allow us to bring in other options beyond incineration. But through that process, there was no component of public comment because we were really in a procurement phase through this process. So
okay, and having said that, so there was no awareness in Environment Hamilton or anywhere else that this issue dealt with here today?
Through you, Madam Chair, I can't say for certain. I think there was, but I can't show you a document or anything like that to say that there was. Based on conversations I've had, I think there was an awareness out there. There was certainly an article in the Spectator about it last Saturday as well. I mean, that's not official, but
yeah.
Which I recall, and I thought Linda from Environment Hamilton was quoted in that article, if I recall correctly. I may be wrong on that one, but notwithstanding. Okay, just curious to know where we're at with that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so on the motion, Councillor Green, you're next to speak, please.
It's actually not on the motion because my tabling motion would precede this procedurally. So that already hit the floor.
But you didn't put it on the floor at the time.
I moved it, he seconded it.
It was not on the floor.
Well, if it wasn't on the floor, it's because you didn't put it on the floor. But I put it out there.
That's not true. That's not true. At the time, we were dealing with the presentations, and we had a speakers list. So, Madam Clerk, where do we go from here? We have a motion on the floor.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the presentation was still ongoing, so it wasn't the time for a motion.
Exactly.
You can test the will of council on one or either order.
But the tabling precedes the motion.
So the motion was not on the floor because the presentation was still going on. Now we have a motion on the floor, and it is moved by Councillor Ferguson and seconded by Councillor Pearson. So
Madam Chair, point of order.
So what is your point of order?
We've received this presentation already?
No, we have not.
So then we're still in the middle of the presentation. Therefore, my motion precedes.
Madam Clerk?
We haven't received it yet.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, right now, technically, there are no motions on the floor.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We haven't received the presentation yet. When we get into the debate on the report, that's when the motion should be put.
All right, so hang on a sec. So I did have another speaker on the list, and it was Green, which is why we didn't receive the report, because I understood you were going to be asking questions about the presentation. So if you're not, then a motion to receive the presentation. So the Councillor Collins and Councillor Whitehead, all in favor to receive the presentation? Carried. Thank you. And Councillor Ferguson, you're going to move your motion. seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor?
It's a tabling motion. We are on the motion. I just don't appreciate the way this is unfolded here.
It's been completely within process.
I'm gonna move a tabling motion right now, which will take precedent over this motion. Call the will, and then let's put this to a vote.
So, Madam Clerk?
Madam Deputy Mayor, to be honest, I'm a little bit tired, so I'm just going to double check.
Yeah,
If it
no
is the
problem.
committee's wish to test the will of the tabling motion, that's fine, but just a moment's check.
Well, it's up to the will of the committee. Do you want to test the tabling motion, or do you want to vote on the report? Do the tabling motion? Okay. So, moved by Councillor Green. Moved by Councillor Green, seconded by Councillor Marula to table. You can't speak to a tabling motion, so I want to make sure, though, that I get this correct, because so far we've done everything according to proper process. Councillor Whitehead, you can't speak to a tabling motion. Hang on. I haven't moved it. And put it on the floor yet. Would you let me do that as the chair? So it is moved by Councillor Green, seconded by Councillor Marula to table the report. I want to make sure I'm getting this right.
Well, Madam Chair, this is where I can make comment on the tabling motion because it's about direction.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
That is correct.
So I need to understand, since we're tabling it, no direction is being offered. I heard that they wanted, well, you have 2 weeks there has to be a reason for doing it for 2 weeks. So clearly, I think I heard something about consultation. So I want to ensure that we incorporate in the direction.
Thank you.
The objective that was identified so that we're not missing on that opportunity.
And so that's why I was asking if it's a tabling motion. I was trying to get clarification on exactly what are we tabling and what is the motion. Because the councillor is right. We need to give some direction. Are we tabling it to come back to GIC
Correct.
within a certain period of time? And I heard 2 weeks. So, Madam Clerk, when is the next GIC meeting?
Madam Deputy Mayor, that would be February the 1st.
So that would be February the 1st. So, Councillor Green, is that what you're anticipating?
Madam Deputy Mayor, we've heard there's been no consultation for 10 years on this $100 million project. So absolutely, the direction is to have it go back to the community so that my community can have an opportunity to consult on this and bring it back to the next GIC.
All right. So the next GIC, which is the February 1st GIC meeting, and there's no discussion on the tabling motion now that we have direction. All right. So I'm going to test the will of the committee. And then standing recorded vote. So all in favor of tabling until February the 1st. Okay? So in support is Councillor Brenda Johnson, Councillor Green, Councillor Marula, and Councillor Collins. All those opposed?
My apologies. So in support, we're already standing.
So this is for the tabling motion, and those who stood up prior were in support of tabling.
Brenda Johnson, Councillor Collins, Marula.
And Councillor Green. And those opposed? Councillor Doug Conley, Councillor Maria Pearson, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Vanderbeek, Mayor Eisenberger, Councillor Aidan Johnson, and Councillor Tom Jackson, Donna Skelly, and Councillor Whitehead, and myself, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Partridge. Hang on. Okay, so hang on, everybody. I want to make sure Madam Clerk has everything recorded. So, Madam Clerk.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you. So now we come back to the motion to move the report. So it is moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Maria Pearson. All those in favor? Motion. Okay. So we're going to do a standing recorded vote, but just hang on. On the motion, I want to make sure I got the order right. I heard Councillor Green first, then Councillor Whitehead. Were those the only two speakers? Okay, thank you. Councillor Green, go ahead.
Yeah, just on this motion, I'm shocked. All the talk of cost consciousness around this table, and you've now put another $500,000 operating expense on the back of the taxpayers, and no community consultation. I want that on the record publicly for everybody here. None. No opportunity to talk to the community about this at all. No input. and it feels to me like a major departure from everything that we talk about in terms of engaging the community in these conversations. I trust McKinnon, and I wanted to be able to go back to my community and come back and support this, and now I can't, because I haven't had the opportunity to have the conversation with the experts in the community. We don't know what's going to be said, and I'm just shocked out of all the talk of this cost consciousness, saving tax dollars, community consultations, and very disappointed with where we're going right now. And I wanted that on the record.
Thank you. And Councillor Whitehead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate the concern and frustration expressed. It's something how I felt when $1 billion was announced for the LRT. So with the lack of without the lack of consultation,
Councillor,
with the community.
we listen to your opinions. Let's listen to Councillor Whitehead, please.
I can certainly sympathize, because certainly the consultation did not this community that were impacted by it prior to that announcement and that decision being made. So, having said all that, I think it's clear to me that there's been a lot of work by staff on this particular file, one. Two, it's certainly better than what is currently the operation in regards to impacting the community. It's an improvement over. So when you take a look, from those two perspectives, we're moving ahead. We're not moving backwards. We're actually moving ahead. I think it's more environmentally friendly. I think that the checks and balances are built into the system. I think it's progressive, and I think it's time to move on in this file. So I will be supporting it.
Thank you. So standing recorded vote, all on Councillor Marula, please.
Just a couple of points. Firstly, Councillor Whitehead attended the announcement and gave him a standing ovation. I didn't. Secondly, so he gave the Premier a standing ovation. So,
and your next point?
Secondly, when it comes to environment, it's really important to separate what Dan has said so that we're not spinning here. The environmental component was versus the application, not the air quality issues that we're experiencing in the airshed crisis that we're faced with. Let's not spin this thing to a point of embarrassment. Not to mention that if it doesn't meet the environmental aspects, it also doesn't meet the financial aspects. The only envelope it meets, apparently, is a spin envelope. So I appreciate your time.
Okay, so I have no more speakers. So standing recorded vote, all in favor, please. Councillor Conley, Councillor Maria Pearson, Councillor Lloyd Ferguson, Councillor Vanderbeek, Mayor Eisenberger, Councillor Aidan Johnson, Councillor Jackson, Councillor Skelly, Councillor Whitehead, and Councillor Partridge. Those opposed. Councillor Brenda Johnson, Councillor Matthew Green, Councillor Marula, and Councillor Collins. Thank you, everyone. Madam Clerk?
That carries, Madam Deputy.
Okay, thank you, and so that carries. Thank you very much, everyone. And thank you, team, Dan, and everyone. Good discussion. Okay, so just bear with me for a minute while So now we're moving on to discussion items. And
I'd be happy to move item 8.2 through to 8.7, which are all the BIAs.
Okay, thank you. Just a moment, please. So discussion items 8.1 we already dealt with. So Councillor Ferguson would like to move 8.2 to 8.6, 8.7, and seconded by Councillor Maria Pearson. Any discussion on 8.2 to 8.7? All in favor? Anyone opposed? Thank you. And item 8.8 is the Biosolids Management Project. It was addressed as 7.5. Thank you. And item 8.9 is the criminal conviction record checks for applicants under certain financial incentives. Is there any discussion on this item, please? Moved by Councillor Skelly, seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek. All in favor? Oh, sorry, just one moment. Councillor Collins, please.
So has anyone, so with the changes that are here, has anyone been through the current list of those applications that we have in our files to ensure that none are currently in contravention of the current bylaw? Understanding that there's no grandfathering here, but
Right.
would be grandfathering here, but I wondered whether that process has taken place.
Okay, and who would like to speak to that, please? Glenn Norton?
So because it is a new procedure, it'd be hard to say, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, to the councillor, it'd be hard to say whether there would be any in violation because we haven't asked. I mean, this motion came out, if you recall, committee had asked it as a result of someone who had a conviction after an incentive had been awarded to this individual. Yep. We believe that the processes that we were employing at the time would have, well, because we know, would have picked up if there had been a conviction at the time, but there wasn't. The conviction came after the incentives. If that is appropriate, Councillor.
Councillor?
That's it.
Okay, that answers your question. All right, so it's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. And moving on to 8.10, which is Capital Projects Work in Progress Subcommittee Report. Are there any discussion? Thank you. Councillor Jackson moving it, and Councillor Aidan Johnson seconding. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And moving on to 8.11, which is the Business Improvement Area Advisory Committee Report. Any discussion? Okay, moved by Councillor Green and seconded by Councillor Whitehead. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you, everyone. And now we're moving on to motions. We've already dealt with 9.1, which was the proposed fallen firefighter memorial. Item 9.2, which is an amendment to the General Issues Committee rate budget minutes of November 18th. Councillor Brenda Johnson, would you like to introduce your motion, please?
Yeah, actually, it's just really to formally receive the report that was respecting the sewer lateral cross connection program extension. We did not receive it, so that's
Right.
all this is just tidying up housework.
Okay, so housekeeping, and it's moved by your...
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
Just to clarify, the committee actually did receive it. I missed it in the minutes, so Councillor Johnson is being move it so
I was
that
going to throw her under the bus.
I know, but I want
okay.
to be honest about that.
No, we would not throw you under the bus, Stephanie.
So it's moved by myself, seconded by Maria Pearson.
All right, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And notices of motion. Are there any notices? Councillor Ferguson, please.
Yes, thank you very much. On behalf of Councillor Robert Pursuta, the following notice of motion, and I'm going to leave it as a notice unless somebody else wants to move the way of the rules. The staff's work program for 2042-2042 Jerseyville Road, Ancaster. Whereas 2042 Jerseyville Road, Ancaster was recommended for designation under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act in 2003 through a property owner request but was withdrawn due to personal reasons. And whereas the property owner has resubmitted their request for designation in November of 2016, as property research, consultation, architectural analysis, reasons for designation, and notice of intent to designate have all been drafted by prior planning staff and reviewed by prior Heritage Committee membership. And whereas this property to staff's work plan, whereas by adding this property to the staff's work plan to designate will not add to staff's current workload, therefore be it resolved that 2042 Jerseyville Road, Ancaster be assigned immediate priority on staff's work plan to designate for completion in Q1 on 2017.
All right, and you're going to keep that as a notice of motion, please? Yes.
I'm sorry? No, just going to notice a motion.
Yeah.
It was just handed to me by Robert.
All right, hold on. Madam Clerk.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, it's my understanding through Lynn that that's going to council. Is the date on the top of that? Does it say council January 25th? Because it's a planning matter. My apologies.
Yeah, because I was at...
No, it's a notice of motion that you're putting forward on the GIC floor, so it will go to council for approval. So do you want it to go to council as a notice of motion on Wednesday, or...
Council for approval, I think, was what Robert would prefer, because it's a designation that was already approved. The owner backed up. The person is in poor health now. That's why he's anxious to get it done by Q1. Therefore, if we can get this on as a motion for council, that would be great, and leave it as a notice of motion here.
So Madam Clerk,
what will happen, Councillor Ferguson, if you introduce it as a notice of motion here, it will come back to GIC as a motion on February 1st. If it goes as a notice of motion on January 25th, it will go back to council as a motion after February. It'll end up at the same
just leave the
same
notice of
council,
motion
so
today,
leave it here. It'll come back to GIC.
So you're okay with that? Just leave it as it is. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Any more notices?
And we've dealt with all of our motions today. So we're moving, yes, Councillor Johnson.
Yep, thank you. And I know this is under information, but I just want to let everybody know that at the MPCA this morning, Councillor Bill Hodgson moved a very lengthy motion for an audit. The wording was a very comprehensive operational and administrative review back to the year 2011, specifically looking at hiring practices, land purchases, adherence to provincial policies, etc. If this review finding uncovers suggestions of criminal wrongdoing, then a forensic audit would be commenced. But this review will capture everything, and it was quite a long motion, so congratulations to Councillor Bill Hodgson.
Councillors, could we please listen to Councillor Brenda Johnson? It's a very important what she's speaking to, please. Councillor Skelly, could you please? No, we'd like everybody to pay attention, please. Okay. Councillor Johnson, I'm sorry about that. Please go ahead.
Just to let you know that the NPCA did pass the motion, so it'll be interesting to see how this works out. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Mayor Eisenberger?
Yeah, so the auditor contacted me a couple of days ago, and she approached the province, the ministry, to get approval to do an audit. So the provincial auditor, in fact, and the NPCA board actually reluctantly, but did notwithstanding approve that today. So it, I think it's going to be a fulsome process that will hopefully answer some questions that we all might have.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Johnson. That is good news. So moving on to general information, and we have amendments to the outstanding business list. So may I please have a motion to approve the proposed new due dates for the outstanding business list as shown in item 11A, and there's quite a few of them. Yeah, so Councillor Vanderbeek, Councillor Brenda Johnson, all in favor? Carried. And under item to be removed from the outstanding business list, may I please have a motion to approve the removal? Moved by Councillor Whitehead, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And next, may I have a motion to refer the items as shown in item 11.1C as amended during the changes to the agenda to the standing committees as shown on the agenda as follows. May I have a mover for the motion?
Happy to move that. If I could just a brief word. This was an effort to try and lean the GIC so that we don't have long, elongated days like we have today, and get the right things that need to be properly dealt with at committee to committee. So that's that. This is that effort, correct?
Yep.
Which is wonderful. Thank you so much. I think it's very important. You know what? We all get a little punchy when we're sitting here for 7 or 8 hours. Well, maybe not all of us, but I do. And I think you do too, Stephanie, yes. So it's important that we get a lot of these issues to the committees where they belong. I think we do far too much in GIC. So I do appreciate that an effort's been made to actually narrow the focus there and get us a reasonable timeline on our GICs, which have been and can, hopefully continue to be longer and longer. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So that's moved by Mayor Eisenberger and seconded by Councillor Ferguson. And Councillor Pearson, you want to speak on this, please?
I'm sorry. Are you on the removal, the list of removal?
No, we just passed the removal list.
Okay,
so we're.
I'm okay with that. Absolutely. I support that. I want to go back to the removal list because I have concerns that item T, I thought, with regards, there was a recommendation on the dome.
Can we vote on this motion first? Because I'd like to. So it's been moved by Mayor Eisenberger, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. All in favor? Carried. And now I'll come back to Councillor Ferguson, and this is on the removal from the outstanding business list.
My apologies. Just going through on the removal list. I'm not sure the recommendation on the dome is not that it's done. I thought it's being deferred. Not that I support it, but I'm not sure that technically should be removed. Madam Clerk, can you verify?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the staff have reported back on that with the options that they were provided to report on. Since right now there is no further action going to be taken, it can be removed. Staff is with the understanding, I'm sure, that if something comes up or something changes or a new motion comes forward, that they can certainly bring that forward. If committee's not comfortable, certainly leave it on. As well, item R is with the assumption that the acquisition of LaSalle Park is dealt with in closed session. So if that doesn't happen, I will amend this accordingly.
Okay. All right. So Councillor Pearson, you're okay with that? All right. So staff have reported back on the dome. All right. So thank you, everyone.
So that stays as it was, and bear with me as I just move forward here. And now, are there any other items of general information or other business that anyone would like to speak to? Hearing none, private and confidential will be the next one we're going to move into. And just read this off, or do you want to speak first? Councillor Whitehead?
There's one item there, Madam Chair, that I believe that without dealing with it in this process. So I would like to table it indefinitely for now.
And what would that be?
It's one of the personnel matter.
The personnel matter?
Right.
Madam Deputy Mayor, for clarification, it's item 12.4, city facility access, to be tabled indefinitely.
All right, so 12.4, moved by Councillor Whitehead, second by Councillor Marula, that it will be tabled indefinitely. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Now, if there's no discussion required on the December 7th closed session minutes, may I please have a motion to approve those minutes in open session? Councillor Brenda Johnson, Councillor Green, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Now, may I please have a motion to move into closed session respecting item 12.2, report CM 16017, respecting the acquisition of LaSalle Park by the City of Burlington from the City of Hamilton and related land exchange. And this was tabled from the December 7th, 2016 GIC. Item 12.3, which is the Hamilton Conservation Authority Board report /December 01-2016, respecting the expropriation of private property. This was tabled from December 7th, 2016 GIC. And item 12.4, which we've just dealt with. Thank you, Councillor Scully. And then pursuant to section 8.1, subsection B and C.
My apologies, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
With the removal of item 12.4 with the tabling, we'll only be moving in under subsection C, not B.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So subsection B only, of the city's procedural bylaw 18-300 and section, no, that doesn't apply, of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matters pertain to personnel matters about an unidentifiable individual and a proposed or pending acquisition of land for the city purposes. So it is the proposed disposition of land only.
Only, yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
All in favor? Carried. Thank you. And if I can ask those to leave the chambers who are not part of the next session, please. That's all right. Yeah, I'm most agreeable. Most agreeable. Oh, Councillor Jackson, what do we have?